Book 2, Chapter 3, Sections 6 through 9 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 2, Chapter 3, Sections 6 through 9. Some 6 weeks after her return to New York from Atlantic City, Jeanette arrayed herself in her braided broadcloth tailor suit, drew on her tan silk stockings and tan shoes, set the gray hat at a smart angle upon her head, added the touch of a fine meshed veil that brought the curling gray cock's feather close to her hair, and paid her long-deferred visit to the office. As she turned in at the familiar portals, she was astonished at the difference between her present feelings and those of old. A year before she had entered the building with a hurried step, a preoccupied manner, her mind busy as she hastened to her work with ways of attacking and dispatching it. She had been conscious then that she was the president's secretary, and had borne herself accordingly as she made her way through the groups of gossiping girls, aware they thought her haughty and unapproachable. Today she was Mrs. Martin Devlin, a matron, smartly dressed, come to pay a visit to the publishing house with the air of a lady who had perhaps arrived to select a book in the retail department, or to enter a subscription. The dusty office atmosphere was alien to her now. The bustling, eager clerks, intent upon their affairs, seemed pettily employed. There was something ridiculous about it all to her. Yet less than 3 months ago this had been her world. All the vital interests of her life had been centered within these square walls. She still loved it, loved the building, the cold cement floors, the bare ceilings studded with sprinkler valves, loved what evidences of her own handiwork she recognized, the window boxes and the miniature close-clipped trees that stood in the entrance, the name of the house in neat gold lettering on the street windows. Ellis, the colored elevator man, was the first to recognize her. He grinned, flashing his white teeth out of his black face, chuckling largely. "Well, it certainly is good to see you. It certainly is like old times to see you round," he said, rolling back the clanging door. She stepped out upon the familiar 4th floor. It was the same, no different, the old racket, the old hum and confusion. A minute or two passed before she was seen. Then there was a general whispering. Machines stopped clicking, heads turned. There were smiles and nods from all parts of the big room. Mrs. O'Brien, Mr. Kipps, stenographer, rose and came to greet her. Miss Sylvester and Miss Kate Smith followed suit. Presently there was a small crowd around her, with questions, laughter, little cooing cries of pleasure, a feminine chatter. She caught Mr. Allister's eye as she was leaving Mr. Corey's office. "'Pon my word!" She could not hear him say it, but she saw his lips from the phrase and noted his pleased surprise. He came forward at once, smiling broadly, pushing his way through the women who gave place to him. "Glad to see you, Miss Sturgis," he said, beaming. "Only, by Jove, you're not Miss Sturgis any more. Devlin, isn't it? Does Mr. Corey know you're here? He'll be delighted, I know. Wants to see you badly. 2 or 3 matters have come up he'd like to ask you about. Nobody round here seems to know a thing about them. Come in, he'll be mighty glad to see you." He pulled back the swing gate in the counter and walked with her toward Mr. Corey's office. As Jeanette passed within a few feet of Miss Holland's desk, and as their eyes met, she mouthed, "See you in just a minute." "Here's an old friend of ours," said Mr. Allister, opening Mr. Corey's door. The white head came up, and immediately a pleased flush spread over the face of the man at the desk. "Well, well, well," he said, getting to his feet and coming to take both her hands. "Miss Sturgis, it's good to see you again." "She's not Miss Sturgis any more," laughed Mr. Allister. That's so, it's Devlin, of course. Well, Mrs. Devlin, you surely look as though marriage agreed with you." They were all laughing in good spirits. A few moments of inconsequential remarks, and then Allister withdrew, while Mr. Corey made Jeanette sit down. "Oh, I must have a talk," he insisted, "and hear all about you." The door opened, and young Tommy Livingston came in with a question on his lips. His eyes lighted as he recognized the caller. "My new secretary," said Corey, smiling. "Oh, is that so?" Jeanette was pleased. The boy had always been a protégé of hers. "Well, Tommy, this is a step up for you." "Yes, indeed," he said, grinning. "I'm doing the best I know how." "Tommy does very well," approved Mr. Corey. "I didn't know you understood dictation," said Jeanette. "I don't very well. I've got a stenographer in my office. 'Member Miss Bates? And I'm going to night school, and learning shorthand. I can run a machine fairly decently now." "Well, isn't that splendid?" Presently she was alone with Mr. Corey again. He asked about her, about Martin, about her married life. She was frank with her answers. "I shall never thank you enough," she said, "for persuading me to accept Mr. Devlin. I never would have married if you hadn't made me, and I never would have known what I missed. I guess I'd have been here for the rest of my days." She was eager for his news, too. Yes, he and Mrs. Corey were quite reconciled. She was very sorry she had maligned Jeanette. He was going to England in 10 days and was taking her with him. Babs was about the same. She would never be any better. They had an excellent trained nurse for her, and she was to spend the rest of the summer at a camp in the Adirondacks. Willis had written a most interesting letter from Johannesburg. He and Erickson were trekking north through Matabeleland and Bulawayo. Mr. Corey did not expect to hear from him again for 3 months. Affairs at the office were about as usual. They expected to publish a big novel in the fall by Hobart Hauser. Garrett Farrington Trent had left his former publishers and come over to them. Advertising was bad. There was some talk of a printer's strike. The Lady's Fortune had been selling excellently on the stands. The pattern business was booming. There were 1 or 2 matters he wanted to ask her about. What was the arrangement with Hardy as to the dramatic rights of Harnessed? No record could be found of the agreement. And did she recall from what concern they had bought that last stock of special craft wrapper? And the folder containing all the correspondence with the electrical manufacturing company had disappeared. What could have become of it? She answered as best she could. When she got up to go, he accompanied her to the door of his office. "I can't begin to tell you how we all miss you here," he said gravely, "and how much I do especially. It's been hard sledding without you. I've thought 100 times, 1,000 times, of how much you did for me to make the work easier, and how much you lifted from my shoulders. I got used to it, I'm afraid, and took a good deal for granted, but I'm glad you're married. That's where you belong, making a home for yourself and leading your own life." There was moisture in Jeanette's eyes as she turned away. She loved Chandler Corey. She said to herself, he was a wonderful man. She knew she was the only person in the world who truly appreciated him, and she knew he loved her too. It was this glimpse of his affection for her that moved her. Theirs had been a rare comradeship, a fine communion, a beautiful relationship. It was ended. It was past and done. They could no longer be together or even find an excuse to see one another without having their actions misinterpreted. It had been the business, the common interest, that had wrought the tie between them, and now that there was no office, the intimacy and companionship was at an end, the bond sundered. Soon they would have but a casual interest in one another, and she had been closer to him than anyone else in the world, like a daughter, and he a father to her. It was sad, a matter to be mourned, each going a different way, only memories of a splendid cooperation and friendship remaining to remind them of happy years together. Jeanette stopped at Miss Holland's desk and made her promise to take lunch with her at the noon hour when they could have a good talk. As she left the scene of her former activities, her progress through the aisles between the desks was once again a succession of hand-clasps, congratulations, well-wishes, nods, and smiles. It touched her deeply. She had no idea she had been so well liked. Everyone there seemed to be her friend. Miss Holland joined her at 12:30 in the lobby of the Park Avenue Hotel, and they had a delightful luncheon together at one of the little tables edging the balcony about the court. News was exchanged eagerly. Jeanette's was scant, but her companion had endless gossip to retail. Miss Holland's nephew, Jerry Sedgwick, was a midshipman now, and on his summer cruise in Cuban waters aboard a big battleship. She and Mrs. O'Brien had a little apartment down on Waverly Place and managed quite comfortably. The office was getting dreadfully on Miss Holland's nerves. It was so different from what it used to be. In the old days, everyone had done the best that was in him or her to make the business a success. No one had cared what the returns were to be. The idea of doing more and better work had been the thought actuating all. Now that the Corey Company had become one of the largest and most prosperous publishing houses in the country, the spirit had changed. Everyone thought about profits. They had conferences of all the heads of departments each week, and no one was interested in learning what was going on in the different branches of the business. What commanded their attention was how much profit was to be shown. It disgusted Miss Holland. There was no get-together club anymore. Mr. Kipps was becoming more and more critical and fault-finding. He had headaches all the time. Miss Holland believed he was a sick man. He never took any exercise. The pattern business had grown enormously. Mr. Crookshanks had done wonders with it. They had had to lease a whole big building over on 10th Avenue to take care of it. The lady's fortune had a circulation of nearly $500,000. Horatio Stevens had had a very substantial raise, and had grown awfully opinionated and disagreeable. There was more gossip of lesser significance. Miss Hoggenheimer of the mailing department had gone on the stage, and had a part now in It Happened in Nordland, while Miss Gleason had married that big George Robinson of the press room, and Tommy Livingston would soon be engaged, if he wasn't already, to Mrs. O'Brien's little sister, Agnes, who worked in the mail order department. Oh yes, and had Jeanette heard what had happened to Van Alstyne? It was terrible. He was in the penitentiary at Atlanta for using the United States mail for fraudulent purposes. He had become involved with some unscrupulous men who advertised worthless stock, and the federal authorities had put them all in jail. And poor Mrs. Innes was dead. She died at her brother's house in Weehawken. Jeanette devoured these details. She sat absorbed, fascinated, listening to every word that came from her companion's lips. She could not get enough of this chatter about her old associates. She was hungry for every scrap of information, fearful that Miss Holland might neglect to tell her everything. She walked back with her friend to the office and would not let her go for another 10 minutes until she had heard the final details of a violent quarrel between Miss Rubens and Mr. Cavendish. Miss Holland promised to dine with her and Martin soon, and Jeanette promised in return to come with her husband to dinner with Miss Holland and Mrs. O'Brien in the Waverly Place apartment. They parted with many such assurances. Jeanette walked all the way home in a daze of memories. Thoughts of the old times crowded upon her brain, her interest in business affairs and personal happenings in the Chandler B. Corey Company awake again, stirring with all its former keenness. The dinner to which Mr. and Mrs. Herbert Gibbs were invited, and to which after various postponements they ultimately came, was a dismal failure from Jeanette's point of view. First of all, she was late with the meal itself, and in hurrying spattered grease on her gown. The yeast powder biscuits would not rise, and the leg of lamb was underdone, the meat pink when Martin carved it. Then Martin himself was nervous and excited, and the cocktails he had with his guests before they sat down went to his head and made him talk and act sillily. Lastly, and most important, the Gibbs were hopeless. Herbert Gibbs was flat-headed, and there was no curve at the back of his neck, while the hair grew down under his collar sparse and short. He had an expressionless, stupid face, and it was impossible to tell whether he was being bored or amused at the attempt of young Mr. and Mrs. Devlin to entertain him and his wife. Mrs. Gibbs was even less prepossessing. She was a plump German girl, with thin yellow hair done up in a knob on top of her head, which frankly showed her white scalp through wide gaps. She was irritatingly voluble, had a piercing, sharp, nervous laugh, and exclaimed shrilly about whatever Jeanette said or did. She chatted unceasingly about her child, little Herbie, who it seemed was only 10 months old, but could already both walk and talk, and she embarrassed Jeanette by asking in a whisper how soon there was going to be a little Devlin. There was nothing spontaneous in the conversation during the whole evening, neither while they sat at table, nor later in the living room, where Mr. Gibbs sat stolidly puffing at cigars, sipping the red burgundy with which Martin kept his glass filled, and Mrs. Gibbs rattled on about how they had found their home at Cohasset Beach on Long Island, and the involved circumstances connected with its eventual purchase. Mercifully, they were obliged to take an early train home on account of Herbie, but did not depart until they had warned their young hosts that they would soon be expected to spend a Sunday with them in the country. That night, going to bed, Martin and Jeanette had their first quarrel. It left her shaken and unhappy all the next day. She ridiculed their guests, and Martin defended them. She declared they were stupid and common, he that she didn't know them, that they were a very good-hearted sort, that she had been cold and patronizing with Mrs. Gibbs, that her husband had noticed it and become awfully sore. It would have been a damn sight better, Martin concluded stormily, if they had never been asked. "And after all the trouble I went to," raged Jeanette to herself, hugging her side of the bed. rebellion strong within her. Cooking all day long, planning everything out, going over to Columbus Avenue twice, getting flowers for the table, working myself dizzy and ruining my organdy, just so he could make a good impression on them and perhaps help himself a little at the office. A tear trickled down her nose, and she wiped it off with a fingertip. She would never give in to him, never. She would make him beg and beg and beg for her forgiveness. It would be a long, long time. With head aching and trying to choke down a sniffle that threatened to betray her, she fell asleep. There was an eager reconciliation the next night. Promises, vows, assurances, harsh self-accusations, and Martin carried her off after dinner to $2 seats at the Broadway, where Jeanette, whispering penitently, hugging his arm in the dark of the theater, that if the Gibbses did ask them to visit them some Sunday, she would go and be her nicest to both. The occasion when Sandy McGregor had the young Devlins to dine with him in style on the roof garden of the new Astor Hotel was another affair that turned out unfortunately. The lady whom Sandy asked to be fourth in the party, a Mrs. Fontella, was not the type with whom Jeanette had been accustomed to associate. She was boldly handsome, with great round black eyes, masses of auburn hair, a cavernous red mouth, and a large prominent bust. She was noisy and coarse, and when she laughed she showed a great deal of gum and rows of glittering gold-filled teeth. Jeanette froze into her most rigid and uncommunicative self. Just before dessert was served, Martin and Sandy excused themselves from the table and disappeared, leaving her sitting for almost half an hour alone with her noisy and conspicuous companion. It was evident when the men returned they had been downstairs to the bar, where they had had drinks, and had been shaking dice. Jeanette was thoroughly incensed, and although Sandy had seats for the theater, she complained she was ill and insisted upon going home. There was another quarrel between her husband and herself that night, but before they went to sleep he won her forgiveness, abused himself for treating her shabbily, told her again and again he was sorry, and promised never to be guilty of neglecting her again. He could be irresistibly winning when he wanted to be. End of Book 2, Chapter 3, Sections 6 through 9. Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 1 through 3 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 1 through 3. On the 4th of July, the Gibbses asked Martin and Jeanette to spend the holiday and Sunday with them at Cohasset Beach. Jeanette contemplated the visit in the gayest of spirits. She spent fully 2 hours carefully packing her own and Martin's suitcases. She had some very smart clothes for such an outing which she had had no opportunity of wearing since the happy honeymoon days at Atlantic City. The idea of appearing in these again at such a well-known summer resort at Cohasset Beach delighted her. She was anxious to be cordial to Mrs. Gibbs for Martin's sake, and meant to dispel any unpleasant impression of herself that either Mr. Gibbs or his wife might have been harboring. To exert herself particularly in her host's direction, draw him out of his shell, as Martin expressed it, and make him like her, was part of her resolution. Late Friday afternoon she manfully struggled with the 2 suitcases to the 34th Street ferry and met Martin as agreed at the entrance of the waiting room. They had been anxious to catch an early train from Long Island City, and it had been arranged that Mr. Gibbs and Mart should come to the station directly from the office and meet her at the ferry station. "My God, Jan!" Martin exclaimed after he had swung himself off the trolley car and come running up to where she was waiting. "My God, you look great! Say, I never saw you look so swell!" Mr. Gibbs was pleasantly cordial, though suffering much discomfort from the excessive heat. Sweat trickled down his expressionless face, and continually he removed his straw hat to mop his forehead with a drenched handkerchief. It was indeed hot, but the vistas up and down the river as the ferry boat blunted its way toward the Long Island shore were all of cool pinks, palest greens, and lavenders in the late summer afternoon, while the sun, setting through a murky haze, cast an enchanted light over the scene. In the train, Mr. Gibbs took himself off to the smoking car, leaving Martin and Jeanette alone. They sat beside a raised window, their hands linked under a fold of her silk dress, and the air that reached them was rich with the scent of the open country. The girl's heart was overflowing with happiness as Martin whispered endearments in her ear. She was a wonder, all right. She looked like $1,000,000. Gosh, he was proud of her. There was no girl in the world like his wife. The holiday that was beginning for them, and the knowledge that they were not to be separated for 2 whole days, nearly 3, filled both with great felicity. Cohasset Beach is a little village of 2,000 or 3,000 inhabitants on the south side of the island, some 25 or 30 miles from New York. The Gibbs lived in an unpretentious, white, peaked-roofed house, with plenty of shade trees about it, and a rather patchy, ill-kept lawn, bordered with straggling rose-beds. There was a lattice-sided porch covered with a clambering vine. The place was attractive, though shabby, the house sorely in need of paint, the front steps worn down to the natural color of the wood, the edges of the treads frayed and splintered. A sagging hammock hung under scrawny pepper trees, and a child's toys were scattered about, while close to the latticed porch was a pile of play sand hauled up from the neighboring beach. Jeanette was disappointed. She had pictured the Gibbses' house more of an establishment. Cohasset Beach was a fashionable summer resort. The yacht club there was famous. She had thought to find her hosts living in some style, but she was not to be daunted. She had come prepared to have a good time and to make these people like her. She reminded herself of her determination not to spoil this visit for Martin. But on encountering Mrs. Gibbs, she realized afresh how little in common she had with her hostess. The woman was devoid of poise, restraint, or dignity. Jeanette had forgotten her volubility and harsh, unpleasant laugh. Mrs. Gibbs welcomed her guest eagerly, keeping up a running fire of remarks, loosing her squeaks of mirth in nervous fashion. She slipped her arm about Jeanette's waist, and before showing her to her room or giving her a chance to remove her hat, led her to the nursery to view little Herbie in his crib. Mr. Gibbs followed for a peep at his son before the child went off to sleep, and he brought Martin with him. They all hung over the sides of the crib and exclaimed about the baby, who rolled his solemn, perplexed eyes from face to face. Jeanette noted he was exactly like his father, flat-headed, expressionless, with no curve at the back of his neck, but Martin seemed quite taken with him, and when he tickled him with a finger, the baby opened wide his little red mouth, displaying his toothless red gums, and crowed vigorously. Jeanette was sure she detected in the sound the shrillness of his mother's senseless laugh. The guest room was on the 3rd floor in one gable of the roof, a big room with sloping ceilings. It was equipped with a washstand on which stood a basin and ewer. The bathroom was on the floor below. Hattie, the colored cook, would bring up hot water, Mrs. Gibbs said in her excited way as she left them, urging her guests to make themselves comfortable. Jeanette had carefully packed Martin's dinner clothes and her own prettiest dinner frock, but there would evidently be no formal dressing in such a household. She stood at an open latticed window that jutted out above the vine-covered porch and looked out over a rippling billow of treetops, softly green now in the fading evening light, that tumbled down to the water's edge. The sound was dotted with little boats riding at anchor, and there was one private yacht, gay with lights and fluttering pennants. The lambent heavens in the west touched the shimmering water delicately with pink. She pressed her lips resolutely together and stared out upon the scene, unmoved by its beauty. "Great, isn't it?" Martin said, coming to stand beside her and putting his arm about her. "We'll have a home like this of our own some day, eh, old girl? And you'll be the boss of the show, and be cooking me some of your fine dinners when I come home. And I'll take you out sailing in the yacht on Sundays." He laughed his rich, buoyant peal and caught her in his arms. "Oh, Martin," she breathed tremulously, sinking her face against his shoulder. "I love you so. I love you so." As she had foreseen, there was no change of costume for dinner at the Gibbses' table. The meal itself had as little distinctiveness as the host and hostess. Soup and vegetables, a large steak followed by apple pie, and the usual accessories. Martin, Mr. Gibbs, and his wife drank beer. It appeared that it was imported, and Martin was eloquent in its praise. There were cookies, too, which made a special appeal to him. Kuchen, Mrs. Gibbs called them, but Jeanette thought them hard and tasteless. After dinner the men walked down to the water and back, smoking their cigars, while Jeanette sat and listened to a long tale by Mrs. Gibbs of how she had happened to meet her Herbert, how her parents had objected, how they had tried to separate them, and how love had finally triumphed. But Jeanette went to sleep that night with a happy prospect for the morrow awaiting her. They were to have lunch at the fashionable yacht club. Disappointment lay in store for her again. At noon the next day, perplexed by the picnic baskets and shoe boxes of lunch with which they were laden as they left the house, she learned it was the Family Yacht Club and not the imposing Cohasset Beach Yacht Club for which they were headed. Oh, no, Mr. Gibbs explained, only the swell New Yorkers and the rich nabobs who lived down on the Point patronized the Cohasset Beach Yacht Club. The dues there were $50 a month. The nice folk in Cohasset all belonged to the Family Yacht Club. She would see herself how pleasant it was there. The steward served hot coffee, and everybody brought their own lunches. Jeanette looked straight ahead of her to hide the blur of disappointed tears that for a moment blinded her. Martin was behind with Mrs. Gibbs, carrying Herbie in his arms. The resolve to try and be pleasant and make these people like her died hopelessly in the girl's heart. Oh, it was no use. It had been dreadful from the moment they arrived. It would remain dreadful to the end. The clubhouse of the Family Yacht Club was a low, spreading, wind-blown, sand-battered, gray building that squatted along the shore, separated from the lisping wavelets of the Sound by a strip of white, sandy beach. A long pier ran out into the water, and a number of small sailboats and rowboats were tied to the float at its further end. The pier, the beach, the wide veranda of the clubhouse were all crowded today. Flags flew or were draped everywhere, and bathers ran up and down along the wet sand, or congregated on the raft anchored 100 yards from shore. "Whew!" exclaimed Martin when he viewed the scene. "Isn't this great?" His wife threw him a look. It did not seem possible he was serious, but a glimpse of his delighted face showed her he was indeed. There were no chairs nor benches on which to sit, but the newcomers found a clean space on the sandy shore and prepared to establish themselves there. Jeanette thought of her spotless, new white fibrous silk skirt, and in sad resignation sank into place. About them were a dozen or so of similar groups, preparing for the midday meal or already enjoying it. They were all neighbors of the Gibbses, residents of Cohasset Beach who knew one another intimately, and hailed each new arrival, bandying Christian names. A man some distance away shouted in the direction of Gibbs's party, brandishing a bottle of beer. "Hey, Gibbsy!" he yelled. "Hey there! How's the old stick in the mud?" Mrs. Gibbs shrieked across the stretch of sand at the woman beside him. "How's the baby?" "Fine," came the answer. "Mama's got him." "That's Zeb Klein over there," Mrs. Gibbs informed her husband. "It's the first time he's been out since he was sick. And those folks with Doc French certainly look like his sister-in-law and that cousin of hers, Mrs. Prentice." A burst of music and the report of a cannon came distinctly from farther down the shore. Jeanette, craning her neck, could see a large, glistening white building with a red roof, gaily decorated with flags. There were loops of bunting about the railings of its porches. "That's the Cohasset Beach Yacht Club," said Mr. Gibbs. "The Commodore's just come to anchor. That's his yacht out there. There'll be some fine racing this aft. The stars are going out." "Ham or cheese?" Mrs. Gibbs inquired, proffering sandwiches. She was busy with the lunch, snapping strings, opening boxes, squeezing wrapped tissue paper packages with her fingers, shaking them, hazarding guesses as to their contents. "I wonder what Hattie's got in here," she kept saying. "Do have some sauerkraut. I made it myself. I thought maybe you'd like it. Don't you fancy mustard dressing? Well, try the stuffed eggs. Hope you think they're good. The cake's Hattie's. I think her chocolate's splendid. Mr. Devlin, some mustard pickles? Some eggs? Goodness gracious, Papa! Look out for Herbie. He'll get himself all sopping." "Say, Mr. Gibbs, this beer is great. How do you manage to have it so cold?" Martin asked. "I bring it down a day or two ahead of time, and the steward puts it on the ice for me. Just half a dozen bottles, doesn't put him to too much trouble." "Well, this is a great little club, all right. We think it's nice. Just a few of us that have children got together and organized it. The Cohasset Beach has a big bar, and there always is a good deal of drinking going on down there. The New Yorkers, come down for a good time. No place for young folk. No, you bet your life." Jeanette, in spite of herself, found she was hungry. The fried chicken in the oiled tissue paper was delicious, and she loved the liverwurst sandwiches. Mrs. Sturgis and her girls had always been extremely fond of liverwurst. Kratzmer kept it, and many a luncheon Jeanette, her mother, and sister had made with little else. The hot cup of coffee that Mrs. Gibbs poured from the tin pot the club steward brought and set down in the sand put life into her. The pleasant heat of the day, the sunshine, the life and frolicking in sand and water, forced enjoyment upon her. But she would not go in swimming when Martin urged her. One glance at the crude bathhouse with its gray boards and canvas roof was sufficient to decide her on this point. She sat stiffly beside Mrs. Gibbs, who had rocked Herbie to sleep in her arms, and now moved so her shadow would keep the sun off the child's face, while she watched Mr. Gibbs and her husband disport themselves in the water. Martin's swimming always attracted attention, and when he made a beautiful swan dive from the end of the pier there was a ripple of applause. She felt proud of him, proud of his fine figure, the beauty of his young body, his prowess, his unaffectedness. "Who's that young fellow doing all the fancy diving out there?" a man sauntering up asked Mrs. Gibbs. "Sh!" breathed that lady, indicating her sleeping child. "His name's Martin Devlin," she whispered. "He works for Herbert in the city." "Works for Herbert in the city?" Jeanette felt the blood rush to her face. Works for Herbert, indeed! Well, he wouldn't be working for Herbert much longer. She'd have something to say about that. The idea, the impertinence, giving the impression that her wonderful Martin was merely an employee of Herbert Gibbs. Her husband, wet and dripping, came up to her and flung himself down panting upon the sand. "Gee," he said boyishly, "that water's great. Never had a better swim in my life." "It's a shame you didn't go in, Jan." He looked at her, sensing something was amiss, but she smiled at him and pressed his wet, sandy hand. Late in the afternoon they prepared to go home. As they were about to leave the club, a man climbing into his automobile offered a lift. Martin and Jeanette begged to be allowed to walk and persuaded their hosts on account of the baby to take advantage of the car. Left to themselves, they commenced a leisurely return. Along the tree-bordered roads that fringed the shore, other groups in white skirts and flannels were wending their way homeward. Flags flew from poles or were draped over doorways. The strain of a waltz drifted seductively from the Cohasset Beach Yacht Club. The blue water of the Sound was dotted with glistening triangles of sails, heeled over and headed in one direction. "Those are the stars," Martin exclaimed. "The race is finishing. Number 7 seems to have it clinched. That steam yacht over there with all the flags is the judge's boat." They watched for a moment longer. Far out in midstream one of the Sound steamers was passing. Already lights were beginning to twinkle in her cabins. "Wonderful day," commented Martin, giving his wife's hand as it rested in the crook of his elbow a squeeze with his arm. They wandered onward. "I'd love to have a home with you in a place like this, with the sailing and swimming and tennis and all this outdoor fun. It's my idea of living. A fellow Mr. Gibbs introduced me to out on the raft belongs to the Cohasset Beach Club too. He told me they've got some swell tennis courts over there and he was after me to play with him tomorrow." "And will you?" Jeanette asked listlessly. "Well, I guess I can't. Mr. Gibbs said something about some friends of theirs asking us all to go sailing tomorrow." "That will be nice," said his wife, still in a lifeless tone, but Martin did not notice. "By George, I think this is a great place. I was asking Mr. Gibbs about rents, and he tells me we could get a fine little 8-room house for $40 a month, and it's only 3/4 of an hour from town." "And what would you do without your theaters and your shows and your little dinners downtown?" smiled Jeanette. "Oh, they could go hang." The smile upon his wife's face twisted skeptically. She knew Martin better than he knew himself. "And don't you think the Gibbses are awful nice folks? They don't put on any airs, but are friendly and simple. They'd take us under their wing, and it'd be darn nice neighbors." Jeanette shut her mouth. It was not the time to shatter his enthusiasm. He was having a good time, imagined these people wonderful. It wouldn't be kind of her to show him now how vulgar and cheap and horrid they and their friends and their little ridiculous club were. No, it would only hurt him, and under the influence of the day and the good time it would lead to a quarrel. And she was sick of quarrels. She reminded herself she was out of sorts from the long day of boredom and disappointment. It would be madness to say a word now. The time when she could make him see the Gibbses, their house, their friends, their tiresome pleasures and cheap environment as she saw them, would come, and she must bide her time. "Not so particularly interesting," Martin was saying, "but a darned good sort, and he's got a shrewd business head. I think he likes me first rate, and I was mighty glad to see you and Mrs. Gibbs pulling together. She told me she thought you were great, said all manner of nice things about how swell you looked. She's not much of a looker herself, but she certainly has got the right feeling of hospitality. Know what I mean, Jan? She gives you the best she's got, and makes you feel at home, and that she's glad you're in her house. I think that's bully. And isn't that kid a corker? Golly, I think he's slick. You know, I carried him all the way down from the house to the club, and he had his arms around my neck the whole way. He made funny little sounds in my ear, you know, as though he was kind of enjoying himself. Gee, he's a great baby. That flat-headed, vacant-faced child? Well, Martin was hopeless. He must be crazy. There was no use talking to him. In the morning, Jeanette vigorously renewed her resolution not to mar her husband's pleasure. For the first time since her marriage, she felt oddly estranged from him. There was a rent somewhere in the veil through which he had hitherto appeared so handsome, so considerate, so wonderfully perfect, and the glimpse she had of him now through the rift was disconcerting and a little shocking. While they were dressing, he smoked a cigarette, although he well knew the fumes of it before breakfast made her giddy. At the table he was unnecessarily noisy, laughed too loudly, with his mouth wide open and full of muffin, and after breakfast, on the ill-kept lawn, he rolled about with the Gibbs baby, making a buffoon of himself and streaking his white trousers with grass green and dirt. They were to go sailing at 10 o'clock. The Websters were to call for them, and it was thoughtless of Martin, and indicated all too clearly his utter indifference to her feelings. He looked a sight in his dirtied flannels. But she would be sweet, she would be amiable, she would not undo whatever good had been accomplished. At 4 o'clock they would take the train back to the city. There remained less than 7 hours more of this dreadful visit. Martin had completely captivated Mrs. Gibbs. His enthusiasm for the baby had been the last compelling touch. She shrieked at everything he said, thought him perfectly killing. Both she and Mr. Gibbs had been cordial to Jeanette. Grimly the girl determined she would hold herself in leash for the few short hours that remained, would smile and smirk and simper and do whatever they wanted. But it was the 10:40 train that night which she and Martin were able to catch back to town. The Websters' yacht had been becalmed, and all day the boat had rocked upon the slow, oily swells of the Sound, the sail flapping dismally, the ropes creaking and straining in the blocks. The women had huddled together in the scant shade of the sail, while the men sprawled helplessly in the flagellating sun. Herbie had wailed and whimpered for hours before his mother had been able to quiet him off to sleep. She had kept repeating in a sort of justification for his ill temper, "Why, he wants his bottle. The poor darling wants his bottle. Course he's cross. He wants his bottle." At 4 in the afternoon, a motorboat had come within hailing distance and generously offered a tow. 15 minutes later they were under way in its wake, when something suddenly went wrong with the motorboat's engine, and both vessels slowly heaved from side to side on the oily swells. Mrs. Webster frankly became seasick. The men shouted to one another across the strip of water between the boats, but none of the suggestions of either party brought result. The motorboat being equipped with oars, it was decided to row for assistance, a matter of 2 miles steady pull. Martin had wanted to go along and lend a hand, but Jeanette tugged at his arm and sternly forbade him to leave her. Effective aid finally appeared towards 8 o'clock in the evening, when the gathering darkness had begun to make their position really perilous, and an hour later the party clambered out in the float in front of the Family Yacht Club, cramped, hungry, but profoundly thankful. By the time Martin and Jeanette had reached the Gibbses' house and made ready for their return to town, the 10:40 had been the earliest train they could catch back to the city. Their hosts begged them to remain for the night, but Jeanette was inflexible and insisting upon returning home. She feared another hour spent at Cohasset Beach would drive her stark, raving mad. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 1 through 3. Book 2, Chapter 5, Sections 1 through 3 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 2, Chapter 5, Sections 1 through 3. When Martin went on his honeymoon to Atlantic City, he had taken his annual 2 weeks' vacation. During the hot weather of summer, therefore, he and Jeanette were obliged to remain in the sweltering city, but Jeanette did not mind the heat. Adventuring in married life was too utterly absorbing. She loved her new home, and each day found new delight in managing it. She and her husband considered themselves deliriously happy. Nights on which they did not go to the theater, they roamed the bright upper stretches of Broadway, sauntering along Riverside Drive as far as Grant's Tomb, or meandering into the park, where electric lights cast a theatrical radiance on trees and shrubbery. On Sundays they made excursions to the beaches, and one weekend they went to Coney Island on Saturday afternoon and stayed the night at the Manhattan Beach Hotel. Jeanette long remembered the glorious planked steak they enjoyed for dinner on that occasion, sitting at a little table by the porch railing, listening to the big military band, while all about them a gay throng chatted and laughed at other tables, and crowds surged up and down the boardwalk as the Atlantic thundered a dull rhythmical bourdon to the stirring music of trumpet and drum. Her mother departed the 1st of August for Canada, the concert tour having been finally decided upon, without the violinist. Every day or so cards arrived from Mrs. Sturgis, postmarked Montreal, Quebec, Toronto. The venture could hardly be considered a financial success, she wrote, but she and the girls were having just too wonderful a time. The Canadians were extraordinarily hospitable. Alice, Roy, and the baby returned from Freeport the last of September. She expected to be confined early in November. The Devlins visited them one Sunday during the last weeks of their stay on Long Island, and Jeanette wondered how her sister could be happy in such an environment. The room the Beardsleys occupied was under the roof, and during the day like an oven. Etta, Alice told her, woke up sometimes as early as 5 or 5:30, and nothing would persuade the child to go to sleep again. As soon as she was awake, she began to fret, and her wails disturbed the other boarders at that hour. Either father or mother would find it necessary to get up, dress, and wheel the child out in her carriage, pushing her around and around the block until she could be brought safely back to the house. On Sundays, when breakfast was not until 9 o'clock, these hours of the early silent morning were a long, wearisome, hungry trial. Jeanette thought the food at the boarding-house was markedly meagre, and Alice had to admit that as the season was drawing to a close, there were evidences of retrenchment on the part of the landlady, but at first she assured her the table had been plentiful and good. The effect of all this upon Jeanette had been a determination to order her own life along safer lines. 2 or 3 times Alice had come up to the city during the summer to spend the night. On these occasions Roy slept at his own flat in the Bronx, as there was only a narrow couch available at the Devlins. To this Martin had been relegated, and the 2 sisters occupied the bed together. Alice was very large. It worried Jeanette. She was once more full of apprehensions. She made up her mind that for herself she did not want a baby for a long time, not until she and Martin were out of debt and had saved something so that she could be sure of a certain amount of comfort and care. Martin's attitude about money distressed her. He did not seem to take the matter of their finances with sufficient seriousness. He was ever urging her to engage a maid to attend to the dishwashing and clean up after dinner. He hated kitchen work himself, and equally hated to have his wife do it. When he finished his dinner and rose from the table, rolling a cigar about between his teeth and filling his mouth with good, strong inhalations of satisfying tobacco smoke, he felt contented, replete, ready for talk and relaxation. To have Jeanette disappear into the kitchen and begin banging around out there with pans and rattling dishes annoyed him. He could not bring himself to help her. Something in him rebelled at such work. His wife readily understood how he felt. She sympathized with him and did not want him to help her, but she had her own aversions to letting the dishes stand overnight and having them to do after breakfast the following day. It took the best part of her morning and meant she could never get downtown until afternoon. But Martin was willing to concede nothing. He answered her arguments by reiterating his advice to get her to hire a girl. "Good God, Jan," he would say in characteristic vigorous fashion, "she would cost you $15 or $20 a month, and then you could get out as early as you wanted to in the mornings, and we could have our evenings together." It was just that $15 or $20 a month which Jeanette wanted to save to pay on her bills. She had inherited a sense of frugality. It worried her to be in debt. Martin, on the other hand, was blandly indifferent. He was willing to deny himself very little, his wife often felt, to help her contribute to the till. They had many arguments about the matter, but never reached a conclusion. Their creditors, they owed a little less than $300, were kept satisfied by a small remittance each month, but something more always had to be charged. Jeanette was baffled. She talked it over with Alice. The Beardsleys lived more simply than the Devlins. They did not entertain nor go out to dinners so often, nor to the theatre, and they paid only half as much rent. Their whole scale of expenditure was more economical. That was the answer, of course. When Jeanette told Martin they were living beyond their means, he grew angry. "Damn it," he answered her. "If there is one thing I hate more than another, it's a piker. What do you want to crab about the bills for? Haven't we got everything we want? Aren't we getting along all right? Who's kicking?" Jeanette heaved a sigh of weariness. Some day before long she would have to persuade him to her way of thinking. Alice's boy was born in October and was christened Ralph Sturgis Beardsley by the Reverend Dr. Fitzgibbons, much to Mrs. Sturgis's tearful satisfaction. Alice had a comparatively easy time with the birth of her second child, but again there was an aftermath which kept her weak and anemic and necessitated an operation just before Christmas. It was just before Christmas that Jeanette urged Martin to ask for a raise. Several circumstances encouraged her. She had learned through Miss Holland that Walt Chase was getting $85 a week. A big mail-order concern out in Chicago had made him an offer, and Mr. Corey had been obliged to raise his salary in order to keep him. Martin had met John Archibald of the Archibald Engraving Company, the largest color engravers in the city, and Mr. Archibald had bought Martin a drink at the bar in the Waldorf, and presented him with a cigar. Lastly, her husband had landed a new engraving account a few weeks before, and had brought in considerable holiday business. Martin heeded her advice and had a talk with Herbert Gibbs, who promised to take the matter up with his brother, Joe, and seemed disposed to recommend the increase. In the wildest of spirits Martin came home, waltzed his wife around the apartment, kissed her a dozen times, told her again and again she was a wonder, insisted she stop her preparations for dinner, and carried her off to a café downtown, where he ordered a pint of champagne and toasted her. His elation, however, was not fully justified. Martin had asked for a substantial increase and a commission on all new accounts. It was evident that in discussing the matter the brothers had decided this was too much. They agreed to give him $3,000 a year on a 12-months contract. "I always detested that flat-headed pig," Jeanette exclaimed inelegantly when Martin brought home the news. "Think of how we tried to entertain him and that stupid wife of his, and how we went down to visit them and let them bore us to death. I knew he was that kind of a creature." "Aw, come, Jan," Martin remonstrated. "You want to be fair. Herb did the best he could. It was old Joe who kicked. $3,000 a year isn't so bad. That's $250 a month. Not so rotten for a fellow 27. Now I hope to God you'll get a girl in here to help run the kitchen." "Well, all right," Jeanette conceded. "Only you've got to go on helping me save. I want to pay off every cent we owe. I suppose I get my half as usual." "Sure. I'll be paid now twice a month, 1st and 15th. Let's see. That's $125. I get $62.50. That's really $5 more a week, isn't it?" "You're a little tightwad. Do you know that, darling?" "No, I'm not," Jeanette defended herself. "I'm only trying to run things economically and systematically. And to do that, you've got to plan ahead. The trouble with you, Mart, is that you never do." The raise led to the appearance of Hilda in the kitchen. Hilda was a big-boned, good-natured Swedish girl, willing but a careless cook, often exasperatingly stupid. Jeanette paid her $15 a month, and established her in the vacant bedroom not hitherto furnished, which involved an outlay of nearly $100. In spite of the additional income, money continued to be a problem. Jeanette still felt that she and Martin were living too extravagantly, and that her husband did not do his share in helping to retrench. She had been entirely satisfied in the old days before she married to go to the theatre in the gallery or rear balcony seats, but Martin scorned these locations. When he went to a show, he said he wanted to enjoy himself, and sitting in the cheap seats robbed him of any pleasure whatsoever. It was the same whenever they went downtown to dinner. He preferred the expensive hotels and restaurants. When he bought new clothes, he went to a tailor and had the suit made to order. He tipped everywhere he went far too generously. If there was any economizing to be done, it was always Jeanette who must do it. And what made it all the harder was that he did not thank her for the self-denial. He spent, his wife had no way of knowing how much, a great deal for drinks, and for the gin and vermouth he brought home. Once a week, sometimes oftener, he would arrive with a bottle of each carefully wrapped up in newspaper under his arm. Every time they entertained, she knew it meant more gin and more vermouth for cocktails. Martin was not a tippler. Frequently, several days or a week would go by without his even suggesting a cocktail. He did not seem to want one, unless there was company, or he happened to come home specially tired. Jeanette had never seen him intoxicated, although on the last day of the New Year a number of the men at his office had gathered in the late afternoon at a neighboring bar, and wished each other "Happy New Year" over and over. Martin arrived home, glassy-eyed and noisy, wanting her to kiss and love him. She hated him when he had been drinking. She even loathed the odor of liquor on his breath. It made it strong and hot, like the breath of a panther. Another expense was his cigars, of which he consumed half a dozen a day. She knew they cost money, and she knew Martin well enough to feel sure that the kind he liked was not the inexpensive variety. There was also his card-playing to be taken into account. Sandy McGregor had a circle of friends who played poker together generally once a week, on Friday nights. At first Jeanette had urged Martin to go when Sandy had rung him up, asking if he would like to sit in. She considered it part of a good wife's role. A man should not be expected to give up masculine society, or an occasional good time with the boys, merely because he was married. She did not entirely approve of poker, but Martin loved it. Whenever he won, he woke her up when he came home and announced it triumphantly. When he lost, he said nothing about it, and she felt she had no right to ask questions. She suspected he did not tell her the truth about the size of the stakes for which he played, realizing she would worry. So she never inquired, and if Martin came home and put $7 or $8 on her dressing table, exultingly telling her that it was half his winnings, she thanked him with a bright smile and a kiss for his generous division, even though she was confident he had won a great deal more. On the 1st and 15th of the month he gave her $62.50. She had to apportion the money among the tradespeople, the bills downtown, and keep enough for Hilda's wages and incidental table expenses for the ensuing fortnight. It left her very little to spend on herself, for clothes and amusements, far from enough. For years she had been independent, her own mistress, with the disposal of her entire earnings. It was hard for her now to have to economize and compromise and resort to makeshifts because of her husband's indifference and improvidence. It brought back disturbing memories of old days when she and Alice and their mother had to skimp and struggle in order to eke out the simplest order of existence. It was just what she feared might happen when she had considered marrying. A month arrived when Jeanette found upon her grocer's bill a charge for gin and vermouth, and for half a box of cigars. $9.25. It precipitated an angry quarrel between her husband and herself. Martin had been encroaching in various ways upon her half-share of his salary, and she proposed now to put a stop to it. He argued that the cocktails and cigars had been for her friends when invited to dinner. She retorted that neither cocktails nor cigars had had any share in the entertainment she provided, and if he chose to have them on hand and offer them, it was his own affair. She taxed him with the whole score of his extravagance, while Martin chafed and twisted under her sharp criticisms, swore and grew sulky. He hated unpleasantness and tried to evade the issue. He'd pay for the booze and cigars and buy her a hat or anything else she fancied if she'd only forget it and quit ragging him. But Jeanette felt that the question of an equal division of their financial responsibility was vital to the success of their marriage, the happiness of both, and she refused to be deflected. He finally stormed himself out of the apartment, viciously banging the door shut behind him. 2 days of misery followed for them both, when they met with the exchange of monosyllables only, though their thoughts pursued one another through every hour. Their reconciliation was terrific, each willing to concede everything, each to make promises and to assure the other of utter contriteness. From Jeanette's point of view, matters improved. Twice Martin gave her an extra $10 out of his half of his salary. When the year's lease on the apartment neared its end, Martin was not for renewing it. Herbert Gibbs had been talking to him about Cohasset Beach, urging him to move there. Summer was approaching, Gibbs pointed out, with all its good times of swimming and boating, and even in winter, he assured Martin, there was plenty of outdoor sport, skating, tobogganing, even skiing. In particular, his employer counseled, there was a remarkable little house, a bungalow, with floors, ceilings, and inside trim of oak that had just become vacant through the death of its owner, which could be had for $50 a month. It was a great bargain for the money. Martin was enthusiastic. Gibbs had promised he would be at once elected to the family yacht club, and had described the good times its members had, dances every Saturday night, and in summer swimming, yachting, picnics. The bunch, he assured the young man, was a live one, the pick of good fellows. Jeanette listened to her husband's glowing recital with a cold tightening at her heart. "He says, Jan," Martin told her eagerly, "that every once in a while they have masquerade parties down at the club, and everybody goes all dressed up with masks on, you know, so nobody recognizes you, and they just have a riot of fun. Then about a dozen or 15 of the fellows are going to sail boats this year. There's a shipyard near there, and the shipbuilder has designed the neatest little sailboat you ever saw in your life. He calls it the A-boat, and they are only going to cost $90 apiece. Just think of that, Jan, $90 apiece, a sailboat, a little yacht, for that sum. Gee willikins, can you imagine the fun we'll have? Everybody, you know, starts the same with a new boat. Gibbs was crazy to have me order one. The club is anxious to give the shipbuilder as big an order as possible so's to get the price down. So I fell for it and told him to put me down. I thought maybe I'd call her the Albatross." "You... what?" asked Jeanette blankly. "Sure, I told him to put me down. You know, it made a hit with him. He'd have been awfully sore if I hadn't. And it's up to me to keep in with old Gibbsy. I can sell it if we don't like it. Gibbs put my name up for membership in the yacht club." "He did?" Jeanette said blankly again. "Well, darlin', it's only $30 a year, and I guess that's not going to break us. The initiation fee is $25, something like that. Why, the club is just intended for young married folks like us. There are the dances for the ladies, and the card parties and picnics, and there are the sports for the men. Gee, I think it will be great. And Gibbsy tells me that by special arrangement this year the Cohasset Beach Yacht Club is going to let us use its tennis courts." Jeanette looked into his excited eyes, and a dull exasperation came over her. The poor, poor simpleton, she thought. He thinks he'll like it. Gibbs has filled him full. He'll hate it, as I hate it now, inside of a fortnight. He never would be contented in such a place. What would he do without his theaters and the gay nightlife he loves? It's hard enough for us to live as we are. We have to struggle and struggle to make ends meet. And here he is, mad to try an even more expensive method of living, involving clubs and club dues, yachts and commutation fares. And in such a community with such people, the flat-headed Gibbses and their awful friends picnicking there on the sand that terrible 4th of July. And Martin proposes I exchange them and their vulgar, dreadful society, their masquerades and card parties, for my beautiful little apartment which I've tried to make perfect, which everyone admires and which is my joy and delight." There was a dangerous fixed smile on her face as she rose from the dinner table where they had been lingering over their black coffee, and rang the little brass bell for Hilda to clear away. "Well, what do you think, Jan? Don't you believe we'd both come to love the country? Don't you think we'd have a pack of fun down there?" She eyed him with a cold stare a moment before she answered slowly, "I won't consider it." His face fell. "What's more," she added briefly, "I think you're a fool." His expression darkened. He glowered at her, hurt to the quick. She ignored him and went about the living room, straightening objects, lowering shades, adjusting lights. All the time she was steeling herself to the wrangle she knew was coming. She would be equal to it. She would give him straight talk. She'd let him have a piece of her mind and make him realize how absurd he was, how utterly insane, buying yachts and joining clubs. What did he think he was, anyway? A millionaire? The storm, when it broke, was the most violent they had yet known. It was even worse than she had anticipated. Martin, usually noisy, cursing, was quick to recover, while she rarely lost control of speech or action. But now the thought of giving up her little home, as he calmly proposed, infuriated her. He had not the faintest conception of how she loved it. He had never done one single thing to improve or beautify it beyond buying those frightful Macy's daubs. For the first time in their quarrels she could not control her tears. Convulsed with sobbing, Martin thought she had capitulated. He waited several minutes in distressed silence, and then came to where she lay upon the couch to put his arms about her and draw her to him. But she turned on him with a fury that was shocking. Rebuffed, he stared at her savagely, then snatched his hat and coat and left her with a violent bang of the door. Jeanette never for one moment thought she could not swing Martin to her wishes. She could not conceive of herself weakening. Martin had always been easy-going, good-natured, but she had forgotten how purposeful he could be when his intent was hot. She had forgotten his perseverance, his patience, his indefatigability when he wooed her. She had forgotten his winningness, his persuasiveness. He brought all these qualities into play now. There was no side-tracking him, no gainsaying him. His mind was locked against the renewal of their lease, and set upon Cohasset Beach. He argued, he cajoled, he pleaded, he coaxed. Never had she known him so irritating or so winning. If she grew cross, he was amiable. If she grew sorrowful, he was consoling and tender. If she advanced arguments that brooked no reply, he was loving and answered her with kisses. But he was determined. Nothing swerved him from his purpose. Once again Jeanette found no comforting support in anybody. Her mother said she ought to give in to her husband if he was so set upon the plan. It was the wife's place to give way. Alice thought it would be delightful to live in the country, and assured her sister she would come to love it. She and Roy had been talking all winter about moving to some place on Long Island or in New Jersey, but it was hard to find anything really nice for $25 a month within commuting distance of the city. They were going to board at Freeport again for the summer, and they intended to look around and see what they could find there. It would be ideal for the children. Was there any hope, any prospect? No, thank heaven, Jeanette answered fervently. She had enough to bother her without the complication of a baby just now. On the anniversary of her wedding day, she surrendered. Martin had been so sweet and gentle with her, so anxious to please, so considerate. Every impulse within her prompted her to do the thing he wanted. She could see how eager he was for his sailboat, his new club, and the country. He was mad to have them. Her heart was full of love for him. She reminded herself that when she had entered into this marriage, she had been determined to give more, if need be, than he did, to make their union a success. Here was an opportunity. It meant a great sacrifice for herself. She had no faith in the experiment, but felt she would learn to hate all the people and the place, and Martin would soon tire of it and them and share her feelings. But now it was the thing above all else he wanted, and it was her chance to be generous. She extracted from him 2 promises, however. It was a foregone conclusion, she told him, that she would not be happy at Cohasset Beach, but if she agreed to go and live there with him, it must be understood between them that she was to be free to come into New York as often as she pleased, to shop, or to visit her mother and Alice, or do anything she liked. He must also understand that he was to keep a closer watch upon their finances. With commutation, railroad fares, and club dues added to their expenses, they would have to practice a much more rigid economy. She wanted to get the table expenditures down to $15 a week, and that would be out of the question if he expected her to entertain. As soon as they were out of debt and had a little ahead, she would be more willing to have him invite people to visit them. He promised everything. He was only too anxious and willing, he said, to agree to all she asked, to show his deep gratitude. End of Book 2, Chapter 5, Sections 1 through 3. Book 2, Chapter 5, Sections 4 through 6 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 2, Chapter 5, Sections 4 through 6. The bungalow at Cohasset Beach at first sight consoled her in some degree for giving up the apartment. The little house was charming and charmingly situated. It had been built a few years before by a rich old lady, an invalid, who had been compelled to pass her days in a wheelchair which she operated herself. Because of the chair, the house had been planned bungalow fashion, though there was an upstairs of 2 small bedrooms and an extra bath, and the doorways between rooms had been made particularly wide to permit the easy passage of the chair. Inside there were oak floors throughout, a spacious fireplace, and an oak-timbered ceiling in a generous-sized living room, off which opened 2 bedrooms, and, opposite, the dining room. There was an acre or so of unkempt ground about the house, with some gnarled old apple trees, in blossom when Jeanette first saw them, and at the rear the ground sloped down to a rush-bordered pool in whose ripple-less surface all the colors of the sky, blossoming trees, and bordering reeds were intensified in glorious reflection. A white cow stood upon her own inverted image at the farther side. There was no view of the Sound, the bungalow was a good mile from the water, but it was picturesquely set, and Jeanette felt since she had been forced to abandon the city, she could not have found a home in the country that suited her better. The move from town was accomplished without a hitch. Even Hilda was successfully transplanted. Jeanette set herself determinedly to work to fit herself and her furniture into the new environment, and was surprised to discover how easily both were accomplished. Expenses alone distressed her. The vans which brought down the household effects cost more than she had expected, and she was obliged to order more furniture and rugs to make the new home attractive. Unfortunately, the bungalow had casement windows, and this necessitated cutting and remaking all her curtains. Some in addition, too, were needed for the living room, and Jeanette had decided that scrim would be both practical and economical, but the clerk in the store had shown her a soft, lovely material stamped with a design of long, green grasses and iris, which he assured her was sun-fast. The pale purple and green in the goods had appealed to her as so unusually beautiful and effective that she had not been able to resist getting it. She decided to plant iris about the house in the long, narrow strips of flower beds, and to carry iris as a motif throughout the place. In a Fifth Avenue shop there was some china that had a pattern of fleur-de-lis in its center, and her heart was set on some day acquiring it for her new home. Martin was immediately elected to the family yacht club. The Gibbses had him and his wife to dinner, and invited the Websters and another couple to make their acquaintance. Mrs. Rudolph Drigo and Mrs. Bloom, who were neighbors, called also Dr. Weingartner of the Episcopal Church. Alice, Roy, and the children spent a Sunday with her sister, and Alice was enthusiastic about everything. She told Roy they would have to find a house of their own at Cohasset Beach without delay. Summer had arrived before Jeanette was half aware of its approach. The weather turned glorious, the dogwood came and went, the country was full of sweet scents, robins and thrushes sang with open throbbing throats in the apple trees and hopped about in the shade. The frogs shrilled musically at evening in the pool, but Jeanette did not find the happiness for which she hoped. She tried to be content, she sought for joy in her new life and surroundings. She found none. Too many things were wrong. Over and over again she decided it was hopeless. First of all, there was the family yacht club, which Martin loved and she despised. She had known beforehand what it was going to be like, and closer acquaintance proved her premise to have been correct. All year round residents of Cohasset Beach made up its membership. There were less than 3,000 people in the Long Island village during the winter. It was only in summer that the place became fashionable. Among those who belonged to the little yacht club Jeanette soon discovered were Tim Birdswell, the village plumber, Zeb Klein, a contractor hardly better than a carpenter, Fritz Wiggins, who kept an electrical equipment store on Washington Street, Steve Teschemacher and Adolf Kuntz, who were real estate agents and were interested in a development known as Cohasset Park. Then there were the local dentist and his wife, the local attorney and his helpmate, and the local doctor, who seemed to be of a better sort than the rest and was fortunately unmarried. The ladies took an active part in the social life of the yacht club, and Stell Teschemacher, chairwoman of the entertainment committee, went early to call upon the new member's wife to invite her to come to the 500 Club meeting on the following Friday afternoon. There was a sprinkling of others who boasted of a slightly more exalted social status. Mrs. Drigo's husband operated a large ice plant in New York City. Mrs. Bloom was the wife of the well-known confectioner, and Percy Webster was connected with an advertising agency. If there were more interesting members, they kept themselves aloof. At least, Jeanette did not meet them. Once when she was describing to her mother with a good deal of relish the type of people who belonged to this club, and was referring to the list of members in the club's annual booklet, she was surprised to come upon the name of Lester Short and that of a prominent magazine editor well known to her. She asked Herbert Gibbs about these people at an early opportunity, but elicited nothing more satisfactory from him than, "Oh, they come round occasionally." If such was the case, Jeanette was unable to identify them. She was interested to learn later that Lester Short and his wife had 6 children and lived about half a mile beyond the village in the region known as the Point. Martin had no fault to find with his new friends. He was welcomed into their hearts. He charmed them all. He was acclaimed immediately the most popular member, and was appointed by the Commodore, old Jess Higginbotham, affable, decrepit, and rich, and owner of most of the acres Teschenmacher and Kuntz were trying to sell as choice lots in Cohasset Park, to serve on the entertainment committee with Stell Teschenmacher. Martin was enchanted with the cordiality with which he was accepted. He thought Zeb Klein, Fritz Wiggins, young Doc French, corking good scouts. Zeb and Fritz were a little rough, perhaps, but they were regular fellows. Steve Teschenmacher was as funny as a crutch, and his partner Adolf Kuntz had about as sharp and shrewd a mind as Martin had ever encountered. "Why, you ought to hear Adolf talk politics," he told his wife enthusiastically. "He knows more about what's going on up in Albany right this minute than all the newspapers in New York. You ought to hear him tell some of his experiences in the Republican Party." He might be interesting and clever, everything Martin said of him, but to Jeanette he seemed uncouth, ill-bred, a spitter of tobacco juice. When the yacht club formally opened its summer season, Jeanette put on her prettiest frock and went with her husband to the dance with which it was inaugurated. It was one of the efforts she made to adapt herself to the village life. She loved to dance. Swimming, sailing, tennis did not appeal to her, but from the dances in the clubhouse she hoped she might derive a certain amount of genuine pleasure. On the night of the affair, after studying the reflection in her mirror, she had decided she had never looked so well. With truth, she could say she was a beautiful woman, and in this estimate of herself she found ample confirmation in Martin's eyes. They hired a hack and drove over to the club. But for the young wife it proved a dismal experience. The yokels, the plumber, the electrician, the carpenter, the dentist, and real estate agents were afraid to approach her, not that she wanted them to, and she had been left to the favor of Herbert Gibbs, Doc French, and the old Commodore. The women eyed her covertly, whispered about her and her gown, and made no advances. Herbert Gibbs danced with her once, twice. Martin was 3 times her partner. Commodore Higginbotham had passed his gallivanting days. Doc French, whom she liked and to whom she would have been glad to be cordial, did not dance at all. The floor was rough and uneven, the music lugubrious. 3 small boys kept up a fearful racket playing with some folding chairs stacked in a corner. She watched Martin whirling and wheeling about the floor, his face a broad grin, his eyes and teeth flashing, talking, laughing, exchanging an endless banter with other couples, answering here, there, and everywhere to calls of "Martin" and "Mart." At 10:30 she could stand no more of it. She knew she was dragging her husband away from a hilarious good time, but she was bored, disgusted with the whole evening and the hoydenish, loud-voiced village folk. She would never make the mistake of going to another of their wretched dances. Martin could go if he wanted to. If he liked to hobnob with such people, he could do so to his heart's content. She wouldn't raise one word of objection. But wild horses wouldn't drag her there again. In a fortnight there was another dance at the club, and this time Martin took himself to the party alone, while Jeanette went to bed with a magazine. He woke her up when he came home a little after 12, and told her he had had a wonderful good time, and that Lester Short, his wife, and their 2 older children had been present. But Jeanette had no regrets. The Shorts and her husband could enjoy the society of the plumbers and carpenters and their wives if they chose to do so. She felt satisfied that if she had gone she would have been miserable. Besides the yacht club, there were other things in the new order of existence that proved annoying. Meat and vegetables cost considerably more at Cohasset Beach than in the city, and everything else was proportionally dearer. Jeanette had thought she might save a little on her marketing in the country, and it was discouraging to discover that this was quite impossible. She certainly had not expected to find that prices were actually higher. Then there was not nearly the same variety from which to choose in the stores here as there had been in the groceries, and particularly the meat markets of Amsterdam and Columbus Avenues. She and Martin were especially fond of lamb kidneys, which she used to buy at the rate of 3 for 5 cents in New York. Pulitzer's at Cohasset Beach never seemed to have them, and even more exasperating was the fact that fish could only be had on Thursdays, when the fish man came around blowing his horn. The neighborhood, too, was a source of discomfort. Jeanette discovered within a few days after they had moved into the bungalow that the reason so attractive a house had been for rent at such a figure, with its acre and more of ground, its apple trees and pond and picturesque setting, was that it was situated on the wrong side of town, beyond the railroad tracks, a mile from the water. The desirable residential section of Cohasset Beach was that in which the Herbert Gibbses lived, on the hill overlooking the Sound. A block from the bungalow, their rear yards abutting upon the railroad tracks, was a row of shabby cottages occupied by laborers, Polacks mostly, who worked in the quarries down on the point. Here fences sagged and refuse littered the roadway. Dirty children scrambled about and screamed at one another. Drying laundry fluttered from clotheslines, and fat dark women in calicoes and shuffling shoes gossiped from doorstep to doorstep. On Saturday nights there were invariably celebrations among these people, at which, from the singing and general racket, it was evident that red wine flowed freely, and the doleful whine of an accordion accompanying hoarse masculine voices rose dismally from sundown until the early morning hours, interrupted by shouts of rollicking laughter. Martin assured his wife that these people were simple creatures, peasants transplanted but a few years from their native soil, celebrating after a week of toil, in a harmless, jovial way after the fashion to which, in the old country, they had been accustomed. But Jeanette found it disturbing, not a little frightening, especially on those nights when Martin went off to the yacht club and left her alone with only Hilda in the house. Lastly, mosquitoes, germinated in the pond within 100 yards of her own door, made their appearance in hungry numbers early in July. The pool was practically stagnant, without visible outlet, and the neighbor who owned it and who operated a small dairy refused to oil it as his cows watered there. The bungalow windows were unscreened. Jeanette did not understand how she had failed to notice the fact when she first inspected the premises. The matter had to be remedied immediately, or life would be unsupportable. The landlord declined to do anything. Martin thought perhaps they could endure the nuisance until cold weather came, but his wife declared that unthinkable. If the windows were shut with the lights on, the bungalow became unsufferably hot and stuffy. If left open, moths, winged bugs, every kind of flying insect of the night, together with the pests bred in the stagnant pool, flew in to buzz about the globes and torment those beneath them. Zeb Klein agreed to equip the bungalow with screens. The frames would have to be fitted to the insides of the windows on account of their being casement, for $65, and Jeanette, angered by Martin's complacent acceptance of the circumstances, and his indifferent attitude towards that for which she felt him largely responsible, told the carpenter to go ahead. There were days when in the seclusion of her own bedroom she gave way freely to her tears. She wanted to be happy. She wanted to be a good manager of her house, a good wife to Martin. Life often seemed to demand more from her than she was capable of giving. Concede, concede, concede. It was all concession for her. Martin gave nothing. End of Book 2, Chapter 5, Sections 4 through 6. Book 2, Chapter 5, Sections 7 through 9. Of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 2, Chapter 5, Sections 7 through 9. There came another 4th of July, 1 year from the time of the visit to the Gibbses. Doc French was a member of the Cohasset Beach Yacht Club, as well as of the Family Yacht Club. There was to be a wonderful party at the former on the evening of the 4th. It was the club's annual show. A dinner was to be followed by a vaudeville entertainment, provided by a number of talented actors from the Lambs Club, and after that a dance which would probably last all night. Doc French invited Martin Devlin and his wife to be his guests. He was giving a little dinner party for his sister-in-law, Lou, and her cousin, Mrs. Edith Prentice, who were spending the holiday with him. Jeanette was overjoyed at the prospect. She spent a day shopping in New York and bought herself silver satin slippers, a pair of gray silk stockings to wear with a silver dress, part of her trousseau, which she had had no occasion to put on since she moved to the country. It promised to be a delightful affair, and Martin shared her excitement. It turned out to be all she expected. The spacious dining room, the dancing floor, even the awninged porches were crowded with tables, gay with flowers and patriotic decorations. There was a beguiling atmosphere of soft lights, color and music, smart and lovely women, elaborate costumes, attractive men. Jeanette felt that she herself bloomed with beauty, that she appeared tall, statuesque, superb. People at other tables threw appraising glances, and occasionally she saw a lorgnette leveled in her direction. Doc French was admiring and attentive. She liked his sister-in-law, and particularly Mrs. Prentice. The vaudeville show, on an improvised stage at one end of the long room, was one of the best she had ever witnessed. Some of the actors were headliners in their profession. With songs and stories, they kept the audience rocking with laughter and stirred it to roars of applause. One of the entertainers particularly drew Jeanette's interest, a young actor named Michael Carr, an unusually attractive youth, renowned for his good looks. A matinee idol, he had held the boards on Broadway all winter as the leading attraction in a Viennese opera. Jeanette thought he sang delightfully, and had a most charming personality. Towards midnight the chairs and tables were cleared away, and the dancing began. Doc French did not dance himself, but he had no difficulty in securing partners for his guests, and Jeanette floated around the gaily decorated ballroom through the soft colors of calcium lights thrown upon the dancers in an intoxication of pleasure. Men, young and old, seemed anxious to know her and ask her to dance. She was in demand every moment, and in one of these dizzying whirls she was interrupted by Doc French to introduce Michael Carr. The actor had asked to be presented. Could he have a dance? The next was promised, but he could have it just the same, she said with shining eyes. She drifted away in his arms presently, a sweet giddiness enveloping her senses, rocking her in sensuous delight. They glided from the dance and wandered out upon the long pier over the water. The lisping waves lapped the piles and rhythmically beat upon the pebbled shore. The music of the dance reached them plaintively. Yachts, white and ghostly, stood sentinels at their moorings, their cabins pinpricked with lights, their starboard lanterns glowing green. The night air was caressing. Gay voices floated toward them. There was smothered laughter from hidden corners. The heavens were a myriad of golden stars. Quite simply, Michael Carr took the slim silver figure in his arms. She melted into his embrace, and their lips clung to one another's long and lovingly. It was a night of love, a night for lovers. The brilliantly lit ballroom, the music drew them back. Jeanette had no sense of guilt. The mood of the hour still wrapped her. For the moment she loved this man wholeheartedly. He was divine, a superman, a god. No thought of Martin came to distress her. She was supremely content, supremely happy. It was rapture, bliss, enchantment. In her ear he kept whispering, "You are wonderful, you are beautiful, you are adorable." Doc French was beckoning to her, but she only smiled amiably at him as she passed and floated on in Michael's arms, bending and undulating with him in perfect symmetry of motion. There was no such thing as time or space. She shut her eyes and seemed to be floating, floating, floating. Doc French stopped them with a hand on the actor's arm. "Sorry to interrupt," he said, "but I fear I must. Your husband, Mrs. Devlin. May I speak to you a moment?" Carr said, "Oh, I beg pardon," and stepped aside, but Jeanette's thoughts followed him. "What is it, Doc?" "Martin had better go home, Mrs. Devlin. He's been downstairs at the bar, and I guess he's had a bit too much. I was going to take him home myself, but I didn't know how to get into your house." "Martin?" "He's been downstairs at the bar, and I'm afraid the fellows there wouldn't let him get away." "Martin?" Reality came blindingly upon her with a glare of hideous white light. Her dream shattered, ugliness obtruded, things naked and angular, harshness and cold cruelty. She felt as if she were being jerked from enchanted slumber by a rude and horrid hand. She clutched at her heart as if to tear out the pain that had already stabbed her there. "Martin!" she breathed again, gasping a little, the blood draining from her face. "He's all right, Mrs. Devlin, quite all right, I assure you. Nothing's happened to him, nothing wrong. There's been no accident." "Accident?" Her eyes widened with sudden fear. No, it's all right. He's just drunk a little too much, and I thought he'd better go home." "Oh, surely. Right away. Where is he?" "Well, we've got him out in my car." Let's go then. Let's go quickly. I'll get my wraps." She started for the dressing room. "Good night," Michael's voice called after her, but she did not turn her head. Doc French led her to the motor car. Martin lay huddled in the back, insensate, a long string of saliva trailing from his underlip. A strange man supported him. A trembling, whispered exclamation escaped Jeanette. Her companion kept on reassuring her. "There's nothing the matter," he repeated. "He's had too much to drink, that's all. Get in the front seat with me, and I'll drive you straight home, and we'll put him to bed." They bumped over the car tracks in Washington Street and the dusty, uneven ground in front of the station. The dawn was coming up, angry and on fire in the east. Before the bungalow, Jeanette jumped from the motor car and struggled to insert the twisted latchkey in the lock, but her fingers shook so much it took her some time to manage it. Behind her, Doc French and the strange man were lifting Martin from the car. As they wrenched him free, he groaned painfully. Jeanette flew into the house, flung on the lights, tore back the gay-figured cretonne cover of the bed. Her underclothes lay upon the chair where she had tossed them when she had been so happily dressing. She gathered these with one swift reach and threw them to the floor of a closet. The stumbling feet were coming. The men were carrying Martin, head and feet. With a concerted effort they heaved him upon the bed, and he lay there inertly, sprawling, just as he had fallen. "Can I help you, Miss Devlin?" asked the doctor, dusting off his hands. "Oh, no, thank you very much," Jeanette answered in a strained voice. "Don't you think we'd better undress him? He's pretty heavy for you to manage alone." Jeanette looked at the helpless figure flung out across the bed, ungainly postured like a child's discarded doll, purple lips parting with each breath, the hair damp and tousled. One of his garters had loosened and dangled now from the wrinkled hose that covered a patent-leathered pump. "No," she said again slowly. "Thank you very much for all your kindness, Doc. But it's my job. He belongs to me. I'll take care of him." 3 hours later she walked out on the back porch. The heat of the Sunday morning was moist and tropical, giving promise of a scorching day. The bells of the Catholic Church on the Point Road were ringing sweetly for the children's mass. Her eyes felt burnt out from lack of sleep, 2 black holes in her head. Hilda was making a small fuss in the kitchen, rattling pans, droning hoarsely to herself. Jeanette stood at the porch railing and looked off across the quiet country, misty with the early heat. Emotions were at war in her heart, and there was pain. She had not been to bed. She had not even lain down. The silver gown had been put away, her finery discarded, and now she wore the striped velveteen wrapper in which she usually did her morning's work. She had undressed her husband, removed his shoes, drawn off his dress suit, tugging at its arms, rolling him from one side to another to free the clothing. She had washed his face with a cold wet rag and brushed the rumpled hair from his eyes. Then she had put the room in order, opened the casement windows, drawn the shades, closed the door, and left him to peace and sleep. The house had needed straightening, and to this she had turned her attention, adjusting rugs, pushing chairs into position, emptying ash receivers, carrying away newspapers, arranging magazines and books in neat piles, using broom and dustpan, wiping the furniture with a dustcloth. Hilda had given her some coffee at 8 o'clock, and she had drunk it black and crunched some thin slices of buttered toast. Now nothing remained to be done, and the thoughts to which she had resolutely shut her mind clamoured for admittance to her weary brain. Remorse and reproach, censure and repugnance, disillusionment, humiliation, grief and regret, they swarmed upon her like so many black flies. The hours of the morning ticked themselves away. She could not sleep, she could not rest. Over and over her thoughts turned to the incident of the night, giving her no peace, no surcease. Every little while she would go softly to Martin's door and silently look in upon him. He lay as she had left him. In spite of the open windows, the room reeked of alcohol. Towards noon she fell asleep on the couch in the living room, and the afternoon light was waning when she opened her eyes. The sound of water woke her. Martin was running a bath, and when presently she entered the bedroom, she found him shaving. She was shocked at his appearance. His face was dead white, the eyes bloodshot, and his hand trembled as he held the razor. But it was Martin, restored to life and sanity. They avoided one another's glance, and constraint held them silent. She could see that physically he was weak, his nerves still shattered, and that his mind was sick with remorse and fear of her displeasure. He could not guess she wanted only to take him in her arms, to kiss and comfort him, wanted only to be kind and good to him, to restore him to health and strength, wanted to utter no word of reproach, but to give him all the love she could, and so ease the pain and shame within herself. 3 weeks later, Doc French drove up in front of the bungalow door in his lumbering motor car. It was late in the afternoon. There had been a heavy thunderstorm about 2 o'clock, but now the sun was glittering on all the dripping trees and drenched shrubbery, and the air was fragrant with sweet grassy and woodland smells. There was to be another dance at the Cohasset Beach Yacht Club the following Saturday night. Doc's sister-in-law and Mrs. Prentice were coming down for it and would stay with him over the weekend. It happened to be Lou's birthday, and he wanted Martin and Jeanette to help celebrate the event at a small dinner he was arranging at the Cohasset Beach clubhouse before the dance. Jeanette thanked him and said that no, she was sorry, but she and Martin had another engagement. Doc was very kind to think of them, but it would have to be another time. When her husband came home on the 5:20, she told him about it. "Oh, you betcha," he agreed. "No more of that kind of stuff for this young fellow. We're out of our class at that club, Jan." "I thought," suggested Jeanette, "we might go to the other club that night. There's always a dance there, and it would be our excuse to Doc French. It occurred to me that perhaps after we got to know those people a little better, we might like it." Martin's face beamed with pleasure. "Would you? Would you really go?" he asked eagerly. "Say, Jan, that'll be fine. Say, if you only wouldn't be so standoffish and proud, you'd learn to like that gang, and they'd learn to like you. They're awfully good-hearted." "Well, I'll try," said his wife. End of Book 2, Chapter 5, Sections 7 through 9. Book 2, Chapter 6, Sections 1 through 3. Of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 2, Chapter 6, Sections 1 through 3. It was quite an undertaking to go from Cohasset Beach to Freeport on the opposite side of Long Island. One had to take the steam train to Jamaica and change cars there. The connections were bad. It took the better part of 2 hours. But Alice had written her sister week after week, begging her and Martin to spend a Sunday with them, and finally a date had been set. It was the end of the Beardsleys' stay at Freeport, and the visit could not be further postponed if the Devlins were to accomplish it at all. Jeanette was eager to go, but to Martin it meant the loss of his 1 day in the week of yachting. There were races every Sunday afternoon, and since Martin had acquired his little A boat, there was no joy in life for him equal to the pleasure of sailing it. But it held no joy for Jeanette. She resented the boat, and everything connected with it. To her it only meant $90 worth of extravagance, and it took her husband away from her every weekend. He spent Saturday afternoons tuning up, as he described it, for the race on Sunday. She saw little of him on these days. He was always at the yacht club and would often be half an hour to an hour late for dinner. He never had any sense of time. So she had patiently urged the expedition to Freeport, and had made him promise weeks in advance that this particular date should be dedicated to the visit. The day was a glorious success. Martin was in his sweetest, merriest mood, and no regret over his lost sport lingered in his heart. There was only a faint stirring of wind, and little indication that it would freshen. As previous days had been marked by calm, he was consoled, therefore, in thinking that in all probability there would be no race that afternoon. Alice, Roy, and the children met them at the Freeport station. They were all going on a picnic over to the beach, it was announced. A launch would take them to a sandy reef that was their own discovery. It left a little after 11. They just had time. The beach, when they reached it, was totally deserted. No one ever came there, Alice explained. It was a narrow, hummocky strip of sand, a mile or more in length, with no habitation on it but a gray, weather-beaten shack falling into ruins. A rickety one-board pier jutted out into the lagoon that separated this reef from the island shore, and the launch stopped there a moment to let the little party disembark before it went chug-chugging on its way to Coral Beach farther along the coast, where a small tent colony was springing into being. The launch would return for them about 5 o'clock. A sandy tramp of a few hundred yards over the dunes and sparse gray sea scrub brought them to the lunching spot. Here, half covered over with drifting sand, was a long padlocked pine box. Roy produced a key and opened it. This was the cachet, the Beardsleys explained. They and the children came here every Sunday, and they kept a few things stowed away in the box. Nobody ever disturbed them. This was their own little sandy domain, and they referred to it always as San Salvador. The box disclosed a tall, faded beach umbrella, which was immediately unfurled and planted upright in the sand. Then there was a piece of clean canvas, some straw cushions, and an iron grill. The canvas was spread under the umbrella. Roy made Jeanette seat herself on one of the cushions, and he propped a board at an angle behind her so that she might lean back against it and be comfortable. Then she was given Ralph to hold and to feed from his bottle. The others proceeded to busy themselves with preparations for lunch. Etta was quite able to look out for herself, Alice assured her sister, and the baby would be off in 10 minutes. An expedition for driftwood was inaugurated, and presently a large pile of smoothly rounded bleached sticks, branches, and blocks of wood was heaped near at hand. The lunch consisted of hot cocoa and chops, which were to be grilled, and some round flat bakery buns to be split in half and toasted. In a few moments there was a brisk, snapping fire leaping up through the bars of the grill. A large saucepan and the milk appeared. The buns, impaled on the points of sticks, were set to toasting. At the last moment the chops were to be put on to broil. A heavenly felicity stole over Jeanette as she sat in the shade of the umbrella, the baby in her arms, watching the scene. The Atlantic thundered in great arcs of green water, foamed crested, which crashed magnificently in round curling splatters of spray, and slid swiftly, smoothly, reachingly up the flat beach to slink back again upon themselves, as if deriding these harmless, picnicking people were not the victims for which they sought. Seaweed littered the beach in long whiplashes and bulbous bottles, and seabirds picked their way about in it and pecked at sand fleas. Gulls soared in wide circles above their heads, squawking ugly cries, or skimmed the wave-tops hunting fish. Far out upon the bosom of the ocean, a steamer left a long scarf of smoke against an azure sky. The salt air from the sea was scented with the fragrant odor of the beechwood fire. Little Ralph lay inertly in Jeanette's arms, sucking greedily at his bottle until the last of it had to be tilted up against his mouth. At this stage his eyelids began to drift shut and his head to hang heavily in the crook of her elbow. He was a cunning child, his aunt thought, critically studying him. He resembled his father with a closeness that was ludicrous, a small replica with the same small mouth, the same whimsical smile and unruly tawny hair. His skin was like satin, delicately tinted, and against its faint pinkness his long fringed lashes lay like tiny feathery fans. His weight against her breast felt pleasant to her. He seemed so trusting, so certain of protection, as he lay sleeping thus, a scrap of humanity confident of the world's love. A sudden tenderness came to the woman. She bent down and kissed the damp forehead at the edge of the child's yellow hair. The entrancing smell of crisply broiling meat and toasting bread assailed her. "Mm-mm," she said hungrily, and raising her head she observed Martin watching her. Puzzled a moment by the intentness of his gaze, her eyes widened inquiringly, but he only shook his head at her pleasantly and grinned. There was love in his look, and it thrilled her as evidence of any affection from him never failed to do. She gently laid the baby on the strip of canvas, arranged a rumpled little pillow beneath his head, spread a square of netting over him to keep flies from bothering him, weighing down its corners with a few beach pebbles, and joined the others about the fire, where presently they were all munching with gluttonous cries of delight. Never was there better food. Never was there anything so delicious. A bite of grilled chop and a bite of crisp, buttery bun. Their appetites were on edge. They grunted in satisfying them. Another cup of hot cocoa, please, and yes, another chop. Just one more, but this must positively be the last. As the fire died away, they lay back upon the sand, replete, heavy with food, bathed in pleasant warmth. Etta, stripped off all clothing but a diminutive undershirt, played in the sand and squatted on her heels on the edge of the wave rips, uttering gurgling cries of fright when her toes were wet. Drowsiness and bodily comfort wrapped the others' senses. A feeling of openness, sky, land, and ocean, beguiled them. The breakers pounded and swished musically up the beach. Seabirds lifted plaintive cries. The faint breeze was redolent of salt and kelp, the sun's heat warm and caressing. Jeanette awoke deliciously. Martin was bending over her. He had kissed her, and now he was smiling down at her. "Come on," he said. "We're all going swimming." "Oh," protested Jeanette, yawning with a great stretch of limbs. "Oh, must we?" "Oh, yes, Jenny," Alice urged, coming up. "We always go swimming. That's the best part of the fun." "I didn't bring a bathing suit," objected Jeanette sleepily. "I've got an old one of mine for you, and Roy borrowed a suit at the boarding house for Martin." They dragged her to her feet, and as she looked at the emerald waves curling toward her, they suddenly seemed inviting. In a few moments they were into their bathing suits and ran down to the water together, the four of them holding hands, laughing and shouting. The rushing tide swirled about their knees and leaped up against their thighs. "Come on!" urged the men, dragging their wives into the frightening turmoil. A wave engulfed them, quickening their breath, sending their hearts knocking against their throats with its cold sharpness. "Ah!" screamed Jeanette. "Isn't it glorious?" Martin caught her, lifted her high, as a comber crashed down upon them, burying him in white foam. The water fled past. Jeanette caught him about the neck, and they pressed their lips and wet faces together. "Mart, Mart," she cried. "It's just like our honeymoon, isn't it?" He strained her to him, kissing her dripping hair and cheeks, his arms entwined about her, his face stretched wide with laughter and excitement. "My God, Jan," he said with almost a groan of feeling. "My God, I love you when you're this way. You're just wonderful." Her shining eyes were his answer, and he caught her to him again to kiss her fiercely. A wave suddenly plunged over them. Jeanette felt herself wrenched from his embrace, felt him stumbling on the sand in the big effort he made to keep his footing. Even in that brief frightening moment when she was totally submerged and they were being dragged apart, she was conscious of the great strength of the man, of arms suddenly taut as steel cables, of fingers and hands that gripped her like grappling hooks of iron and pitted their might against the might of the sea. The tumultuous plunge of water rushed headlong on its course, but Martin stood firm and pulled her to him. They clung together once more, and laughing like children, faced another menacing attack of the ocean. Later, as she lay prone upon the hot, hard sand, baking in the sun's delicious heat, her hair spread out behind her on a towel to dry, she watched her husband with Etta in his arms again, encountering the waves. The little girl's arms were tight around his neck, and she screamed with excitement whenever the water foamed and welled up about them. The child was not frightened. It was remarkable to observe the unusual confidence the little girl had in her uncle. A fine figure of a man, mused his wife. His limbs had the form of sculpture, and his body, shining now with the glitter of wet bronze, showed every muscle rippling beneath the skin like writhing snakes. He was indeed a husband to be proud of, a husband any woman might envy her. She must never let his love for her grow less. He must always be in love with her, not merely have an affectionate regard for her as most men had for their wives. He was lying on the beach now, and Etta was covering him with sand, screaming shrilly each time he stirred and cracked the mold she was patting into shape about him. "You bad, Uncle Martin," came the child's piping voice. "You be a good man and lie still." He had the child on his back presently, and on hands and knees crawled 100 yards down the beach, sniffing at whatever came into his path and growling fiercely. Etta's shrieks reached them above the roar of the surf. She had a stick now, and was belabouring her steed vigorously. "No, no, Etta, no, no!" called her mother. Martin waved a reassuring hand, and pretended to suffer death. "It's wonderful the way Martin has with children," commented Alice. "They seem to take to him naturally." Everyone did, thought his wife affectionately. He was truly exceptional. Children, boys and girls, men and women, everybody felt his irresistible attraction. A shrill tooting announced the arrival of the launch. There was a mad scramble. No one was dressed. Roy went off to tell the boat to wait while the others hurried into their clothes, gathered plates, forks, and other accessories of the lunch into baskets, and flung umbrella, canvas, grill, and cushions back into their keeping place. Everyone was laughing helplessly when Roy came springing back to tell them to take their time, as the old captain had admitted he was half an hour early. 15 minutes later they clambered aboard the puffing motorboat, and Martin and Jeanette found themselves sitting side by side in the stern. His hand found hers as it lay upon the seat between them, and their fingers linked themselves together. Their eyes shone as they looked at one another. "Wonderful day, Jan." "Ah, wonderful indeed," she answered. It was late that night, after they were in bed, that Martin said to her, "Jan, old girl, wouldn't you like to have a baby? You looked so sweet today, sitting there under the umbrella with little Ralph in your arms. Really, you made a beautiful picture. Mother and child, you know. I haven't been able to get it out of my mind since. I think it would be a lot of fun to have a kid." Jeanette was silent. She had often thought about having a child. Martin continued, "Seems to me, Jan, you'd love a baby after it came. I know it's a pretty tough experience, and you don't want one so awfully badly, but gee, Christopher, I think a baby would be swell. One of our own, you know? One that belonged to us, that was ours. And you would, too. I often look at Herbert Gibbs's kid and wish to goodness he was mine. Herb's always talking about him, and I know damn well I'd be just as loony about a son of my own. Now take Roy and Alice, for example. See what fun they get out of their children, and that Etta sure's a heartbreaker, and she's so jolly, too. Did you ever see a pluckier kid than that? You'd like a daughter like her, wouldn't you, Jan? I think a baby would be a lot of fun. Don't you?" Still she said nothing, and he asked his question again, giving her a little squeeze in the circle of his arm. "I was just thinking about it," she said vaguely. "It means a good deal for a woman." "That's right, of course. I know it does. But you wouldn't be scared, would you, Jan?" "Oh, no, that wouldn't bother me much," she said slowly. "It's the ties that bind one afterwards that I was thinking of." "Well, you want a baby sometime, don't you? You don't want to grow old and be childless, do you?" "No, certainly not." "Then what's the good of waiting?" "A baby's an expense, and we're terribly behind. I think we ought to be out of debt first, don't you?" "Yes, I guess so." They went off to sleep at this point, but Martin brought the subject up again a few days later. During the interval, however, Jeanette had made up her mind. They were over $500 in debt, and until that was cleaned up, or at least very materially reduced, it would be very foolish indeed for them to consider having a child. If Martin wanted a baby, he must do his share in getting out of debt. "But, Jan, don't you think a baby would help us save? I mean, if there was one in the house, I don't believe you and I would want to gad so much." His wife eyed him with a twisted smile and an elevated brow. "Ah, hell!" he said disgustedly, and went to find a cigar. End of Book 2, Chapter 6, Sections 1 through 3. Book 2, Chapter 7, Sections 1 through 4, of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread, by Charles G. Norris. Book 2, Chapter 7, Sections 1 through 4. September brought an end to the yacht racing, and a few weeks later Martin's beloved A-boat was towed with a number of others a mile or two down the Sound to be housed in winter quarters. Jeanette earnestly hoped that this would mean her husband would spend more time with her at weekends. He was gone from Monday till Friday, all day, and she felt that at least part of his Saturday afternoons and Sundays should be hers. But Martin always wanted to do things on these days. He wanted some active form of amusement, some excitement, a party, as he called it, and he was never content to sit at home and read or go for a walk with his wife. He asserted he needed the exercise, and if he missed it between Saturday noon and Sunday night, he was stale for the rest of the week. Sometimes Jeanette came into the city by train on a Saturday, met him after the office closed at noon, and together they went to lunch and later to a matinee. Then the alternative presented itself of either remaining in town for dinner and going to another show, or of taking a late afternoon train back to Cohasset Beach. Such a program, of course, cost money, but unless Jeanette did this, Martin would go off to the yacht club Saturday afternoon and return there in the evening after dinner to play poker. The Saturday night dances gave place at the close of the yachting season to smokers, which only the men attended. A certain group called itself the Gang, and prominent in it were such club lights as Herbert Gibbs, Zeb Klein, Fritz Wiggins, Steve Teschenmacher, and Doc French. Martin Devlin was warmly hailed as one of them. They played poker every Saturday night, and the session lasted until an early hour Sunday morning. Jeanette came to hate these men. She resented their taking her husband from her. She begrudged his gambling when he could not afford to lose. When she protested, the only answer from him was a testy, "Quit your crabbin'!" He almost invariably won, and divided his winnings with her, or at least divided what purported to be his winnings. His wife despised herself for taking the money. It made her want him to win, though she wished to be indifferent to his card-playing, since she did not approve of it. She tried to justify her acceptance of the money on the ground that it went to pay off some of their bills, but sometimes she bought a small piece of finery for herself with it. She was becoming very shabby in appearance. She reminded herself almost daily that she had not bought any new clothes since she was married, and the bride's wardrobe, though ample, was now worn and much depleted. It was towards the end of summer, when already there was a brisk touch of fall in the air, that Roy Beardsley fell ill with typhoid, and for 3 weeks was a desperately sick man. Martin, who had various talks with the physician, told Jeanette that there was small hope of his recovery. Certain phases of the case made it appear very grave. Jeanette took Etta and Ralph to stay with her in the country, and Mrs. Sturgis moved out to the flat in the Bronx to help Alice fight for Roy's life. Jeanette, from the first, believed he was going to die. Destiny, it seemed to her, had ordained it. For the first time in many years she got down on her knees in her bedroom and prayed. She realized more clearly than anyone else in the family what a tragedy Roy's death would be to them all, to helpless Alice and his helpless children, to her little mother, to Martin, to herself. She did not know what would become of Alice and her babies. How would they live? She and Martin would have to shoulder the responsibility, and they had difficulty in making ends meet as it was. Where would Martin get $50 or even $25 a month to send Alice? And how could Alice and the children manage on so small a sum? Roy, she knew, had a $3,000 life insurance policy, hardly more than enough to bury him decently. Alice could not go to work. She had not the faintest notion of how to earn a living. She was clever with her needle, but that was all. It was impossible to imagine her a seamstress. But she would either have to go into that work and let Jeanette keep the children, or she would have to live with her mother, while Mrs. Sturgis and Martin, between them, would have to contribute what they were able to their support. It was a terrible prospect in any case. Jeanette was ridden with fear of the catastrophe. How different it would be, she reminded herself, were she in Alice's situation. She with her profession and her experience in business. She had nothing to fear on that score. She could always take care of herself. Poor Alice! Poor little brown bird! There would be nothing for her to do. She could not support herself, not to mention her 2 children. Jeanette remembered that once she had begged to be allowed to follow her sister's example and go to work, and she recalled how she and her mother had vigorously opposed her. She wondered now if that had been right. Perhaps every woman ought to have a profession, or at least a recognized means of earning her livelihood. How secure Alice would feel now in that case if Roy died. Grief-stricken, yes, but with the comforting knowledge that neither she nor her children need be dependent on anyone. All day long, as Jeanette watched Etta and Ralph playing under the apple trees, which had begun to shed their yellow leaves and the scant wizened fruit from their scraggy branches, she thought of Roy's possible death, and her sister's plight. Any one of the family group could be spared better than he. Yes, even Alice. Oh, it would be a calamity, a dreadful, horrible calamity, if Roy died. 20 times a day she closed her eyes and thought a prayer. She enjoyed having the children with her. Etta was an affectionate, ebullient child, always ready with hugs and kisses. Little Ralph placidly viewed the world with reposeful solemnity, made no demands, was amiably satisfied with any arrangement his elders or even his big sister thought wise, and in his gentleness was extraordinarily appealing. Late in the afternoons, Jeanette would dress them in clean rompers, pull on their sweaters and set them out on the lower step of the front stoop to wait for Martin. There they would sit for sometimes an hour or even longer, watching for him, and at the first glimpse Etta would run screaming to meet him with arms flung wide, Ralph following as best he could. Martin was particularly in love with the boy, and he would hold the baby in his lap for long periods, neither of them making a sound, or the child would grasp his finger and toddle beside him, seesawing from one slightly bowed leg to another, to inspect the pool and perhaps capture a frog. Only a miracle would stay death's hand, the doctor had said. But the miracle happened. Very slowly the tide began to turn, and inch by inch the flood of life came back to the wasted body of Roy Beardsley. Jeanette shed tears of gratitude when it was definitely asserted he would get well. She left the children in Hilda's care and went to the city to rejoice with her mother and sister. They clung together the way they used to do before either of the girls was married, wept and sniffled and kissed one another again and again. Roy's blue eyes seemed enormously large and dark when his sister-in-law saw him. His lip was drawn tight across his teeth, and these protruded like the fangs of a famished dog. His cheeks were sunk in great hollows beneath his cheekbones, and his hands were the hands of the starved. He was a living skeleton, but his great eyes acknowledged her presence and her smile, and there was a faint twitching of the tight-drawn lip. Although she had been prepared, she could not keep from betraying the shock his altered appearance gave her. He was indeed ghastly. The averted tragedy sobered them all. Roy would be many weeks getting back his health, and he must take particular care of himself during the approaching winter, the doctor cautioned. No one ever whispered the word tuberculosis, but each knew it was that which Roy must guard against. If it could be managed, he ought to be taken to a warmer climate, the physician advised, and he must make no effort but rest, drink milk, and eat nourishing food for a long time until he had entirely regained his strength. His father eagerly wrote him to come to California. Jeanette and Martin asked to keep the children. Everyone urged Alice to take her husband to the Golden State. So just before the first snow of the year, she and Roy departed westward, waving goodbye through the iron grill at the station to the little group behind it, who waved vigorously in return until "All aboard!" was shouted. The porter helped Alice up into the vestibule, and the train began slowly to move. The winter was hard. It was unusually cold, and snow lay heavy in great mounds along the edges of the village streets, and between trails of it meandered through the frozen fields. Soot from the trains blackened the white drifts, and the roadbeds were rutted in sharp ridges, and gray ice, that crackled and shivered like glass underfoot, formed in the hollows. The leafless trees spread their branches in black nakedness against the bleak sky, and the wind blew chilly across the bare countryside from the icy waters of the Sound. Yet Jeanette knew her first happiness at Cohasset Beach. Her days were full of the care of her small niece and nephew. They were endearing mites, exacting, but warmly affectionate. She had had no experience in bringing up children, but her mother came down to stay with her for a while, and Mrs. Drigo, who lived 100 yards or so down the street and had 4 healthy youngsters of her own, gave counsel in emergencies. Jeanette devoted herself to her task. She attacked the problem much as she would have met some untoward circumstance in business. She considered herself efficient, set great store by efficiency, and proposed to apply it to the care of her sister's children. She devised a system and adhered to it. In the cold mornings when the children woke, they might look at their picture books until she came in to dress them. They must not make any noise, and Martin must not go in to play with them or even open their door to say, "Hello," when he got up early to fix the furnace. They had their "poggy" and milk at 8, and immediately thereafter were bundled into their woolly leggings, sweaters, hooded caps, and mittens, and sent out to play in the snow. They were to amuse themselves until 11, when, furred and properly shod, their aunt appeared to take them with her to market, wheeling Ralph in his go-cart while Etta trailed along beside them. Upon returning, the children had their luncheon, always a good full meal of baked potato, cut-up meat and vegetables, and a little dessert. Jeanette believed small children should have light suppers, and that their dinner should come at midday. After they had eaten, it was nap time, and this was the blessed interval of relaxation for herself. Her charges must stay in bed until 3 o'clock, when they were redressed in their woolly leggings, sweaters, and caps, and permitted to go out again to play in the snow. For the rest of her life, bits of watery ice stuck to the fine hairs of woolen garments always brought back to Jeanette with poignant emotion the memory of these days. When the children stamped into the house at the end of their play, their skins hard and coldly fresh, their breaths puff of vapor, their cheeks crimson, the little sweaters and leggings would be encrusted with hard, icy snow. Jeanette would have a log fire going, and she would undress them before its crackling blaze and hang their damp outer garments on the fire screen to dry. The little naked figures dancing in the warm room in the flickering firelight was always a delightful sight to her. They were their merriest at this hour, and said their cutest things, with which she remembered later to regale Martin. Upstairs the oil heater would be warming the bathroom, which Hilda had made ready, and presently there would come a mad dash into the dining room and up the cold stairway to the grateful temperature of the little room. And there began a great splashing with shrieks and admonitions, and here Jeanette dried their sweet little bodies and slipped them into their cotton flannel double gowns. Then downstairs once more, before the replenished log fire, to sit on either side of her and empty their warmed bowls of crackers and milk, and listen to the stories she either read or told them until Martin came in to find them so. Then followed kisses and hugs all round, and immediately thereafter the children were dispatched to bed with a final warning from their aunt that there must positively be no talking. Thus it was day after day, always the same, relentlessly the same, undeviating monotony. Martin always praised Jeanette, her mother praised her, even the neighbors praised her. Alice wrote loving messages of deep gratitude. She responded to the general approval, delighted in the applause, the thought that she was proving herself equal to this unfamiliar role, that she was doing her job efficiently, comforted and inspired her. Reveling in her righteous duty, she threw herself passionately into its perfect execution. She gave it all her energy, thought, and time. She told her husband and mother with much emphasis that Etta and Ralph were far better behaved now than they ever had been with their own father and mother. "It's routine, I tell you," she would say. "Children respond to routine, and this business of deviating from a strict schedule is demoralizing. A little firmness is all that is necessary in making children good. They really are very adaptable. I confess I was surprised. They learned so quickly. The minute Etta and Ralph saw when they first came that I wouldn't stand for any foolishness, they were as meek as lambs, I declare. Alice is so soft and easy-going with them. I hate to think of their being spoiled when they go back." It was another surprise to Jeanette to discover how little the presence of the children in the house disturbed Martin. She had thought he would grow restless after a time, and that they would be certain to annoy him. She had been sure he would soon object to ties which would chain her to the house. Martin loved children. Loved them particularly well for a man, perhaps, but he was often unreasonable where her time and movements were concerned, and had always rebelled at restraint. Now he mildly accepted the new element in their lives without protest, and as time passed, continued amiable. If she could not go out with him or accept an invitation, he did not reproach or even urge her, but praised her for her devotion, and often stayed at home to keep her company. Saturday nights, however, when the gang gathered at the yacht club, he went off to join them, but since the children were with her, Jeanette did not mind being alone in the house. "Come home early," she would say to him. "It's such fun to have you in the house on Sundays, and the children love it. I hate to have you wake up tired and hollow-eyed, and Martin, when you get only 2 or 3 hours sleep, you're sometimes a little cross, and the children notice it." "You're dead right," he would agree with her, readily. "I'll tell the boys I've got to quit at midnight. They can begin the rounds then. There's no sense in our sitting up until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning." And often he kept his word. Alice and Roy had planned to stay 6 months in California, but in April Jeanette received a letter from her sister with the news that they had decided to return the 1st of May. Roy was in fine shape. He was even fat. They both were mad to see their children. The letter left Jeanette feeling strangely blank. What was she to do without Etta and Ralph? She had talked a great deal about the fearful responsibility, the exacting care these youngsters involved, and what a relief it would be to her when their mother came home to take them off her hands. She had aired these views to her own mother and to Mrs. Drigo, Mrs. Gibbs, and particularly to Martin. Yet now that Alice was coming a month, even 6 weeks sooner than she intended, she had none of the expected elation. A sadness settled upon her. She wondered how she would occupy herself when the babies were gone. "What do you suppose Roy intends to do?" she asked Martin one day. "He hasn't got a job. I don't see how he's going to manage for Alice and the children. He might leave them with us for a while. No, I suppose Alice will want them back immediately. It will be some time before he gets settled." "Oh, he'll find something to do, right away," Martin answered her cheerfully. That was one of Martin's irritating qualities, reflected his wife. He was always so optimistic, so confident, never appreciating how serious things sometimes were. Roy and Alice were facing a grave situation. It might be desperate. Martin refused to regard it as important. "I wonder if Mr. Corey would take him back at the office," Jeanette hazarded. Very probable he would. It was a brilliant idea, and acting upon it at once, she went the following day to see her old employer. The visit to the publishing house was strangely disquieting. She was struck by the number of new faces, the many changes. The counter which formerly defined the waiting room on the 4th floor had been removed, and now the space, walled in by partitions, was converted into a retail bookstore with shelves lined with new books and display tables. A gray-haired woman inquired her name with a polite, indifferent smile, and when she brought back word that Mr. Corey would see Mrs. Devlin, undertook to show Jeanette the way to his office. There were changes behind the partitions as well. It was amazing the differences 2 years had wrought. There was none of the flutter of interest her appearance had caused at her previous visit. 1 or 2 of her old friends came up to shake her hand and to ask about her, while a few others nodded and smiled. She did not see Miss Holland anywhere, and Mr. Allister, of whom she caught a glimpse in a distant corner, accorded her a casual wave of the hand. She was forgotten already, she, who had enjoyed so much respect, even affection, who had been the president's secretary, had been known to have his ear and often to have been his adviser. Miss Whaley, whom she remembered as having been connected with the mailing department, she met face to face on her way to Mr. Corey's office, but the girl had even forgotten her name. But there was nothing wanting in her old chief's reception. Mr. Corey rose from his desk the instant she entered his room, and reached for both her hands. He was the same warm, cordial friend, eager to hear everything about her. How was she getting on? How was that good-looking husband of hers? Where were they living? He reproached her for not having been in to see him, appeared genuinely hurt that she had neglected him so long. He had changed, too, Jeanette noticed. His face sagged a little, and he no longer bore himself with his old erectness. She observed he still dyed his mustache. A little of the dye stuff was smeared upon his cheek. News of himself and his family was not particularly cheerful. Babs was in a private sanitarium at Nyack. Mrs. Corey was badly crippled with rheumatism, a virulent arthritis, and in the care of a trained nurse, had gone to Germany to try to get rid of it. Willis had picked up an African malarial fever while he had been exploring, and although he was home again, recurrent attacks of it kept him in poor health. Jeanette noted a gentleness in Mr. Corey's voice as he spoke of his son. He blamed himself for Willis's condition. That African trip on which he had sent him was responsible for the boy's broken constitution. As for business, things were in bad shape too. The public did not seem to be buying books anymore. They weren't interested. The lady's fortune was doing pretty well, but the increased cost of production knocked the profits out of everything. The office was demoralized. The folks did not seem to cooperate as they had done in the old days. He himself found daily reasons to regret the hour when Jeanette had ceased to be his secretary. He hadn't had any sort of efficient help since she left. Recent secretaries all had proven a constant source of annoyance to him. Tommy Livingston had got married and asked for one raise after another until Mr. Corey was obliged to let him go. He believed he was doing very well for himself in the news photograph business. Mr. Corey finally had had to take Mrs. O'Brien away from Mr. Kipps, but even she was far from competent. There were other details about the business that awoke the old interest in Jeanette. Something in this office atmosphere fired the girl. It brought buoyancy to her pulse. It stimulated her. It put life into her veins. How happy she had been here! Never so contented, she said to herself. She hastened to tell Mr. Corey the object of her visit, and he promised to find a place somewhere in the organization for Roy. "I have only a hazy recollection of the young man," he said, "but I'll do whatever you want me to, on your account, Miss Sturgis." Jeanette smiled. She would always be Miss Sturgis to Mr. Corey. She liked it that way. Her married name meant nothing to him, never would. She thanked him warmly and promised to come see him again. As she made her way out through the crowded aisles of the general office, amid the familiar rattle of typewriters and hum of work, past old faces and new, her heart tugged in her breast. She was still part of it. Some of herself was implanted eternally here in the tide of work, in the busy, preoccupied clerks, in the hustle and bustle, in the smell of ink and paste and pencil dust, in the very walls of the building. End of Book 2, Chapter 7, Sections 1 through 4. Book 2, Chapter 7, Sections 5 through 7, of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 2, Chapter 7, Sections 5 through 7. The good news she had to tell Roy of the job she had secured for him warmed her heart. There was no time to write, but she treasured it to herself and imagined a dozen times a day as he and Alice were speeding homeward how she would break it to him. Martin was unable to be present when they arrived at the Grand Central Station, but Mrs. Sturgis, Jeanette, and the 2 children were there waiting for them to emerge from the long column of passengers that streamed in a hurrying throng from the Chicago train. There were screams of joy and wet lashes as the parents' arms caught, hugged, and kissed the children again and again. Mrs. Sturgis had a cold luncheon prepared at home, and with bags and children, the 4 adults bundled themselves into a taxi and drove to 92nd Street, laughing excitedly, interrupting one another with inconsequences after the manner of all arriving travelers. Roy indeed had put on weight. The emaciated look had entirely disappeared. His plumpness altered his expression materially, and his sister-in-law was not quite sure she liked it. There could be no question about his splendid health. His face was round, and there were actually folds in his neck where it bulged a trifle over his collar. Alice looked prettier than ever, and as Jeanette studied her, she realized how much she had missed her sister during the past few months, and how much she loved her. Yet when the children climbed into their mother's lap and tried awkwardly to twine their short arms about her neck, Etta announcing shrilly that she loved her bestest in all the world, Jeanette experienced a cruel pang of jealousy. Now Alice would immediately begin to spoil them and undo all her good work. It was going to be very, very hard. Very hard indeed. She was anxious to tell her good news. Roy must be worrying about the future, and it was not fair to keep him in the dark. But when she told him, triumphantly, he and his wife only looked at one another with a significant smile. They had good news of their own. They were going back to California, and meant to take the children with them. They intended to live out there for a year or two in a place called Mill Valley, just across the bay from San Francisco, with Roy's father. Dr. Beardsley was a dear old white-headed man, the dearest on earth, Alice declared, and he was rector of a little church in Mill Valley, and lived in the most adorable redwood shake house up on the side of a mountain just above the village. The house was a roomy old place, and Dr. Beardsley had talked and talked to them about coming to California and making their home with him for 2 or 3 years, until Roy had gained a start, for it appeared that Roy wanted to write. He had always wanted to write, and while he had been convalescing out in California under the big redwoods, he had written a book. Not a big one, but a story about an old family dog the Beardsleys had once owned, and he had sent it to a magazine, and they had paid $300 for the serial rights, and there was a very good chance that some publisher would bring it out in book form. The money was not very much, of course, but it was unquestionably encouraging, and Dr. Beardsley felt that he and Alice ought to combine forces and give Roy a chance at the profession he hungered to follow. He had never had an opportunity to show what he could do with his pen, and it was not fair to have him give up this ambition merely because he had a wife and 2 children on his hands. Dr. Beardsley had $3,000 or $4,000 in the bank, and he declared he had no particular need of the money, and was ready to invest it in his son's career as a promising speculation in which he, himself, had faith. He believed he had said he would get a good return on his money. He had urged Alice and Roy to come with their 2 children and make their home with him for a while, live the simplest kind of life. Living was extraordinarily cheap in Mill Valley. Mama wouldn't believe how cheap after New York, and wait until Roy was on his feet with a well-established market for his work. "So we talked it over and said we would," concluded Alice, with her soft brown eyes shining confidently at her husband. "Only it's going to be awfully hard to leave you, Mama, and Sis." Mrs. Sturgis promptly grew tearful. "No, no, dearie," she said between watery sniffles and efforts to check herself. "I don't know why I'm crying. It's quite right and proper for you and Roy to accept his father's kind offer. There's no question in my mind he'll be a great writer, and I think you're very wise, and it will be lovely and healthy for the children, and I approve of the whole idea thoroughly, only California seems so terribly far away." A burst of tears accompanied the last. Jeanette felt irritated. Her mother would soon be reconciled to Alice and the children being in California, but in her own heart there was already an ache she knew would not leave it for many months. The end of May, when the dogwood was again powdering the new-leafed woods in its white featheriness, when the yacht club had formally opened its season, and Martin had towed his adored A-boat out of winter storage, had pulled it with a rowboat the 2½ miles to its summer moorings, Alice, Roy, and the children departed, and Jeanette faced an empty home, with what seemed to her an empty life. It was inevitable she should reach out for distraction. During the spring, Doc French had married Mrs. Edith Prentice, a rich widow, whom Jeanette had liked from their first meeting. The new Mrs. French was her senior by only a year or 2, and much the same type, tall and dark, with beautiful brows and skin and masses of glistening black hair. She had a great deal of poise and dash, and dressed handsomely. At the opening of the season for the Cohasset Beach Yacht Club, when there was a dinner and dance, the Devlins were Dr. and Mrs. French's guests, and had a particularly good time. Jeanette bought herself a new dress for the occasion. She would not have been able to go otherwise, she told Martin, as she had absolutely nothing to wear. All the pretty clothes that had formed her trousseau were completely gone now. She did not have a single decent evening frock left. The affair led to the young Devlins being asked to a Sunday luncheon on board the new Commodore's sumptuous yacht, and this had been another happy event. Martin had been in high feather, and had proven himself unusually amusing and entertaining. The Commodore's wife had singled him out for attention. The Commodore himself and Doc French had urged him to allow his name to be put up for membership in the yacht club. It was a great temptation for both the young husband and wife, but it was out of the question for them to belong to two yacht clubs, and Martin resolutely refused to resign from the family. No, he said, there were too many good scouts in the little club, and he wouldn't and couldn't throw them down. Jeanette did not urge it, although it was hard to decline the invitation to join the Cohasset Beach Club. Yet she felt that membership in it was beyond their means, and would lead to other extravagances, while specially was she afraid the free drinking that went on there. Martin had a mercurial temperament. One drink excited him. More made him noisy and silly. He was not the type that could stand it. Better the family yacht club as the lesser of the two evils. She would have been satisfied if he never entered either. She voiced her complaint to her mother with a good deal of vexation. "It makes me so mad. Martin won't economize, won't help me save, and insists upon being a member of that cheap little one-horse organization with its cheap common members, spending his time and money in a place he knows I detest and where I never set my feet that I don't regret it. And if he would only help me get out of debt, and would behave himself when there was liquor around, we might be able to join the Cohasset Beach and associate with nice, decent people of our own class and enjoy some kind of social life. It's unfair, rottenly unfair. I've been struggling all winter taking care of my sister's babies, and of course it's been expensive, and we haven't been able to put by a cent. I've done my level best to economize. I haven't bought myself so much as a pair of shoes since last year. And look at me." She held out her foot and showed her mother where the stitching along the sole had parted. Mrs. Sturgis shook her head distressfully and made tut-tutting noises with her tongue. "And what does he expect me to do?" Jeanette went on, her voice rising as her sense of injustice grew upon her. "Here's Doc French and his wife, Edith. She's really a stunning girl, Mama, and I like her so much. Anxious to be nice to me, wanting me to go with them to the smart yacht club all the time, asking me to their house for dinner and cards, or to go to motoring with them in their beautiful new car, and Commodore and Mrs. Adams inviting me to luncheon on the Seagull, and I haven't a decent stitch to my back. If I complain to Martin, he says I'm crabbing, or tells me to get what I need and charge it. And that's just madness, Mama. You know that. He denies himself nothing and expects me to do all the self-sacrificing. I declare I'm sorely tempted sometimes to take him at his word, to go ahead just as I like, get whatever I need and let him meet the bills as best he can. That's what most wives would do. I've never known such humiliation since I went to the Armenian dance with Dikron Najarian. And all the time I was supporting myself I was never so shabbily dressed as I am right this minute. It does seem to me that Martin could manage better. I know I did when I was earning my own money and financing my own problems. Martin makes just about what you and I used to have when we were living together. And you know perfectly well, Mama, we had money to throw away then. Why, we used to go to the theater and everything. I haven't been inside a theater since last September, and that's nearly a year. I don't know what he does with his money. He swears he doesn't gamble anymore, but he's always broke, and I have the hardest time getting my $62.50 out of him on the 1st and the 15th. He tried to borrow some of it back from me last month. I tell you, he didn't get it. He never takes me into his confidence about money matters, and he never comes and gives what's coming to me out of his pay envelope of his own accord. I always have to ask him for it. Think of it, Mama, having to ask him to give me what's my right. I never had to go to Mr. Corey and ask him for my salary on Saturday mornings, and I work 10,000 times harder for Martin Devlin than I ever did Mr. Corey. I was no shrinking violet when Martin married me. I was a self-supporting, self-respecting businesswoman, and when we married, we made a bargain, and I intend he shall live up to it. I don't propose he's going to Welsh on me merely because I'm a woman. He's got to give me just as much consideration as he would a man with whom he's made a contract. Our marriage was an honorable agreement with certain specified provisions, and if he doesn't live up to them, neither shall I." "Oh, Jenny, Jenny!" cried her mother in alarm. "Don't talk so reckless, dearie. What on earth do you mean?" "Walk out on him," flashed Jeanette. "I'll go back to my job and run my own life the way it suits me." Martin spent every Saturday afternoon at the family yacht club tuning up his boat. He loved to tinker about her, adjusting this, tightening that. He was never finished with her, there was always something still remaining to be done. He and Zeb Klein sailed the Albatross together in the races. They constituted her crew. As soon as Martin reached Cohasset Beach from the city on the last day of the week, he hurried directly from the station to the yacht club. He kept his outing clothes, they consisted of little more than a shirt, a pair of duck pants, and sneakers, in a locker at the club. By 2 o'clock he was squatting in the cockpit of the teetering little boat, busy with wrench, knife, or rag, thoroughly happy. If there was sufficient wind later in the afternoon, he and Zeb might take a short sail up on the Sound, round the red buoy and home again, or over 2 legs of the course. The afternoon was all too short. It was 6, 7 before a realization of the passing time came to him. He wanted a quick swim then before redressing himself, and if someone did not give him a lift, there was the long hike homeward. He would be sure to find one of 3 situations when he opened the door of the bungalow upon reaching home. Jeanette would be there, coldly unresponsive, resentful of his tardiness. She would be dressing for a dance at the Cohasset Beach Yacht Club in frivolous mood, or she would have already departed to dine with Doc and Edith French, having left word with Hilda for him to follow if he cared to. He came to accept these circumstances. He did not particularly like them, but he did not know how to go about changing them. To dress and join his wife was generally too much effort after his long afternoon on the water. He either found his own amusements, or else, thoroughly weary, went to bed. At an early hour on Sunday he was usually astir, and often left the house while Jeanette was still asleep, or else they breakfasted together about 9 o'clock, and made polite inquiries as to one another's plans for the day. Every Sunday afternoon during the summer there was a race, and Martin would not have missed one for any consideration. As soon as he could leave the house he was off to the club, and Jeanette did not see him again until he came stumbling home late in the evening, sunburnt, and thoroughly exhausted. One Saturday night, it was nearly 8 o'clock, when the flickering acetylene lamps of Steve Teschenmacher's big brass-fitted motor car swept into the circular driveway before the Devlins' home, and Martin got out, called, "Good night, and many thanks," and opened the door of his house. Disheveled, his hair blown, his shirt open at the throat, carrying his cravat and collar, he walked in upon a dinner party his wife was giving. The 4 people at his table were all in immaculate evening dress. He recognized Doc French and Edith, but the remaining person in the quarters was a man he had never seen before. "Mr. Kenyon, my dear," said Jeanette, introducing him. "Our little party was quite impromptu. I didn't know how to get you. I telephoned the club twice, but Wilbur said you were out on the water." Doc French welcomed him, clapping him on the back. "Get a move on, Mart," he said, jovially. "Your cocktail's getting cold." Martin hurried. The blankness passed that had come to him as unprepared. He arrived upon the scene. His good nature asserted itself. He was always ready for a good time. In 15 minutes he was entertaining his wife's guests with an Irish story, told with inimitable brogue, and had them all roaring with laughter. Kenyon he did not fancy. The man was too perfectly dressed. His white silk vest had a double row of gold buttons, and fitted his slim waist too snugly. The movements of his hands were too graceful, too studied. His heavily lashed eyes squinted shut when he laughed, and the eyes themselves were glittering and glassy. Martin went with the party to the Cohasset Beach Yacht Club for the dance to which they were bound. Since he had declined to become a member, he felt he ought not to go at all to the club, but Doc French on this particular night would not listen to him, and carried him off with the others. There were the usual drinks, the usual gay crowd, the usual music, and the usual dance. Martin, pleasantly exhilarated, had his usual good time. He saw his wife here and there upon the dancing floor during the evening, and thought her unusually vivacious and pretty. But it was not until 3 or 4 days later that a casual happening brought back to him a disquieting recollection that each time he had caught a glimpse of her that night, her partner had been Kenyon. The incident that stirred this memory was the chance discovery of 2 cigarette stubs in a little glass ashtray on the mantel above the fireplace. Jeanette did not smoke. She explained readily that Gerald Kenyon had been to tea the previous afternoon, but Martin was not satisfied. Kenyon was a type of rich man's son, idler and trifler, whom Martin thought he recognized. Jeanette had said nothing about having had him to tea, and the circumstance was too unusual for her to have forgotten to mention it. Now he recalled the matter of the dance. One of their old angry quarrels followed. It left both shaken and repentant, and in the reconciliation that followed, much of their early warm love and confidence in one another returned. Many differences were settled, many concessions and promises were made, and better harmony existed between them thereafter than they had known for a long time. End of Book 2, Chapter 7, Sections 5 through 7. Book 2, Chapter 7, Sections 8 through 9, of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread, by Charles G. Norris. Book 2, Chapter 7, Sections 8 through 9. It was then that Jeanette seriously considered having a baby. Martin was anxious for a child, and she knew how happy one would make him, how grateful and tender he was sure to be to her. She dreaded the ordeal more than most women. She was fearful of the agony that awaited her at the end of the long, dreary, helpless 9 months. Alice's hard labor and the following weakness from complications that had kept her practically bedridden for half a year had made a grave impression on Jeanette's mind. She shuddered at the idea of being torn, at being manhandled by doctors, at being pulled and mauled and treated like an animal. It represented degradation to her, but she was prepared to go through with it. She wanted a child. She wanted one as much as Martin did. She wanted more than one. Her husband had accused her once of not loving children, but after the devotion she had lavished upon Etta and Ralph during the long months of the past winter, she felt she had convinced him that such a reproach was wholly unjustified. Far more than the agony of childbirth, Jeanette apprehended the fetters that maternity would forge about her feet. Once a mother, she knew her liberty was over. She would be bound then by the infant at her breast, by ties of duty and maternal instinct, and above all by love. She hated the idea of restriction. She hated the thought of giving up her independence. She rebelled at the inhibitions which would prevent her from going her own way, living her own life, being her own mistress. Once again the question of money obtruded itself. What did the years ahead hold in store for her as Martin's wife? How would she fare at her husband's hands when she was 30, 40, 50? The infatuation of the bride for the man she had married was gone now. She saw him in a cold, critical light. She loved him truly and honestly. She loved him more than she had ever thought to love any man. Never was she so happy as when they two were alone together and in sympathy. She liked often to recall the happy day they had spent with Alice and Roy on the sand reefs off Freeport. Martin had been so sweet and splendid and dear that day. No woman could love a man more than she did then. He had been everything that stirred her admiration. But that was a year ago, and he wasn't the same. He and she had drifted apart. Perhaps it was as much her fault as his. Perhaps their grievances against one another were no more than those of any average couple. She realized that both were strong-willed and opinionated. It was inevitable that they should sometimes clash. But if Martin differed with her, he could pursue his own way independent of his wife, while she must wait upon his pleasure. She could not trust Martin with the old confidence he had once inspired. Perhaps that was the experience of all wives. Most women put up with it, had to put up with it, made the best of conditions, lay with what equanimity they could in the bed they had chosen in the first flush of love. But with her, and always with this thought ever since she had been a wife, Jeanette had breathed a prayer of gratitude. There was a way out. The girls that had married blindly out of their father's and mother's house had no alternative if their marriages proved unsatisfactory but to endure them or seek divorce. But she and all other women who had achieved a livelihood of their own in the world of business, who had won for themselves an economic value that could be measured in dollars and cents, could go back to work. They did not have to appeal to the law, the disreputable divorce courts, to free them from an intolerable alliance, or compel a reluctant man to support them with alimony gouged from his unwilling pocketbook. Ever since she had become Martin's bride, Jeanette realized she had hugged this thought to herself, and always found consolation in it. It had even been in her mind when she considered marriage. She had said to herself in those uncertain days that if the experiment did not prove satisfactory, there was a stenographer's job waiting for her somewhere in the world. Now this knowledge that she could be independent again if she chose had a vital bearing on the question of her having a child. Once a mother, the door of escape from a situation which might someday become intolerable would be forever closed. She could not leave a baby as she could leave a husband. Should she risk it? Should she take the plunge, leave the safe return to shore behind her, and strike out into unknown waters, placing faith in her husband's devotion and his ability to take care of her? Ah, if she could only be sure! If she could only be convinced of Martin's dependability! She did not care a snap of her finger for Gerald Kenyon, Edith French, or the Cohasset Beach Yacht Club, or anything. All she wanted was that Martin should be good to her, should protect and provide for her with as much thought and care as she had given herself when she had been a wage earner and her own mistress. If Martin would stand back of her, she would welcome a baby. She would bear him 6, all that her strength was equal to. She would banish her fear of the ordeal. She told him so passionately, she showed him the reasonableness and righteousness of her stand, and he admitted the truth of what she said. He promised to do anything she wanted. "You're dead right, Jan," he said with a gravity that went straight to her heart. "I see your point, and I'll do the best I can. And golly, won't it be great when there's a kid in the family? You know, a kid that's our own? Why, you were never so happy or so pretty, and you never were so good to me, and I never loved you more than when Etta and Ralph were toddling around here." But she would agree to nothing until he had demonstrated to her that he had changed and was as much in earnest about the matter as she proposed to be. "Mart, you've got to show me. You've got to convince me you've turned over a new leaf. I want to be satisfied that I'm always going to be glad I'm your wife before I anchor myself to you for the rest of my life. Now we're in debt. While I've been out of sympathy with you, I've done some charging in town. New clothes I had to have in order to go about with Edith French. If we have a baby, it's going to cost money, and we've got to be out of debt first. Don't you think so? You can re-establish my faith in you by showing me now how you can help me save. If we cut down and put our minds to it, we can save $1,000 by the first of the year. Now I'll let Hilda go and do my own work, if you'll resign from the family yacht club." It was a challenge, and Martin's startled eyes found hers. "And sell my A-boat?" he asked blankly. "And sell your A-boat," Jeanette repeated firmly. "Well, my God, that's kind of tough," he said slowly. "But, all right. If you say so, I'll get out. I'll sell it and quit." "Do you really mean it, Mart?" "Yes. I'll resign. Only, Jan, can't I finish the season? Zeb and I've got a swell chance for the cup, and all the A-boats have been invited over to Larchmont for their annual regatta, and Zeb knows that course, and we're all going to be towed over the day before." He was like a little boy pleading for a toy. She could not find it in her heart to refuse him. "Very well," she conceded slowly. "Only as soon as the season's over, you'll positively resign?" "Sure. I'll tell the fellows tomorrow that it's my last year, and I'll quit after the final race." June, July, and August passed. Labor Day came and went. The yachting season closed with gala festivities, special boat races, a big dance at each of the clubs. And one day Martin announced that Zeb had paid him $60 for the Albatross, and that he had sent in his letter of resignation to the board of directors. It was then that Jeanette told Hilda she would be obliged to let her go. She had grown fond of the girl and was sorry to lose her, but in the face of this evidence of her husband's good faith, she felt she must begin to carry out her part of their bargain. Apart from this, there were other considerations which made her welcome this new regime of curtailment and self-denial. She was not satisfied with the recent order of her life. Her conscience troubled her. There had been certain evenings during the past summer, memories of which were not altogether pleasant. Hardly a week had gone by without Doc and Edith French inviting her to go with them to a dance at the Cohasset Beach Yacht Club, or on a jaunt to some roadhouse on Long Island, and Gerald Kenyon invariably had been along. He had made love to her, flattering love to her, and she had been diverted. She liked him, he danced well, he was rich and a prodigal host, he was agreeably attentive. She would have early sent him to the right about had it not been he proved a convenient escort. Martin was rarely on hand to accompany her. Gerald was eager to go with her anywhere she wished. She suffered his attentions, reminding herself that it was only for a few weeks, just until the end of summer, and it was her last fling at gaiety. She would rid herself of him by September, and prepare her household and her life for the time of retrenchment. Nothing of serious significance had happened on any of these merry evenings. Martin could not have found fault with her. Gerald had never so much as kissed her cheek, but the atmosphere that had prevailed was disturbing to Jeanette. Gerald often imbibed too freely, but he was never offensive. He and the Frenches sometimes grew noisy, and there was a good deal of loose talk. A drink or two had a marked effect on Edith, and Jeanette wondered sometimes at the things she said and did. Not that her words and actions were in themselves particularly shocking, but coming from a woman of her graciousness and refinement, they sounded rough. Jeanette was ready, now, to be quit of these intimates. Their society was not healthy, and in her soul she was conscious she did not belong in it. Her innate sense of rectitude took offense at such behavior. Thus it was that she turned to the period of self-denial with willingness, even zeal. She threw herself wholeheartedly into the program of her new existence. She wanted to clean her soul as well as her life. She was happy in the changed order of her days. She liked doing her own work, since it meant penance for her as well as saving. She liked to think she was preparing herself for her child. She figured out how long it would take them to be out of debt. Less than a year if they saved only $50 a month. "Now, Martin," she reminded her husband, "I'm not going through with this unless you stand back of me. You've got to save penny for penny with me, and you've got to show me you're deadly in earnest." She said this because he did not seem as enthusiastic now as he had been when the plan was first discussed. The eagerness was missing, and he was rather sour about it. She knew he grieved over the sale of his boat, and it was bitter hard for him to give up his club. But this time she was determined. She had renounced her frivolous, expensive friends. He must renounce his. She proposed to get along without the luxury of a servant. He must deny himself too. "Well, damn it," he growled at her implied reproach. "Ain't I doing everything you want? The boat's gone, and I've sent my letter into the club. What more do you want me to do?" "Martin, that's no way to speak to your wife. You're not doing it for me." She sighed in discouragement. He had a long way to go. His efforts to divert himself about the house on Saturday afternoons and Sundays were pathetic. He started vigorously to spade up a bit of ground which he declared would make an admirable vegetable bed in the spring. The spading lasted half a day, and all winter Jeanette saw the snow-covered shovel sticking upright in the ground where he had left it. He was bored by inactivity. Books did not interest him. He scorned the solitaire she suggested and in which she herself could find amusement. Likewise, he grew impatient at walks in the woods now full of autumn tints. Jeanette tried her best to entertain him. Several times she asked the Drigos over for auction bridge, but Mrs. Drigo and her husband quarreled so much when the cards ran against them that Martin declared he did not care to play with them. Jeanette tried rum, but that too bored him. There was no pleasure in the game, he told her, without stakes, and one couldn't gamble with one's wife. At the end of her resources, she shrugged her shoulders and let him seek out his own amusements as best he could. His attitude nettled her. He ought to face the new life, she felt, with the same fortitude, conscientiousness, and willingness that she displayed. She told him so with a good deal of rancor one day. He was acting like a spoiled boy. He wasn't being a good sport about it. He only glowered at her in reply and stalked out of the house. She had her own suspicions where he went, but she did not reproach him. In her heart she was sorry for him. His empty evenings and his weekends hung heavy on his hands. She hoped he would get used to the idea and by be moved to follow her example. But as the weeks and then the months began to go by, and she saw that it was only she who was making the sacrifices, cleaning, cooking, washing dishes, denying herself clothes and even trips to the city to see her mother. A dull anger kindled within her. This burst into flame when she learned by chance that Martin was still a member of the yacht club. Teschenmacher telephoned her one day to remind her to be sure and come to a bridge tournament the ladies of the club had arranged for the following Wednesday afternoon. Jeanette explained with some relish that she feared she was not eligible to participate since her husband was no longer a member of the club. But Teschenmacher assured her that such was not the case. "Oh, no, you're mistaken, Mrs. Devlin. He's still a member, and a very valued one. The directors refused absolutely to accept your husband's resignation. They just positively made him reconsider it. Why, we wouldn't get along without Mr. Devlin. He's just the life of the club." Jeanette said nothing to Martin. She was bitter, feeling he had tricked her, was not playing fair. She decided she would go to New York and pour out her grievance in a stormy recital to her mother. It would relieve her mind. On the train she met Edith French, and when the city was reached, her friend triumphantly carried her off to lunch at the Waldorf. End of Book 2, Chapter 7, Sections 8 through 9. Book 2, Chapter 7, Sections 10 through 11, of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 2, Chapter 7, Sections 10 through 11. Not very long after this, she learned that Martin had been playing poker, and had lost. He had had a bad streak of luck and was obliged to confess to her he did not have enough money to pay the rent without making a levy upon her share of his salary. She must count on only $40 when his next payday fell due. At that her resentment burst forth. She had denied herself consistently since the 1st of September. With her own hands she had made the little Christmas presents she had sent Alice and the children, and even what she had given her mother, in order to save a few dollars. And here was Martin gambling away at the card table money that was hers. "You're no more fit to be a father than a husband," she told him, her anger blazing. "You expect me to bear a child to a man like you? You're no better than a common thief." "Oh, cut that out, Jan," he answered, a dull crimson reddening his neck. "I'll admit I'm in wrong, and that you've got every right to be sore at me. But what's the use in accusing me of being dishonest?" "Dishonest? Dishonest?" she repeated furiously, her hands clenched. "Half of every dollar you earn belongs to me, and don't you forget it. It's mine by right of being your wife. It's mine by right of your definite promise when I married you that we should share and share alike. I made a financial sacrifice then because I thought you and I were going to build a house and rear a family. I used to earn $140 a month, let me tell you, and every cent of it I spent as I chose and for what I chose. I've never seen that much or anything like that much since I married you. Don't fool yourself you give me a penny. You work in your office and I work here, and we both earn your salary. When you take my money and gamble with it and lose it, you're doing exactly the same as if you put your hand in Herbert Gibbs's cash drawer and helped yourself. It's just plain thievery." Martin was on his feet, his face congested. "If you were a man, I'd knock your damned head off." "If I were a man," retorted his wife, "you'd be afraid to." It was in this mood of fury, with her grievance seething within her, that she gladly agreed to accompany Edith French on a day of shopping in the city. Edith telephoned. She had been invited by a certain famous Fifth Avenue importer to witness, at a private showing, the opening of some sealed trunks just received from Paris, containing the new spring models. She wanted Jeanette to go with her, and the two women arranged to leave for town on an early morning train. It was a cold, glittering winter's day when the crispness in the air set the blood tingling. Snow was piled in the street, and there was a general scraping of iron shovels on stone and cement. Edith and Jeanette feasted their eyes on the new styles as they eagerly discussed clothes and fashions. Edith, stimulated by her privileged glimpses, bought herself a new hat, which Jeanette declared to be the most beautiful thing she had ever seen in her life. Edith, it seemed to her companion, was free to purchase anything that took her fancy. If a garment or bauble attracted her, she got it without hesitation. Jeanette's heart was sick with longing. She watched her companion enviously. In a reckless moment urged by her friend to whom she had confided at luncheon the tale of Martin's perfidy, and who had been gratifyingly sympathetic, she selected and charged a long, woolly, loose tan coat that had a deep collar of skunk. The coat had been on sale, and Edith had been so full of admiration for the way Jeanette looked in it that she offered to buy it and give it to her as a present. To this Jeanette would not agree, but later, wrapped in its soft ampleness and with a glowing satisfaction that it was the most becoming garment she had ever owned, she did not press an objection when Edith proposed to telephone Gerald Kenyon and ask him to take them to tea. At 5 o'clock, sitting against the crimson-upholstered wall seats of a glittering café, sipping her hot tea and nibbling her thin buttered toast, listening to the music and the pleasant chatter of her companions, conscious of Gerald Kenyon's admiring eyes, Jeanette decided that it was the first happy moment she had known in months, and that if Martin chose to go his way, she had ample justification to go hers. A madness descended upon her. She was near to tears most of the time, but went dry-eyed upon her way, shutting her ears to the voices of conscience, refusing to allow her better nature to assert itself. On and on she stumbled into the forest of imprudence, allowing herself to give no heed to the gathering shadows, taking no thought of how she should ever find her way out of the gloom when the hour came for her to turn back. For, of course, she must sometime turn back. Little by little she was beguiled into doing the things she had forsworn. She allowed Edith to persuade her into going almost daily with her to the city. She spent here and there the dollars she had so hardly saved. She began heedlessly to charge again: shoes, silk stockings, a smart French veil, gloves. The two friends fell into the habit of lunching or taking tea with Gerald Kenyon, and sometimes going to a matinee with him, and the day came, as he had carefully planned it should come, when Jeanette lunched with him alone. And over the small table at which they sat so intimately, still in the grip of insanity that fogged her sense of righteousness and values, she confided to his eager, understanding ears the story of her husband's selfishness, and listened to his persuasive voice as he offered to help her out of her difficulties. "Why, listen here, Jeanette," he said, bending toward her earnestly across the littered luncheon cloth. "I can make $5,000 for you overnight. There's no sense in your troubling yourself about money matters. If you're in debt, I can show you a way that will pull you out of the hole and give you all the spending money you need. The old man, you know, is in steel. He's on the inside, and there's nothing that goes on down in Wall Street that he doesn't know. He gave me a tip the other day, a surefire tip. Did you ever hear of Collusium Copper? Well, it's one of the subsidiary companies of the United States Steel Corporation, and its stock's going right up. The old man telephoned me to come down and see him, and he says to me, 'Gerald, put what you can lay your hands on Collusium Copper. It's due to go to 75, and you want to get out about 72 or 3. It was 58 then, it's about 66 today. Why, look here, it went up a couple of points yesterday.' He showed her the figures convincingly in a newspaper he drew from his pocket. 'Now, you just let me buy a few of those shares for you this afternoon before the market closes, and I'll hand you a check for $500 tomorrow when you meet me for lunch. You don't have to put up the money. I can fix that for you. I'll just telephone my brokers you want to buy a few shares, and that I'll okay the deal. It's a surefire proposition, Jeanette. You won't be risking a cent.' He was very earnest, very persuasive. His voice was gentle and so kindly. $500, thought the girl. It would wipe out all those little purchases here and there that she had charged to her account about which Martin knew nothing. Gerald was a dear. He was really a most generous, warm-hearted friend. It was wonderful of him to take such an interest in her trifling financial problems. And the next day he showed her the check, $515.60. beautifully made out, W.G. Guthrie and Company, stockbrokers, and it was drawn in her name. Her fingers trembled a little as she took the stiff bank paper in her hands. "You see what I told you," Gerald said with a triumphant smile. "Why, say, I could have made it 5,000 just as easy if you had only said the word. The old man knows when anything like this is coming off in the street. You have to laugh at the way the public runs in and lets the big guns fleece them. The big fellows stick up the bait and the poor fools rush after it, and then chop, chop goes the axe. Any time, Jeanette, you want a bit of change, just let me know and I can fix it for you. I'll just give the old man a ring and ask him what's good. Now, for heaven's sake, don't get the idea that what I'm able to do for you on a little flyer down in Wall Street is anything in the nature of a present or anything like that. I'm just slipping you a little piece of inside information. Savvy, dearie?" The endearment was unfortunate. It suddenly reminded Jeanette of her mother, and she remembered she had not been to see her in weeks. Besides, it was the first time Gerald had addressed her with any such familiarity. "I don't think I'd better take this," she said abruptly, tossing the folded check at him. She leaned back in her chair and drew her hands close to her breast. He picked it up, tapped his fingers gently with it, and began to argue. He argued long and eloquently. The money did not belong to him. It was hers. It presented the profits of her own little deal. He hadn't a right to a cent of it. It was impossible for him to touch it. But now no word from him could reach Jeanette. Fear was awake in her. She began to be very frightened. Her panic grew. Suddenly she wanted to get up from the table and run into the street. She wanted to go to her mother. She wanted her mother badly. She felt she must get out of the restaurant, must get into the air, must get away from that table and this man at any price. She was like one who stands with her back to a precipice and, turning around, finds herself within a few inches of its edge, a chasm yawning at her feet. Fright made her giddy, her mouth was dry, her throat closed convulsively. "If I can only stand it for 10 minutes more," she said to herself, gripping tight her folded hands beneath the table, "and keep my head and not let him suspect. I must go on and pretend. Just 10 minutes more." She managed it badly. The experienced eye of her companion guessed all that was passing in her mind, and he cursed himself for having been too precipitous. The wary hare that he had been at such pains to coax to his side for so many months had taken flight at the first lift of his finger. He would have to begin all over again, and this time proceed more leisurely. For the present, he knew his cue was to withdraw. He let her make her escape without remonstrance. He asked if she would not allow him as a friend to mail her the check, and when with more vehemence than she meant to display, she refused. He tore the paper neatly into bits and let the fragments flutter from his fingertips to the table. "Well, it's too bad," he said with a shrug that eloquently expressed his hurt. "Sorry, my only object was to try and help a bit." He left her at the door of the restaurant with a graceful lift of his hat, saying he hoped to see her again. It was lost upon the girl. She hurried to a telephone booth in a drugstore at hand and tried to reach the apartment on 92nd Street, but there was no answer. She thought of Martin, but there was the uncomfortable confession she would have to make to him of her recent extravagances. Her recklessness, she realized, had robbed her of the righteousness of her quarrel with him. Reproach he could meet with reproach. She longed then for her sister, her quiet brown-eyed sister, who had never judged her harshly in her life, but Alice was in faraway California. There was nobody in the world to whom she could turn for comfort, for sympathy and counsel. And then coming toward her with a pleased and smiling recognition in his face, she saw Mr. Corey. She fluttered to him with almost a sob, and put both her hands in his. As he greeted her affectionately, she wanted desperately to lay her head against his shoulder and give way to the fury of tears that fought now to find escape. In that moment, everyone seemed to have failed her, mother, sister, husband. But this staunch, loyal, rock-solid friend who believed in her, who knew only the best of her, whose faith in her was unbounded, who knew her as she really was. He was talking, but she listened not to his words, but to her own heart that told her here was the haven for which she sought. Here was the counselor, the friend who would help her, without cavil or reproach.
"Tell me about yourself," he was saying. "You promised you'd come in to see me once in a while. And that brother-in-law of yours? I thought we were going to find a job for him. What happened?"
Jeanette attempted to explain. Roy was trying to become an author. His first story was appearing as a serial, and he and his wife and babies were in California. As she spoke of Alice, her voice suddenly grew husky, and when she tried to clear her throat, the hot prick of tears sprang to her eyes, and she was obliged to stop and press her lips together. Mr. Corey's brows met sharply.
"What's the matter? You're in trouble?"
He waited for her to speak, but she could only shake her head helplessly and blink her swimming eyes.
"Come in here with me,"
he said, in the old authoritative voice she still loved to obey. They turned from the crowded street, where they were being jostled, into the drugstore she had just quitted. It was crowded in here, too, with a swarm of elbowing people before the soda fountain. Corey guided the girl to the rear, and they stopped by a deserted counter.
"Now what is it? Tell me about it," he said shortly. "Can I help you?"
She tried again to answer him, but she was still too shaken. At any effort to speak, her tears threatened. "Please," she managed, gulping. He left her, went to the soda counter, and returned with a glass of water. She drank it gratefully. The cold drink steadied her. "I've just been acting foolishly," she said at last, dabbing her eyes with a corner of her handkerchief. "It's all my fault, I guess." By degrees he pried her story from her. Martin had been treating her badly. He had been very unfair to her. Their marriage was a hopeless failure. She couldn't make it a success alone. She had struggled and struggled, and she didn't believe it was any use. He was fearfully extravagant, and she had to do all the saving to keep them out of debt. She had done without a servant just so they could get a little ahead, but try as she would, they kept falling behind, and Martin didn't care. She had no intention of misrepresenting her case to Mr. Corey, but hungered for his sympathy, for his justification and approval, for his censure of her husband. He heard her with furrowed brows, his keen eyes watching her face, and when she fell silent he waited a long moment.
"Life's hard on young people," he said at length, with a deep breath and a dubious shake of his head. "It's hard enough for them to get adjusted to one another without having to worry over money matters. I'm sorry your marriage has not turned out well. I feel particularly bad because I urged you into it. Devlin seemed a likely fellow to me."
They both considered the matter, studying the floor. Jeanette felt as she stood there her life was breaking to pieces.
"If you're in debt," said Mr. Corey at length, "and it's merely a question of money to tide you over present difficulties, you must let me lend you what you need."
"Oh, no, thank you," she said quickly.
"Oh, yes, but you must," he insisted.
With firmness she declined. She wasn't begging. She just had had one man try to give her money. She couldn't accept financial assistance from anyone. No, it was her own problem. She could work it out herself without anyone's help.
"Very well, then," he suggested, "come back and work for me a while. I've an abominable person as secretary now. I intended to fire her anyhow, and it will give me tremendous satisfaction to do so at once, for I never needed efficient help more desperately than now."
The words of polite thanks on Jeanette's lips died. She raised her eyes and fixed them on the face of the man before her, a light breaking slowly in them. "You mean?" she began. Her face was like radiant dawn.
"I mean exactly what I say. Come back for as long as you wish. Stay until you've earned what you need, and be free to go when you're ready. 3 months, 6 months, whenever you like. It will be good to see you back, even for a short time, at your old desk."
Her intent gaze leaped from pupil to pupil of his smiling, earnest eyes. Her thoughts raced. There was Martin. He would say no, of course. He wouldn't consider letting her do this. He'd be furious. But Martin would have to be won over, and if not, well then... There was her mother and her own old room waiting for her in the apartment on 92nd Street.
"Well?"
said Mr. Corey, amused at the glowing color in her face. Mrs. Corey?" Jeanette faltered.
She's in Germany, and a very sick woman. It's rheumatism, and she's been crippled a long time. I doubt anyhow if she'd care."
Somewhere up above, like pigeons fluttering forth from heaven's dome, came happiness winging down upon the girl. "Oh, yes. If you'll have me, indeed I'll come back. I'll be there Monday morning. Oh, it will be wonderful." End of Book 2, Chapter 7, Sections 10 through 11. Book 3, Chapter 1, Sections 1 through 3 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 3, Chapter 1, Sections 1 through 3. The cat was crying to get in. Jeanette, deep in slumber, was irritated by persistent mewings. Every once in a while the outside screen door at the back of the apartment shut with a small clap as the animal, sinking its claws into the wire mesh, tried to pull it open. The noise awoke Jeanette finally, and she sat up with a start. It was morning. Gray light filled the room. She peered at the alarm clock, blinking her eyes, and saw there were still 20 minutes before she had to get up. In the next room, the sound of a closing window announced that Beatrice Alexander was already astir. "She's put Mitzi out," thought Jeanette, drawing the bedclothes over an exposed shoulder. "I wish she'd remember to leave the door ajar." Presently Beatrice's steps passed in the hall, and in another moment the annoyance ceased. Jeanette dropped gratefully back to sleep, but it seemed she had hardly lost consciousness when the whirring clock bell aroused her again. Though still drowsy, she immediately got up. She never permitted herself to remain in bed after the moment arrived for rising. Indulgence of this kind was weakness of character, and she despised weakness in herself or in others. As she dressed, she heard Beatrice in the kitchen busy with breakfast preparations. From the window a glimpse of the street showed the sun's first rays striking obliquely through the haze of early morning. The apartment in Waverly Place had now been her home for 7 years. She and Beatrice Alexander had taken it together a month after her mother's death, and life for the two women, as time rolled on, had become undeviating in its routine. There was small variation in their days. It was Beatrice's business to prepare breakfast. She rose at 7, Jeanette half an hour later. The meal was always the same: fruit, boiled eggs, 4 pieces of toast, and a substitute for coffee, cubes of a prepared vegetable material dissolved in hot water. Beatrice set the table daintily with a small Japanese lunch-cloth and a yellow bowl filled with bright red apples in its center. Knives, forks, and spoons were nicely arranged, and she never neglected to put tumblers of drinking water beside the triangularly folded fringed napkins, and finger bowls at each place with a bit of peel sliced from the bottoms of the grapefruits or oranges which began the breakfast. Beatrice was a fastidious person. Jeanette often thought gratefully she liked things nice. While her friend was busy in kitchen and dining room, Jeanette dressed with her usual scrupulous carefulness. She gave but meager attention to household affairs. These were Beatrice's providence. It was Beatrice who did the ordering, paid the bills, and managed the small establishment. Jeanette's companion was much like Alice, and these duties came naturally to her. Besides, during the years Mrs. Sturgis and her daughter had lived together, it had been her mother who attended to such matters. Jeanette had grown accustomed to leaving household details to someone else. She took pains to explain this to Beatrice when they discussed the project of an apartment together, and the latter had assured her it would be quite satisfactory. There had never been the slightest friction between the two women. Beatrice Alexander, with her soft, whispery voice and shy manner, was one of the sweetest-tempered persons in the world. The years had dealt not unkindly with Jeanette. At 43 she was still a handsome woman, no longer graceful and willowy, perhaps, but erect, aggressive, substantial-looking. There was a solidarity about her now. Her arms were big and round, her shoulders broad and plump, her bosom well-developed. She was 30 pounds heavier, and walked with a sturdy tread. There was gray in her hair, too, and a certain settled expression about her mouth that proclaimed middle age, but she was a fine-looking woman with clear eyes and skin, an impressive carriage, and much that was commanding in poise. She dressed smartly and was almost meticulously neat. Every morning she donned a fresh shirtwaist, crisply laundered. It was a matter of concern to her that this should set so snugly and correctly where it jointed the plain dark tailored skirt that closely fitted her back. The effect should be of the skirt holding the blouse trimly in place. When she had completed her toilette, she was the embodiment of trigness and trimness, from her dark lustreless hair with its streaks of gray, which she now wore in a smooth sweep encircling her head like a bird's unruffled wing, to her tan-booted feet in sheer brown silk stockings. She always had taken a great deal of pains in the matter of attire, and her hats, shoes, and garments were of the latest approved styles and the best materials, and came from the most exclusive shops in New York. She still observed the strictest simplicity in the matter of clothes when she dressed for the office. She surveyed herself now in the mirror with approval, and as she noted her fine tall figure, the breadth of her shoulders, the round, neat, firm waistline, her calm, strong face, shrewd, capable, resourceful, she could understand the awe and respect with which the girls in her department regarded her. A hint of a smile touched her resolute lips as she thought to them she must appear a superwoman, a sort of queen, the fount of all wisdom, justice, and power. She liked the idea. She flung back the covers to let her bed air during the day, and righted the flagrant disorder in her room with a few effective movements. As she opened her closet door or bureau drawers, the scrupulous neatness of their contents pleased her. The row of dresses in the closet suggested the orderliness of a company of soldiers. Her shoes and slippers, each pair equipped punctiliously with boot trees, ranged themselves on a shelf in effective array. Her lingerie was carefully beribboned, folded in piles, and a scent of sachet arose from its lacy whiteness. As she busied herself, she came upon a muss of face powder that had been spilled upon the glass top of her bureau. A small sound of annoyance escaped her. She crossed the hall to the bathroom, returned with the moistened end of a soiled towel resurrected from the laundry basket, and wiped up the offending litter vigorously. About to quit the room, she paused a moment with her hand on the doorknob for a final inspection, and turned back to make sure the lower bureau drawer was locked and that she had put the key in its hiding-place under the rug. She raised the window an inch higher. A white thread on the floor attracted her eye, and she picked it up with thumb and finger to deposit in the wastebasket before she joined Beatrice Alexander in the dining room. A glance at her wristwatch assured her she was on time to the minute. "Morning, Beat," she said, saluting her companion. "What was the matter with Mitzi this morning? I let her out early. She was clawing the carpet and growling. She wouldn't stop, so I just had to get up and put her out." "Strange," commented Jeanette, eyeing the cat who blinked at her comfortably from beside an empty soup plate that had held her bread and milk. She began to talk baby talk to the pet. "Mitzi Witzy? Yes, who was. Went out to see a feller. Yes, who did." The two women sat down to the breakfast table together. Jeanette spread her world out before her. Beatrice propped the Times against a water pitcher. They picked at their fruit, raised egg spoons to their lips delicately, broke off bits of toast and inserted them in their mouths, sipped their coffee with little fingers extended. Silence reigned except for the small noises of cup and spoon and the crackle of newspapers. "I do think France ought to be more lenient with Germany," Beatrice remarked at length, adjusting her eyeglasses. "I'd make her pay to the last mark she's got," asserted Jeanette. She folded back her newspaper carefully to another page. "They had quite an accident in the subway," Beatrice observed. "So I see. Does seem to me the papers are awfully hard on the Interborough. I should think they ought to be permitted to charge an 8-cent fare. Everything else is going up in price." "Do you suppose that Hennessy woman will get off?" asked Beatrice after an interval. "Well, I'd like to see her. Senator Knowles died, they think, from drinking whiskey that had wood alcohol in it. Served him right. I wish they all would." At 22 minutes past 8, Jeanette put on her hat carefully before the mirror, drew about her shoulders her tipped fox scarf, jerked her hand vigorously into stout tan gloves, and proceeded down the 2 flights of stairs to the street. As she descended, she noted with customary pleasure the effect of the cream-painted woodwork in the halls, the width of the stairs, and the flood of light from the skylight above the stairwell which effectively illuminated the interior of the house. She and Beatrice had indeed been fortunate in finding a home in such a pleasant, well-arranged building. It was the same apartment Miss Holland and Mrs. O'Brien had occupied for so many years, until the latter married again, and the former went to live with her nephew, Jerry, who was a commander now, had a wife and babies, and was stationed at the Brooklyn Navy Yard. The trend of Jeanette's thoughts reminded her she had not been to see Miss Holland for nearly 2 months. She resolved upon a visit in the immediate future. The street was filled with morning sunshine as Jeanette stepped out upon the stone flagging of the lower hall, closed the inner door behind her, and felt in her purse with gloved fingers for the key to the mailbox. She found 2 letters for herself, one from Alice saying that Etta was going to town on Saturday, would love to lunch with Aunt Jeanette, and be eternally grateful to her if she'd help her pick out the dress. The other was a circular from Wanamaker's. It was the latter rather than the former communication that started the train of thought which occupied Jeanette's mind as she firmly stepped along the avenue. Her walk to the office took 23 minutes, and as she passed 14th Street she noted by a clock in front of a jeweler's store that she was a minute ahead of time. The Wanamaker circular set forth the advantages of a sale of women's suits, yet it was not the attractive prices nor the smart models that occasioned Jeanette's thoughts. The envelope containing the circular was addressed to Mrs. Martin Devlin. No one called her by that name any more. When she went to work as Mr. Corey's secretary, she had been welcomed as Miss Sturgis. Miss Sturgis had meant something in the affairs of the Chandler B. Corey Company. No significance was attached to Mrs. Devlin. It seemed wiser to drop her married name, and after the break with Martin, she had no desire to keep it. Odd to have been a man's wife, to have belonged to someone. It would be hard to think of herself as Mrs. again, to call herself Mrs. Martin Devlin. How many years ago had it been? 15? 16? Something like that. Had there really ever been an interval of 4 years in her life when she had been a married woman? It seemed to her she had always been part of the Chandler B. Corey Company, or the Corey Publishing Company, as it now was called. Part of it without a break since those days of long ago when it had occupied 3 floors in a clumsy old office building and had looked out with Schirmer's music store and Tiffany's upon Union Square. What a slim, tall, ignorant, ill-equipped young thing she had been that day she went eagerly to meet Roy at the office and had watched Miss Rubens look at photographs in the reception room. Jeanette smiled now at the memory of herself. It strained the imagination to believe that the present Miss Sturgis of the mail-order department had been that awkward girl so long ago. The years, the changes they had wrought! Jeanette thought of her last painful interview with Martin, and the shadow of a frown came to her brow. She had gone over every detail of it a million times. It had indeed been harrowing. Poor Martin! He had pleaded so hard for her to come back to him. He had offered to do anything she wanted, but it was too late then. She couldn't make him see it. She reminded him again and again that he had talked just the same way when he begged her to marry him. She had doubtfully agreed then, had consented to give their union a trial, and it had turned out a failure, a hopeless failure. No, she didn't blame him. She told him so over and over, and admitted it was as much her fault as his. She was no more fitted to be a wife than he a husband. Many people were constituted that way. They weren't suited to married life. She pointed out to him that unless a marriage was happy, it was a mistake, and neither he nor she had been happy as man and wife. Why, she had never been for 1 minute as happy married to Martin Devlin as she had been since she became her own mistress again. She loved her independence, she told him, too much to surrender it to any man, and he? Well, it had been clearly demonstrated that he liked the society of men and enjoyed outdoor sports more than he did being a husband. She tried hard not to reproach him, had even said she saw no reason why they two could not go on being friends, occasionally seeing one another. But at that point Martin got angry. A sort of madness seemed to take hold of him, and he had said all sorts of terrible things to her, even called her names, unforgettable ones. It had ended in a dreadful scene, a terrible scene, dreadful and terrible because in spite of the fury and bitterness that gripped them, they knew love still remained. Jeanette would never forget the storm of tears, the abject grief that had come to her at their parting. Love Martin though she did, she realized she loved her re-won independence more, and she would not, could not return to him. Mr. Corey had taken her in. She had promised to work for him for a while at least, and it was utterly impossible for her to tell him after he had discharged his other secretary that she was going back to her husband again. If Martin had only given her a year or two, she might have been willing to be his wife once more, and she had told him as much. But Martin refused to listen. He had thrown down his challenge and forced her then and there to choose between her job and himself. There was nothing else for her to do. She had made her decision, and Martin had gone his way. She had never regretted it, she said to herself now. She was far better off today, far happier and more contented than she ever would have been as Mrs. Martin Devlin. As his wife, she would have had ties and known sickness. She and he would have quarreled, and there would have been everlasting recriminations. She would have lost her looks, and her clothes would have become shabby. She would have grown familiar with poverty, and have had to fight for herself and family the way Alice did. Poor, deserving, hard-working Alice, with her 5 children and unsuccessful husband. No doubt she, Jeanette, had missed much in life, but hers had been the safe course, the prudent and sure one. She was now in charge of the mail-order department of the Corey Publishing Company. She was earning $50 a week, had 5 Liberty bonds all paid for, and was beholden to no one. Of Martin she had not heard for years. On a visit to Alice at Cohasset Beach, she had one Sunday encountered Stelle Taschenmacher, and that lady had informed her that Zeb Klein, while on a brief visit to Philadelphia, had seen Martin, and Martin had an agency for a motor car there and was doing quite well. Jeanette would have liked to hear more, but she did not care to have Stelle Taschenmacher suspect she was interested. It was Stelle's husband who sold the Beardsleys their home at Cohasset Beach. The purchase had followed the death of Roy's father and the return of Roy and his family to New York. Dr. Beardsley had not lived long enough to make a writer's career for his son possible. His death had sadly broken up the small home in Mill Valley, and Roy and Alice had deemed it wiser to put the little money the clergyman left them into a home of their own than spend it in paying rent, butchers' and grocers' bills, on the chance that Roy's pen might some day earn a livelihood sufficient for their needs. He had been only moderately successful as an author. His dog story had been published, and he had placed several short stories, but these had been few and far between, and then little Frank had come to add his chubby countenance to the family circle, and his parents decided a writer's career was too precarious for a man with a family. A job on a newspaper or magazine would ensure a steady income, so with grief over their bereavement and disappointment in their hearts for the abandoned profession, Roy and his wife returned to New York. And then, in quick succession, had come the finding of his position on the Court Z Arts Review, which carried with it a moderate salary, the purchase of the house at Cohasset Beach, and in time the arrival of the small Jeanette. Nettie, she was called, to distinguish her from her aunt. And baby Roy, who was 7 years old now, and had recently asserted his manhood by resenting the identifying adjective by which he had been known since birth. Jeanette paused a moment in her retrospective thoughts to calculate. 22 years! Yes, Alice and Roy had been married 22 years. They were an old married couple now. She realized abruptly she had reached the office. Men and women, up and down the street, were converging in their courses toward the doors of the publishing company. The great concrete block of 8 stories crowded now to the limit of its capacity, with the thundering presses on the lower floors, had often seemed to her a monster that sucked in through its tiny mouth, each morning a small army of workers, mulled them about all day between its ruminating jaws,
fed on their juices, and spewed them forth at evening to go their ways and gather new strength during the night to feed its hungry maw again upon the morrow. Though the picture was grim and repellent, she cherished no hostility toward the institution that employed her. With the exception of the 4-year interlude of adventuring in matrimony, she had been an employee of the self-same concern since she was 18. For nearly 20 years her name had appeared upon its payroll. In November she could make that very boast. More than any building in the world, this block of steel and concrete was bound up with her destiny. She had spent most of the days of her life within it. She had seen its beginnings, had watched it spring into being, had had a hand in altering and adapting it to the needs of business, had observed its almost barren floors slowly fill year after year with human activity until now the use of every square foot of space was a matter of debate. She was one of the half-dozen still gleaning a livelihood within its walls today, who could speak of a time before its existence had even been conceived. Most of those early associates on Union Square were gone now, dead or following other lines of endeavor. Old Kipps still pottered about in the manufacturing department. Mr. Cavendish, white-haired, grey-moustached, and rosy, still edited Corey's commentary. Miss Travers, her merry face now lined with many criss-crossed wrinkles, had succeeded Mr. Olmsted, and while not accorded the title of auditor, which he had enjoyed, was known as the cashier. Then there was Sidney Frank Allister, who, while he did not date back to the Union Square days, was still to be reckoned among those early associated with the fortunes of the publishing company, and now very much identified with them since he had become president and sat in the seat of Chandler B. Corey. Mr. Corey was dead. He had died the year Jeanette lost her mother, and had followed his son Willis to the grave after a few months. Mrs. Corey had left him a widower many years before. There remained only his daughter, Babs, in an Adirondack sanitarium for the insane, to inherit his wealth and 51% of the stock of the business he had created. He died a rich man, and his will provided that his worldly possessions should be divided equally between his 2 children, their heirs and assigns, and of these last there were none, for Willis had never married and Babs could not. Jeanette often used to muse upon the futility of human ambition when she thought of the man she had served so long as secretary. She knew it had been the great desire of his life to found a publishing house that should become identified with the growth of American literature and pass on down the years in the hands of the Corey family, father and son succeeding one another after the fashion of some of the great English houses. One day, while sitting in his office intent upon affairs of business, his head dropped forward and banged on the hard surface of his desk before him, and he was dead. His heart had suddenly grown tired of its work. Even before he was laid away at Woodlawn, there had begun the mad scramble for the control of stock which would elect his successor. Jeanette never learned how Mr. Allister succeeded in obtaining it, but Mr. Featherstone had shortly been eliminated entirely from the affairs of the company, and it was whispered that Mr. Kipps had played a double game. However that may have been, Sidney Frank Allister was by far the best man to fill Corey's place, in Jeanette's opinion. He was not so shrewd nor so far-seeing, but he had certain literary qualifications which fitted him for the position. Mr. Featherstone, Jeanette had early come to regard as a blustering blowhard, while Mr. Kipps was hardly grammatical in speech or in letters, and had grown into a fussy old man. Francis Holme or Walt Chase might have proven themselves even better material, but 3 years prior to Mr. Corey's death, both these young men had broken away from the old organization. Holme had launched forth into the publishing business for himself, and Walt Chase had gone to Sears Roebuck Incorporation in Chicago at a salary, it was rumored, of $10,000 a year, and Jeanette had succeeded him as head of the mail order department. Much as she had enjoyed being secretary to Mr. Corey, she was forced to realize, as the years rolled by, that the position held no future for her. She would always be the president's secretary, as long as Mr. Corey lived. But against the congenial work and easy role her ambition had protested. Recollections of early resolutions she had made on entering the business world returned to disturb her complacency.
She remembered vowing then she would go to the very top and someday become herself an executive instead of a secretary. She saw no reason why she should not follow in Walt Chase's footsteps and be worth $10,000 a year, if not to the Corey Company, then to some other. She had great confidence in herself, felt especially qualified to do mail-order work, and was sure she could increase sales and manage the department better than Walt Chase. It was a pet idea of hers that women, not men, bought books by mail, and she was confident that attacks directed at women written from a feminine standpoint would show results. When the offer from Chicago came and Chase announced he was going, she determined suddenly to seize the opportunity and ask Mr. Corey for Chase's place. She had played secretary long enough, she told him. She wanted her chance at bigger work. There had been a great deal of demurring and discussion before she was allowed to try her hand. Mr. Kipps and Mr. Featherstone had vigorously opposed the plan, arguing that while Miss Sturgis had proven herself an incomparable secretary, there was no indication she would be equally successful in charge of the mail-order department. Walt Chase had built up a steady sale for the company's publications, and had been doing many thousands of dollars worth of business a year. Mr. Kipps and Mr. Featherstone shared the opinion that a woman was not competent to manage affairs involving so much money. They were too large for the feminine mind to grasp. They contended, too, that she had had no experience in mail-order affairs, and that a young man named Owens, who had been Chase's assistant for over a year, was his logical successor, and had been led to expect the promotion. It was doubtful, they said, whether he and Mr. Sparks and old Mr. Harris and the one or two other men who had been under Walt Chase would consent to remain if a woman was placed in charge of them. This particular branch of the business had become exceedingly profitable, and it was pointed out to Mr. Corey that he was in great danger of demoralizing it by permitting a girl to assume its management. Jeanette had stood firm and resolutely pressed her request in the face of opposition which she considered stupid and which angered her. Mr. Corey finally agreed to give her a trial, although it was clear he had his misgivings. But during the 9 years in which Jeanette had filled the coveted position, she had amply demonstrated to everyone's satisfaction her faith in herself to be warranted, and this in spite of the fact that Owens and Sparks had promptly resigned as predicted by Mr. Featherstone and Mr. Kipps, and for a time the work had been demoralized indeed. Yet she triumphed, as she knew she would, and the ideas she had long cherished for conducting mail-order campaigns had borne fruit. Last year she had the satisfaction of stating in her annual report that the business of her department had doubled in size since she had taken it in charge. It had been a long struggle fraught with interference and constant criticism of her methods. It had been particularly hard at first when Mr. Kipps supervised everything she did and vetoed some of her pet projects. He had hampered her in every way he could, not because he had any personal feeling against her, but because she was a woman, and he had no faith in a woman's judgment. That was the way he had always treated Miss Holland, but now, since Miss Holland had resigned and gone to live with her nephew in Brooklyn, he was willing at any minute to wax eloquent in praise of her extraordinary ability. Ah, yes, yes indeed, Miss Holland was a remarkable woman, fitted in every way for business, brain like a man's, wonderfully clear-sighted, excellent judgment. They didn't make women like Miss Holland. She was the exception. 1 in a million. Jeanette had to contend against such prejudices for the first year or two, but eventually she overcame it. Mr. Corey helped her whenever possible. She strove to keep the affairs of her department to herself, and when forced to seek higher authority, made a practice of going directly to the president, who had been the first to be convinced of her ability. As time went on, Kipps and the other members of the firm inclined to question her gradually allowed her to go her way. It had taken nearly a decade to win their confidence, but there was satisfaction in the thought that at last it was hers. The victory was complete. Of course, old Mr. Kipps would always purse his lips and frown dubiously about anything she proposed, for he would never be completely convinced of her ability until she followed in Miss Holland's footsteps. But Kipps was stooped and aged now, and little attention was paid to what he said or did. The board of directors was satisfied with the generalship of Miss Sturgis, whose monthly reports of sales and profits confirmed their confidence. When some other department reported a loss, or when business in general was poor, the mail order department could be depended upon to show a consoling profit. End of Book 3, Chapter 1, Sections 1 through 3. Book 3, Chapter 1, Sections 4 through 7. Of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 3, Chapter 1, Sections 4 through 7. One section of the 6th floor was Jeanette's domain. She had tried for years to have her department walled off by partitions, but the best she had been able to obtain for herself and her girls was a line of screens and bookcases. She had 24 clerks under her now, although the number fluctuated, particularly during October when the fall campaign was in progress. Then her force often swelled to over 100, and the extra help was quartered temporarily in neighboring vacant lofts and offices rented for a few weeks. She then had her lieutenants to superintend the work, which for the most part consisted merely of folding and inserting circulars in envelopes, sealing and stamping. Her department was well organized. The work had been so systematized that it now moved with perfect smoothness. Old Sam Harris, who represented all that was left of Walt Chase's regime, supervised the card catalogues. Miss Stenick was in charge of the girls. The inquiries were checked and answered by Mrs. Martle, while orders were entered and forwarded to the stockroom for filling by little Miss Lacey. Jeanette devoted herself to the preparation of copy for letters, circulars, and advertisement. This was the most important part of the work, and she believed her time and brains could not be better employed. She kept huge scrapbooks in which she pasted circulars and letters issued by other mail-order houses, and spent hours poring over them. Her desk stood on a low platform, and from this vantage point she could overlook her department as a schoolteacher surveys her schoolroom. She prided herself she could tell at a glance what any particular girl ought to be doing. If ever in doubt, she promptly summoned Mrs. Martle to her desk and inquired. All the girls respected and admired her. They knew her to be fair-dealing and straightforward, though swift in censure when merited. She liked to have them think of her in this way, and cultivated the idea. "You're conscientious, and you try hard," she would say, in admonishing some unfortunate bungler. "I want to be just to you. In conducting the affairs of this department, I want to be as lenient as I can. I strive to forget personalities and think only of my assistants, or perhaps I better say associates, as co-helpers in a big machine, each one functioning to the best of her ability at her particular piece of work. I've explained my ideas to Mr. Allister repeatedly. I want the girls in the mail order department to be every one her own boss, to come and go as she pleases, and feel responsible not to me but to the work. I want to be a big sister to every girl under me. I'm placed here to help, advise, and direct, not to scold. But if you fail to perform properly the work assigned you, if you're clumsy and careless and haphazard in your methods, then it is my duty to call the fact to your attention. I want to be fair to everyone. I have no favorites." The lecture might continue at some length, particularly if Miss Stenick, Mrs. Martle, or little Miss Lacey was within earshot. For a long time this mail-order branch of the business of which she was the head had called forth Jeanette's great pride. She had felt it was all hers, her work, but of late she had been stirred less and less. After all, what had been accomplished? For nearly 10 years she had bent her energies to making this phase of the activities of the Corey Publishing Company aboundingly successful. There no longer remained any question as to whether or not she had achieved her purpose. A year or two ago, a recalcitrant spirit among her girls had immediately aroused in her a determination to break it. The discovery of an error at once had challenged her to trace it to its source.
The questioning of her authority or trespassing upon her prerogatives had stirred her upon the instant to battle. One of the keenest pleasures of her days had been to draft laws that should govern her girls and to see that these were enforced. She had begun to detect in herself within the last year or two an increasing indifference to all such things. She did not care as she once had cared. She was no longer hampered or troubled by those downstairs. Her assistants and her girls gave her small occasion for supervision. The work of the department ran on well-oiled wheels. With opposition eliminated, the task of organization perfected, the maximum volume of business attained, there remained nothing to fire her spirit or brain, to stimulate fresh effort. And she was distressed by a suspicion that more and more persistently obtruded itself upon her consciousness that perhaps she was getting old, that the indifference to what went on about her and to her work was merely a sign of approaching age. She rebelled at the idea. She put it from her vigorously. She refused to entertain it. Why, she was only 43. She was in the heyday of her powers. Her judgment, her mind, her capacities were never so keen as now. She was equal to far more exacting, more difficult work. Disturbed by this fear, she decided to look about her for fresh fields of endeavor. There was no higher position in the Corey Publishing Company open to her. More important places were all filled by members of the firm, and it was not likely that any one of them would step aside and give her a chance at his work. No, though proud of her long years of service and record with the publishing company, she decided that neither was of sufficient importance to keep her indefinitely on its payroll until she was ready to follow in Miss Holland's footsteps. She let it be known in mail-order circles that she was looking for a job. Of Walt Chase she continued to think enviously. She had heard he was now one of the big men in Sears, Roebuck and Company, a fact that exasperated her, because she felt herself to be cleverer than he, more able in every respect. He was getting 10,000, 12,000, 15,000, whatever it was, a year, and climbing the ladder of success rung after rung, while she was doing the work he had left behind him at the Corey Publishing Company in a far more efficient, economical, and profitable way, and was being paid $50 a week. One day she learned of a vacancy in the American Suit and Cloak Company, where they were looking for someone familiar with mail-order work. She wrote and applied for the position. A conference with the general manager followed. It developed he was in search of a man. A woman, it was feared, was not qualified to do the work. But the manager admitted he knew Miss Sturgis by reputation, and would be glad to make a place for her in his organization if she was dissatisfied where she was. And he could promise her, well, he could pay her $35 a week. Jeanette declined, and eased her mind by writing a coldly worded letter of thanks and regret. The general manager of the American Suit and Cloak Company must have a poor opinion of her sense of values, if he expected her to resign from a position where she was the head of a department and receiving $50 a week to accept an underling's place at a smaller salary. But $50 a week from the Corey Publishing Company was far below what she was worth, Jeanette considered. It infuriated her to think that while Mr. Allister and those downstairs were glib with their commendation of her work, there was never any talk of expressing this appreciation by a raise in salary. Her first business in the mornings upon reaching her desk was to fasten a sheet of paper about each of her wrists and pin another to the front of her shirtwaist as a protection against dirt. It was almost impossible to go through half a day and keep one's linen clean without these shields. Dust from the street filtered in through the windows. That must be kept open at the top for ventilation, and occasionally little feathery balls of soot made their appearance. Contact with office furniture always held the risk of a smudge. Jeanette had her desk and chair thoroughly wiped off by one of her girls before she reached the office in the morning, and again when she went to lunch, but in an hour or two after these protective measures she would begin to feel grit under the tips of her fingers and observe a fine gray layer on the surfaces of white paper. She usually arrived 5 or 10 minutes before 9 o'clock, at which hour the business of the day was supposed to begin. Never late herself, she had trained her girls to be equally punctual.
It was a matter of pride with her that in the mail order department work began promptly on the stroke of the hour. There was no formality about the way it commenced. Without sign or sound from Jeanette, the girls set about their various duties with simultaneous accord. The noise of the chatter and laughter died away, there was a general scraping of chairs on the cement floor, and the buzz of typewriters, like the chirping of marsh frogs, began slowly to gather volume. First, Jeanette turned her attention to her incoming basket, neatly stacked the clipped correspondence, memorandums, and communications before her, and armed with a thick blue pencil began their disposal, marking certain letters and papers a vigorous "No" or "OK, J.S., pinning a sheet of scratch pad to others and scribbling thereon a brief direction or query. Most of the pile before her disappeared into her outgoing basket, but in an upper corner of her desk was a folder inscribed "Mr. Allister," and into this she would occasionally slip a letter or memorandum. Its contents would go to him by boy later in the day. Once in a while she carried some important matter to him herself, but she troubled him as little as possible. She tried to keep the affairs of her department to herself. The less she attracted the attention of the directors, the less they were likely to ask for reports or feel called upon to supervise or investigate her work. She preferred to let the monthly statements of sales speak for her. By 10 o'clock the incoming basket would be empty, and she could begin the preparation of copy for an advertisement, a circular letter, or the arrangement of a leaflet setting forth the features of a new set of books. This was the work she loved best to do, knowing she was unusually good at it. There were daily evidences her copy pulled, that the touches she gave her advertisements were productive of sales. No one downstairs appreciated how clever she was, though there were the reports of sales to attest to her ability. She often wished there was more of this particular kind of ad writing and circular preparing to be done. But the books of the Corey Publishing Company, sold by mail year after year, varied little in type. These were a standard dictionary, a home library of living literature, a set of handbooks for garden and kitchen, and then there were the dressmaking books issued in connection with the pattern department, how to sew, how to knit, how to embroider. In addition to the circularizing for these was that for subscriptions to the magazines, offered in conjunction with some particular premium. When a special letter had to be prepared, Jeanette preferred to write it at home or come back to the office at night when she could be alone and undisturbed. There was continual interruption during the day. She rarely enjoyed 5 minutes of consecutive thought. One source of distraction and a great annoyance was having personally to initial every request for supplies, no matter how trifling. This was one of Mr. Kipps's schemes. He had made it a rule that heads of departments must OK all such requisitions. A paper of pins, a pot of paste, a pad of paper could not be issued by the stock clerk to any of her girls without Jeanette's initials being affixed to the request. All day long she was interrupted by, "Can I have a pencil, Miss Sturgis?" "Please OK my slip for some paper, Miss Sturgis." "Excuse me for interrupting you, Miss Sturgis, but I need some pen points." Mr. Kipps's idea was to prevent waste, but Jeanette frequently realized with exasperation that her time was of a great deal more value to the company than pencils, pens, or papers, and there was a far greater waste in interrupting a line of constructive thinking than in trying to conserve the supplies of the stockroom. The telephone at her desk was continually at her ear. The composing room wanted the cut for job 648. The engraver didn't have the "Ben day" she had specified. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Kipp's assistant, wished to know if she could use a 5 1/4 envelope just as well as a number 6. She had requisitioned 5,000 2-cent stamps, and they had not been delivered. She needed 100,000 more dictionary circulars, and would like Stamper and Batchelor to submit her some. M.F. laid 24 by 36 in various tints. The stencil machine was out of order, and she wanted to borrow one from the mailing department. One thing followed another all day long. "If we insert that return postal, we can't mail this attack under 2-cent postage." "Hello, Miss Sturgis. Say, events can only give us a half page. Will you prepare new copy for the smaller space? They're waiting to go to press." "Miss Sturgis, we're running short on how to knit." "Miss Sturgis,
We'll have to get in some extra girls if you want those letters signed by hand. Miss Sturgis, do you want these mimeographed or printed? Miss Sturgis, Mr. Allister'd like to see you. Miss Sturgis, can I have some pens?" At 12:15 she went to lunch. She made a point of going promptly. There was a time, some years back, when she had fallen into the habit of letting her lunch hour lapse over into the afternoon, allowing the demands upon her further and further to postpone it, and it had been 2 o'clock, sometimes 3, before she went out. As a result, indigestion and headaches commenced seriously to trouble her, and the doctor advised a regular hour for lunch. At 12:15, therefore, she compelled herself to drop whatever she had in hand and leave the office. One of the girls was instructed to call her attention to the time. She always went to the Clover Tea Room for her luncheon. This was a little basement restaurant operated by 2 elderly sisters. It was prettily appointed with yellow lights, yellow candles, yellow embroidered table doilies, and yellow painted furniture. Jeanette had her own special table daily reserved for her. Lunch cost 65 cents and consisted generally of a small fruit cocktail, a chop, a little fish, or an individual meat pie, with an accompanying dab of vegetable and a dessert. She was accustomed to enter the tea room at 12:20 almost to the minute. A tall, fine-figured, handsome woman in her dark tailor-made, her modish hat and fur scarf. She would proceed directly to her table, exchanging a smile and a word of greeting with the elder Miss Hanlon as she passed her desk. Unbuttoning her gloves and drawing them from her hands, she would study the handwritten menu. Minnie would presently come for her order. "Morning, Miss Sturgis. What's it today? Stew looks good." "Good morning, Minnie. Well, if you say so, I'll have the stew, and don't forget to bring lemon with my tea." The tea room would be but partially filled when Jeanette entered, but as she waited for her lunch, other people began to arrive. Ah, here was Miss Hogan of Limon and Howell, and here was that pretty Miss Thompson of Altman's. Mr. Cruthers of the stationer's supply was late. No, here he was. Mrs. Diggs had that funny-looking hat on again. This person was a stranger, and that couple busily talking were quite evidently shoppers. A gray-haired woman in the corner appeared at the tea-room several times of late. Jeanette decided she must ask Miss Hanlon who she was, and find out where she was employed. At 1:45, or perhaps 10 minutes before the hour, Jeanette would pour a little drinking water from her tumbler over her fingertips into her empty dessert saucer, moisten her lips, wipe them on the little yellow napkin, and draw on her gloves nicely. She always left 10 cents for Minnie and paid her check at Miss Hanlon's desk on her way out. Usually she had the better part of half an hour before it was time to return to the office. Between the tea room and the corner of the avenue, she almost invariably encountered Miss Travers, the cashier, who likewise patronized the little restaurant. They would nod and smile at one another as they passed, but neither had time to pause for words. Jeanette frequently had a small errand to perform, gloves to get at the cleaner's, her shoes polished, a bit of shopping, a book to exchange at the library. When there was nothing specially pressing, she would pay a visit to a bustling Fifth Avenue store, where she would make her way through crowds of jostling women and inspect counters, examining, even pricing the merchandise that attracted her. In the long years she had been an office worker, she had spent many a luncheon hour in this fashion. She never grew tired of such visits, nor of acquainting herself with the new fads, novelties, and latest styles in feminine apparel. Just 1 hour after she had left it, she would be back at her desk, readjusting her paper cuffs and repinning the sheet at her breast. At once the demands upon her would recommence. "Miss Sturgis, while you were out, engravers phoned and said they can't find that cut." "Miss Sturgis, Mr. Kipps wants to know how many copies of Garden and Kitchen we sold up to November 1st last." "Miss Sturgis, Miss Hilliker went home sick." "Miss Sturgis, will you sign my requisition for a box of clips?" "Miss Sturgis, can I have a pencil?" Thus it would continue for the rest of the day. The afternoon light would shine bleak and garish through the fire-proofed windows with their meshed wire embedded in the glass. The dust would settle on desks and paper. The thundering presses on the lower floors would send fine vibrations through the building.
Typewriters would maintain a clicking droning, a buzz of small noises would harass the ear, there would be a continual flash of paper and of white hands at the folders' tables, while pervading everything would be the thick, sweet smell of ink emanating from stacks of new print matter fresh from the press-room. 5 o'clock always surprised Jeanette. Her work absorbed her. If she threw a hasty glance at the neat small mahogany-cased clock on her desk, it was to ascertain if there was time enough to complete one more task that day, or to begin preparations for a new one. The ringing gong that sounded quitting time invariably startled her into a blank sensation of discouragement. She would wish at that moment for another hour to finish the matter in hand, just a little longer, and she would have it out of the way. The commotion among the girls which instantly followed the gong never failed to annoy her. In less than 5 minutes, save for Mrs. Martle, little Miss Lacey, Miss Stenick, and old man Harris, her department would be empty. These assistants remained a little later to clean up the day's work and prepare for the morrow's. In another quarter of an hour they too would begin to bang desk drawers shut and prepare to depart. Presently Jeanette would be alone. She usually was the last to leave. It was then that a feeling of fatigue, a weariness of soul, a distaste of life would begin to assert themselves. Reaction from the racing events of morning and afternoon would close down upon her, and of a sudden her work, her days, her whole life would seem drab, colorless, profitless. What did it matter if a few more copies of the dictionary were sold? What difference did it make if the new attack was a success? Whether or not little Miss Lacey was inclined to be careless, or that Mr. Kipps had attempted to interfere with her again. Of what importance was the mail order department of the Corey Publishing Company anyway, or the concern itself? Mr. Corey had worked hard all his life, and then he had died and left it behind him. What good had it ever done him? This racketing building represented such trivial enterprise after all. It seemed ridiculously trifling. She would get to her feet with a great sigh of apathy, disgust for her work and life rising strong within her. Frequently, with a sweep of an impatient hand, she would scoop the papers before her into the top drawer of her desk, or thrust them back into her incoming basket. They could wait until the morrow. Tonight they bored her. She wanted to get away, to shut them out of her mind. Ah, it was all so petty. No one would thank her for working after hours. She was sick to death of it. She would adjust her hat with her usual care before the mirror in the dressing-room, tucking her hair neatly beneath its brim, don fur and gloves, and proceed to the elevator. On the way out she might encounter Mr. Kipps or Mr. Allister. "Good evening, Miss Sturgis." "Good evening, Mr. Allister." The street would be blue with gathering dusk, and crowded with dark hurrying figures homeward bound. Lights here and there streamed from office windows, dabs of brilliant yellow in the purple scene. Motor trucks and delivery wagons backed to the curb were being piled with crates and packages by hustling, calling men and boys. The tide of workers let loose from desk and counter set strongly in conflicting currents. Long lines of traffic filled the congested thoroughfare and waited for the signal to move forward. A dull clamor, a pulsing bass note, a sound of feet, voices, motor horns, a banging and bawling, a thumping and hubbub, clatter and rumble throbbed persistently. There was a sense of hurry and dispatch in the air. No one had any time to waste. It was the hour of home-going, the end of the day's toil, the feeding time of the great army of workers. Dinner had to be prepared by the time Jeanette reached the apartment in Waverly Place. Beatrice, who was employed by a manufacturer of soaps and toilet waters a few blocks from where she lived, was usually in the kitchen when her friend arrived. Beatrice did the marketing at her lunch hour, or in going to and from her office. Mrs. Welsh, who lived downstairs, obligingly took in packages and kept an eye on Mitzi, well qualified, however, to look after herself. The cat mysteriously disappeared during the day to present herself bright-eyed, hungry, and affectionate the instant Jeanette's or Beatrice's steps sounded in the hall. The dinners the two working women shared were usually simple. Very seldom they ate meat. Eggs in any form were popular, and the evening meal, 9 times out of 10, began with a canned soup served in cups. From the delicatessen on 6th Avenue a variety of canned food was obtainable. Jeanette and Beatrice were particularly fond of canned chicken à la king, which had merely to be heated, seasoned, and poured over toast. Sometimes they made their dinner of soup, a can of asparagus tips, tea, and crullers. The asparagus tips made frequent appearances. Beatrice kept in the icebox a little jar of mayonnaise, which she usually whipped together on Sundays. Macaroni salad was another prime favorite, and there were also tuna fish, creamed or made into a salad, and fish balls whenever they could be obtained. Once in a while, on a Sunday, or on one of those rare occasions when company was expected, Beatrice struggled with meat and potatoes for a 3-course meal. But in these ventures she received small encouragement from Jeanette. The latter was forever proclaiming she despised to cook, and was therefore averse to betraying any interest in plans for an elaborate meal. The odor of meat cooking in the house smelled the place up horribly, she declared. Punctiliously, however, she performed her share of the work in cleaning up after dinner. She dried the dishes, gathered the small luncheon cloth by its 4 corners, and gave it a quick shake out of a rear window, put away the silverware, and restored to the sideboard drawer the 2 fringed napkins in their red lacquer rings, rearranged the table, and pushed back the chairs against the wall. Beatrice, meanwhile, would be busy fussing in the kitchen, washing the 1 or 2 pans she had used, the teapot and few dishes, feeding Mitzi the remnants of the can of soup and perhaps a bit of fish, or a little fried liver. By 7:30, dinner would be a thing of the past, and the little home in order again. Jeanette made it a practice to spend the ensuing hour or 2 in the seclusion of her own room. In many ways this was the happiest time of the day for her. She was alone finally, and could count upon being unhurried and undisturbed. First she made her bed with care. The undersheet must be stretched tight and tucked well under the mattress. There must be no wrinkles, and the covers must be folded in loosely at the bottom. She affected a baby pillow, which twice a week must be slipped into a fresh embroidered case. 5 minutes followed with the carpet sweeper, the room was tidied, everything put in its right place. When all was done, she would feel free to turn her attention to herself. If there was mending, she next disposed of it. Distasteful though sewing had always been to her, she had grown dexterous with her needle. She spent 15 minutes manicuring her nails, and an equal time brushing her hair and rubbing a tonic into her scalp. The gray was very thick over the right temple, and Beatrice had urged her to have it touched up, but Jeanette rather liked it as it was. She considered it added a distinguished touch. There were other intimate offices she performed at this hour with great thoroughness, her vigorousness increasing as time carried her into middle age. Twice a week, sometimes oftener, she took a hot bath about 9 o'clock. Great preparations were attached to this performance, and she indulged herself in perfumed bath salts, perfumed soap, and delicately scented powder. When Mirabel brought home the wash on Friday nights, Jeanette devoted half an hour to running pink satin ribbons through her chemises and brassieres. The ribbons she carefully steamed herself once a month and pressed with the electric iron in the kitchen. But those nights on which she did not bathe, when her room was in order and her toilette completed, she would don a kimono, and with hair hanging in pigtails down her back, her feet in Japanese wicker sandals, shuffle her way to the front room, with a book under her arm, to join Beatrice for perhaps an hour's chat or reading before finally retiring. Neither she nor her companion ever went to the movies, and seldom to the theatre. Saturday afternoons Jeanette spent in tours of shrewd and calculated shopping, and on Sundays she went to Cohasset Beach to spend the day with Alice and the children. End of Book 3, Chapter 1, Sections 4 through 7. Book 3, Chapter 2, Sections 1 through 2 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 3, Chapter 2, Sections 1 through 2. Jeanette, on her way to Cohasset Beach, let her Sunday newspaper drift indifferently into her lap, and turned her attention to the October landscape through the car window. The train was filled with Sunday visitors like herself, bound for friends and relatives in the suburbs. They would enjoy a hearty meal around a crowded table at 1 o'clock, would inspect the local country club for a view of the links or the golfers in their sports clothes, indulge, perhaps, in a motor trip to gain further aspects of the autumnal foliage, or, complaining of having over-eaten and demurring at any effort, establish themselves at the card-table to while away the rest of the afternoon at bridge. At 5 o'clock, the swarm that had filtered into the country all morning through the Pennsylvania station would decide with one accord to return to the city. The cars would be jammed and every seat taken long before the westbound trains reached Cohasset Beach. It was always a noisy crowd with crying, tired babies wriggling in parents' laps, golfers arguing about their scores and the adjustment of their bets, silly girls convulsed at one another's confidences, or lifting shrill pipes of mirth at the hoarse-whispered comments from slouching male escorts, returning ball teams of youthful enthusiasts who banged each other over the head and vented their high spirits in rough jibes or horseplay. Sunday travel was a bore, thought Jeanette in mild vexation. Even the outbound trains during the morning, which were never more than comfortably filled, stopped at every station along the line, no matter how insignificant. It took 10 minutes longer to get to Cohasset Beach on Sundays than on any other day of the week. The express trains that left the city late in the afternoons from Monday to Saturday landed Roy home in 19 minutes. It used to take a weary 45, Jeanette remembered, when the East River had to be crossed by ferry and the rest of the way traveled in the old racketing, shabby plush-seated puffing steam trains from Long Island City. She fell to musing as she idly watched the country flying past. She recalled the time when she and Martin had paid their first visit to Cohasset Beach as guests of the Herbert Gibbses and had gone picnicking on the shore at the family yacht club. The Gibbses owned a handsome home on the Point today, and the little yacht club had been merged into the Cohasset Beach Yacht Club, which since the fire that had laid it in ashy ruins was now housed in a large, imposing edifice of brick and stone. The town itself, then hardly more than a summer resort for rich New Yorkers, a few hundred houses scattered carelessly over some wooded hills, had grown within the last dozen years into a flourishing community with banks, brick business blocks, and fireproof schools with paved streets and rows upon rows of white-painted houses with green shutters and fan-shaped transoms above paneled colonial doorways. The woods were gone. The sycamores and gnarled old apple trees had given place to spindling elms set at orderly intervals on either side the carefully graded streets, and to formal little gardens and close-cropped patches of lawn. The dilapidated wooden station had been supplanted by a substantial concrete affair, surrounded with cement pavements and provided with comfortable steam-heated waiting rooms. The whirring electric trains swept on to other thriving villages further down the island and paused, coming or going, but a minute or two at the older town which had once been the terminal. There were now blocks and blocks of these trimly built, neatly equipped houses at Cohasset Beach, each with its garden, its curving cement walks and contiguous garage, and Messrs. Adolf Kuntz and Stefan Teschemacher had built stone mansions for themselves in the center of Cohasset Beach Park, today the court end of town. Alice and Roy lived in humbler quarters, the old frame house Fritz Wiggins and his paralytic mother had once occupied. It was yellow and gabled, rusty and blistered, and spread itself out in ungainly fashion over a none too large bit of ground. It had by no means been a poor investment, although the building had needed a steady stream of repairs since the Beardsleys acquired it. Roy had been offered 3 times what he paid for it on account of its desirable location overlooking the waters of the Sound. Every now and then he and Alice discussed selling the place, but invariably reached the same conclusion. Rents were prohibitive, and no other house half as satisfactory could be purchased for the money without assuming a mortgage. An additional financial burden not to be considered. Their problem was to devise ways of reducing expenses rather than increasing them. Jeanette had decided to walk to her sister's house, but on the platform as she descended from the train she unexpectedly encountered Zeb Klein and his wife, awaiting the arrival of Sunday guests. Zeb had married Nick Birdsell's daughter and gone into partnership with his father-in-law. Birdsell and Klein, general contractors, had built most of the new houses in Cohasset Beach, and now Zeb had a fine stucco one of his own, and his wife drove about in her limousine and kept a chauffeur. At the time Jeanette and Martin separated, the former had been aware that the sympathy of community was with her genial, amusing, good-looking husband. The townsfolk considered she had treated him shamefully. Only Edith French and the doc were acquainted with the true facts of the case and had defended her. But the doc and his wife had moved away within a year after Jeanette returned to work, and she had lost touch with them. Word reached her that they had settled in St. Louis, that the doc had had his right hand amputated as the result of an infection from an operation, and that he was running a drugstore there. Later, Jeanette heard that Edith had left him and married an actor. Suspecting a hostile attitude among these friends and acquaintances of her married years, Jeanette had kept herself carefully aloof from all of them when Roy and Alice selected Cohasset Beach for their home. She would avert her eyes when passing any of them on the street, or would bow with but a brief, unsmiling inclination of the head when forced to acknowledge recognition. Now, as she came face to face with Zeb Klein and his wife, Zeb, a trifle flustered, lifted his cap and greeted her by name, and Jeanette, also taken unawares, responded with more cordiality than she felt. She was somewhat perturbed by the incident, and was conscious of Kitty Birdsell Klein's appraising eye following her as she made her way across the station platform. It was this trifling occurrence that induced her to alter her intention and ride to Alice's. Mrs. Klein might be admiring her clothes, and her carriage, or she might be sneering. In either case, the scrutiny was unwelcome, and straightening her shoulders, Jeanette directed her steps toward one of the shabby waiting Fords and climbed in. She had no intention of letting the Kleins sweep by her in their limousine while she trudged along the sidewalk. Established in her taxi and rattling over the familiar route to her sister's home, a pleasant thought of Zeb came to her. After all, he was the best of that rough and common group. He had always been polite to her, honest and straightforward. She remembered how kind he had been about the construction of the screens for the bungalow's windows, hurrying their making and charging her practically no more than they had cost. She wondered if he had been to Philadelphia recently, or had heard anything more of Martin. If she should chance to meet Zeb in the street some day, she debated whether or not she should ask him for news. Baby Roy, clad in his Sunday corduroy knickers and a white shirt, which Jeanette knew well had been put upon him clean that morning, was sprawled on the cement steps of the Beardsleys' home as her vehicle stopped before it. The cleanly appearance had departed from Baby Roy's shirt. The trousers had become divorced from it. His collar was rumpled, and the bow tie, which his aunt suspected Etta's hurried fingers had tied before church, was bedraggled and askew over one shoulder. He lay on his back, his head upon the hard stone, his fair hair in tousled confusion, gazing straight upward into the sky, his arms waving aimlessly above him. He made no move at the sound of the motor car, and only stirred when Jeanette reached the steps. "Hello, Aunt Jan," he drawled in his curious, indolent voice. "Well, I declare," said Jeanette, surveying him with puzzled amusement. "Will you kindly tell me what you're doing there? What are you looking at? What do you think you see?" Baby Roy smiled foolishly, and with open mouth twisted his jaw slowly from side to side. "Aw, I was just thinking," he answered in awkward embarrassment. He got to his feet and put his arms around his aunt's neck as she stooped to kiss him. His cheek was soft and warm, and he smelled of dirt and sunburn. "You're a sight," she told him. "Your mother will be wild. Why don't you try to keep yourself clean one day a week at least?" "Ma won't care," the youngster observed, "and Et won't say nothin'." "Pronounce your G's, Baby Roy. Say nothing." "Why will Etta say nothing?" "'Cause she's got her a feller." "Who? That pimply-faced Eccles boy?" The child nodded, and then irrelevantly added, "Nettie's got appendicitis." "Good gracious!" exclaimed Jeanette. "Where did she get that?" Further information was not forthcoming. The woman's mind flew to the possible complications such a calamity would precipitate as she opened her bag and felt among its contents for the nickel package of lemon drops she had purchased at the Pennsylvania station while waiting for her train. She shook 3 of the candies out into Baby Roy's dirt-streaked palm and was admonishing the recipient that they were to be eaten one by one when there was a clatter of hard shoes on the porch and a boy of 13 catapulted out of the house. "Dibs on the funny paper!" he yelled. Jeanette eyed him with assumed disapproval. "There's no necessity for such a racket, Frank. It's Sunday, remember, and your sister's sick and everything." She proceeded at once, however, to unfold her newspaper and to hand him the comic section. "I brought you one out of the American, too." Frank seized the papers and grunted his thanks. "How is Nettie?" inquired his aunt. She had to repeat her question, for the boy's attention was already absorbed by the colored pictures. "Oh, she's all right, I guess," he answered carelessly. "Is she really sick?" "I don't know." Reproof was on Jeanette's lips, but she checked herself. Frank was her favorite among her sister's children. He was the only one of them, she was at pains to declare frequently, who had any gumption. The rest were like their easygoing, amiable parents. Frank had some of her own energy. He was like her in many ways. It was clear he was destined to be the mainstay of his father's and mother's old age. He was sure to get on, make money, be successful no matter in what direction he turned his energies. A fine, clever boy, she considered him, with some get-up-and-get in his composition. She left the 2 brothers seated side by side on the steps, poring over the comics. Their voices followed her as she entered the house. "Go on, read it to me. Don't be a dirty stinker." "Aw, shut up, can't you? Wait till I get through first." Jeanette met Alice in the hallway, and her first question was of the sick child. Alice kissed her with affection and hugged her warmly. "I don't think anything's the matter," she said reassuringly. "Nothing in the world but an old-fashioned stomachache, something she's eaten, that's all. I thought it wiser to keep her in bed for today, give her insides a good rest." "Why, Baby Roy said it was appendicitis." "Oh, nonsense. The child isn't any more sick than I am." "Well, it gave me quite a turn." "Of course," agreed Alice. Jeanette eyed her sister a moment in suspicion. Allie's vehement rejection of the idea that anything might be seriously the matter suggested Christian Science. Jeanette had heard Mrs. Eddy's teachings discussed more or less frequently of late by her sister and brother-in-law. She suspected they both leaned toward that faith but lacked courage to come out openly and declare themselves. She wondered how far these idiotic principles had laid hold of them, and now with a searching glance she asked, "Has error crept in?" Alice blushed readily and laughed. "I don't know anything about that. If she's any worse tomorrow, I'll send for the doctor." "I should hope so," Jeanette approved warmly. "Etta's delighted with her dress," Alice said with an abruptness that suggested a desire to change the subject. "You were a dear to help her out." "It was nothing at all, less than $5. It seemed a shame not to get something that was becoming, and there's real value in that garment." "Oh, yes, indeed, I could see that." Great thumping, banging, and scraping were going on somewhere down below. "Roy and Ralph are cleaning the furnace," explained Alice in answer to her sister's puzzled look. "It hasn't been fired, I don't think since last March. Come upstairs and lay your things on Etta's bed. I've got Nettie in mine. It's so much pleasanter in our room." The 2 women mounted the creaking stairs. In the front room a little girl was propped up in bed with several pillows. She was cutting out pictures from magazines, and the bedclothes and carpet were littered with scraps and slips of paper. A thin plaid shawl was about her shoulders, fastened clumsily across her chest with a large safety pin. She was not a particularly pretty child. Her face was too long and too pale, but her hair, soft and rippling, had the warm brown color that had distinguished her mother's, and her eyes were of the same hue. "Look, Moth, I put a new hat on this lady, and she looks a lot nicer." The child held up a wavering silhouette for inspection. "Oh, hello, Aunt Janny!" she cried as her aunt appeared in her mother's wake. "Was that you in the taxi?" There was a note of real pleasure, Jeanette felt, in the little girl's greeting, and she put some feeling into her kiss as she bent down to embrace her. I brought you some lemon drops, Nettie, but since you're upset, perhaps you'd better not have them." "Oh, I'm quite all right," said the little girl brightly. "I'm not the least bit sick." Here was the cloven hoof of Christian Science again, thought her aunt darkly. The child had been coached, no doubt. It was a great pity if that rigmarole was going to be taken up by Alice and Roy to make them all miserable. "Well, I think I wouldn't eat candy till tomorrow," advised Jeanette. "What I think you need is a good dose of castor oil," she added firmly with a glance at her sister. "But here, I have something here I know you'll like much better," she went on, searching in her bag. She brought to light a gold-colored metal pencil about 3 inches long with a tiny ring at one end and gave it to the child. "Oh, thank you, Aunt Janny. Thank you awfully," cried the little invalid, immediately beginning to experiment with the cap, which in turning shortened or lengthened the lead. "Where's Etta?" "Gone to church," Alice replied. "Heavens, what for?" Jeanette turned inquiring eyes upon the girl's mother. It was not that she lacked sympathy with any religious observation on her niece's part, but church-going for Etta was unusual. The younger children were sent dutifully to Sunday school, but the rest of the family were rather casual about attending divine services. It was not that she lacked sympathy with any religious observation on her niece's part, but church-going for Etta was unusual. The younger children were sent dutifully to Sunday school, but the rest of the family were rather casual about attending divine services. Alice smiled significantly in answer to the query, elevated a shoulder, and indulged in a slight headshake. "I suppose that means a boy again," Jeanette said, interpreting the look and gesture. "Doesn't she see enough of them afternoons and evenings? I declare, Alice, I don't know what you're going to do with that girl. Yesterday afternoon all she could talk about was the movies, and she even stopped me in front of a photographer's showcase to ask me if I didn't think a man in it was perfectly stunning. He was old enough to be her father. Well, all the girls are like that nowadays. It was decidedly different when we were that age." "Oh, indeed it was," agreed Etta's mother. "I was thinking only yesterday how we used—" "You made a great mistake," interrupted Jeanette, "in letting her bob her hair. It's affected her whole character. She was never quite so frivolous before." "That was her father's doing," said Alice mildly. "Oh? Well, he'd let her do anything she wanted. She has but to ask. What do you intend to do with her? Let her run round this way indefinitely? I'd make her take up sewing, or cooking, or learn some language." "Etta can sew quite nicely," said her mother loyally. "And she's a good cook. She wants to go to work. You know that. She thinks you'd have no difficulty in getting her a position at the office." "Well, perhaps I would, and perhaps I wouldn't, but I don't approve of the idea. She'd much better go to Columbia or Hunter College." "But, Janny dear, we've been all over that, time and time again. That costs money. It would take several hundred a year to send Etta to college, and we haven't got it. Roy thinks it's much more important that Ralph should follow up in his engineering at some university." Jeanette tapped her pursed lips with a meditative finger. "When's he ready?" "This is his last year in high school." "It would be wiser to send him to business school." "Roy's heart is set on Princeton, but if we can't afford that, and I don't see how we possibly can, then Columbia. He could commute, you know." Voices and the sound of feet on the porch announced arrivals. Jeanette drew aside a limp window curtain and gazed down at the front steps. "It's that pimply Eccles youth," she announced. "His dog has 9 puppies, and he's promised one to me," came from the bed. "I hope Etta doesn't ask him to stay to dinner," Alice remarked. "It'll make Kate furious." "No, he's going. I must take off my things." Etta, running upstairs a moment or two later, found her aunt before the mirror in her room, powdering her nose. "Oh, darling!" The girl rushed at her and flung her arms about her enthusiastically. "Careful, careful, dearie. I've just fixed myself." Jeanette held Etta's arms to the girl's sides and implanted a brief kiss on her forehead. The enthusiasm of her niece was in no wise crushed. "Didn't we have fun yesterday, Aunt Jan? Oh, I just love going shopping with you. You know everything." Jeanette smiled complacently. She was a dear child, this, so responsive and appreciative." Suddenly she glanced at her sharply, whipped a handkerchief from the bureau, and before unsuspecting Etta could guess what she was about, gave the girl's lips a quick rub. There was a telltale smudge of red on the white linen. Jeanette held forth the evidence accusingly, and her niece began to laugh, hanging her head like a little girl half her years. "I tell you, Etta, it doesn't become you. Your lips are red enough without putting any of that Jap paste on them. When you rouge them, it makes you look cheap and common. I don't care what the other girls do." She surveyed the girl critically, a handsome child with a lovely mop of dark brown hair that clung in rich clusters of natural curls about her neck and ears. Her eyes were unusually large and of a deep velvety duskiness, though there was a perpetual merry light in them, and her mouth, too, had a ready smile. Her teeth were glistening white, but her complexion was bad, given to eruptions and blotches. "And I wish," continued Jeanette, "you'd stop eating candy and ice cream sodas and leave cake and pastry alone. Your skin would clear out in no time. It's a shame a girl as pretty as you has to spoil her looks by unjudicious eating." "Isn't it the limit?" agreed Etta. Her face clouded, and she went close to the mirror to study her reflection narrowly. "I never knew it to fail," she said in disgust. "Marjorie Bowens is giving a bridge party, and she's invited a boy I'm just dying to meet, and there's a blossom coming right here on my chin. I always break out if there's anything special doing." "Well, I tell you," exclaimed her aunt, "you wouldn't have those things if you'd diet with a little care. Massaging won't help a bit. You've got to remember to stop eating sweets. Who's the new beau you're dying to meet?" "Oh, he's a high roller, lives down on the Point, drives a Stutz and everything. The girls are mad about him. He's been at Manlius for the last 2 or 3 years, and now he's freshman at Yale. Name's Herbert Gibbs." "Goodness gracious!" ejaculated her aunt. "What's the matter?" "Well, nothing." "Oh, tell me, please, Aunt Jan. Please tell me." "Don't be foolish. I knew his father, that's all. I once saw your high roller in his crib when he was less than a year old. Isn't he rather expressionless and flat-headed?" "No, I think he's perfectly stunning. He wears the best-looking clothes, and he's an awful sport." "Well, you'd never expect it if you'd known his father," her aunt said dryly. There was an ascending tramp of feet on the stairs, and Roy with his eldest son appeared disheveled and sooty. "That was a dirty job, all right," declared Roy, after he had greeted his sister-in-law and kissed her with the tips of his lips for fear of contaminating her. "I don't think she's been cleaned for years. We shoveled out a ton of soot. Ralph did all the hard work." He seemed a little ridiculous, a little pathetic to Jeanette, as he stood before her with his smirched and blackened face and his tight wan smile, the upper lip drawn taut across his row of even teeth. His stuck-up hair was still unruly, and had begun to recede at the temples and to thin on top. His face was lined with tiny wrinkles, and he wore spectacles with bifocal lenses and metal rims. An insignificant man, industrious, conscientious, weighed down with the cares and responsibilities of a large family. Life had dealt harshly with him, and somehow remembering the boy with the whimsical smile who had once made such earnest love to herself in the flush of youth, Jeanette could not but regard the result as tragic. She was fond of Roy, nevertheless. He was always amiable, always good-tempered and cheerful, but she wondered at this moment, as she took stock of him, what sort of a man he would have become if she, and not Alice, had married him. Different, no doubt, for she would have pushed him into material success. She would not have been as easy-going with him as Alice. He had wanted to write. Well, if she had been his wife, he would probably have turned out to be a very successful author, for he had ability. Roy's oldest son, Ralph, was in many ways like his father. He had the same sweet, obliging nature, and was even gentler. His voice had the quality of baby Roy's, indolent, drawling, dragging, and he spoke with a leisureliness that was often irritating. He was slight of build, narrow-chested, and stooped-shouldered, a student by disposition, forever burrowing into a book or frowning over a magazine article. Jeanette would have considered this highly commendable had Ralph ever shown any evidence of having gleaned something from his reading, or displayed any knowledge as a result of it. What he read seemed to pass through his mind like water through a sieve. She had brought down an advanced copy of the forthcoming issue of Corey's Commentary for him, and he accepted this now with an appreciative word. She always made a point of bringing presents to her sister's children whenever she visited them. She liked the reputation of never coming empty-handed. The gifts themselves might be trifling, indeed she thought it becoming that they should be, but she strove to make them sufficiently appropriate to indicate considerable thoughtfulness in their selection. She regarded herself as very generous where her nieces and nephews were concerned. Yesterday she had enabled Etta to buy a more expensive dress than was possible with the money her mother had given her, and last week she had sent Frank a fine sweater from a sale of boys' sweaters she happened upon in a department store. Of all her sister's children, Frank baffled her. He treated her casually, almost with indifference, while the other children swarmed about her with effusive gratitude and affection whenever she gave them anything. Frank either grunted his thanks or failed to express them at all. She loved him by far the best, and was continually making him presents or defending him from criticism. Her partiality was so noticeable she was mildly teased about it by the rest of the family, but it drew no recognition from the boy. His aunt, eyeing him with great yearning in her heart, would often wonder how she could bribe him to put his stout, rough arms about her neck and kiss her once with warmth and tenderness. She was never able to stir him to the faintest betrayal of sentiment. Her benevolence toward her sister's family frequently went further than presents for the children. At Christmas time she was munificent to them all, and she never forgot one of their birthdays. Once a year she took Nettie, Frank, and baby Roy to the Hippodrome, and on the occasional Saturdays that Alice or Etta came to the city she always had them to lunch with her, accompanied them on their shopping trips, and contributed here and there to their small purchases. Not infrequently, when she knew Alice was worrying unduly about some vexatious account, she would press a neatly folded bill into her hand. She liked the power that money gave her where they were concerned. She delighted in their gratitude and deference to her opinions. She was an important factor in their lives, and she enjoyed the part. End of Book 3, Chapter 2, Sections 1 through 2. Book 3, Chapter 2, Sections 3 through 4, of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 3, Chapter 2, Sections 3 through 4. At 1 o'clock dinner was announced. There was little ceremony about the Beardsleys' meals. The important business was to be fed. Kate, the cook and waitress, a big-bosomed, wide-hipped Irish woman, with the strength of a horse and the disposition of a bear, had scant regard for the preferences of any one member of the family she served. Her attention was concentrated upon her work. Indeed, it required a considerable amount of clear thinking and planning to dispatch it at all, and she brooked no interference. Roy, Alice, and the children were frankly afraid of her. Even Jeanette admitted a wholesome respect. "Oh, Kate's in an awful tantrum." The whisper would go around the house, and the family would deport itself with due regard to Kate's mood. She piled the food on the table, rattled the bell, and departed kitchenward, leaving the Beardsleys to assemble as promptly or as tardily as they chose. There never were but 2 courses to a meal, meat and dessert. Kate had no time to bother with soup or salad. Her cooking was good, however, and there were always great dishes of potatoes and other vegetables, as well as a large plate of muffins or some other kind of hot bread. Jeanette firmly asserted that Kate's meat pie with its brown crisp crust could not be surpassed in any kitchen. Today there were but 7 at table, as Nettie remained upstairs in bed. She would have crackers and milk later, her mother announced. "Milk toast," Jeanette suggested. But Alice shook her head and made a motion in the direction of the kitchen. "She doesn't like anyone fussing out there," she whispered, "and I don't like to ask her to do it herself. It's extra work no matter how trivial."
The graham crackers will do just as well. Nettie's quite fond of them." It was a cheerful scene, this gathering at the table of Roy, his wife, and their children. Tongues wagged constantly. There was happy laughter and loud talk, much clatter of china and clinking of silverware. Roy stood up to carve, and he served generously. Plates were passed from hand to hand around the table to Alice, who sat opposite him, and she added heaping spoonfuls of creamed cauliflower or string beans and mashed potatoes. The pile of food set down in front of each seemed, by its quantity, unappetizing to Jeanette, but the others evidently did not share her feeling, for they cleaned their plates, while Frank and baby Roy almost always asked for more. The remarks that flew about the board had small relevancy, but she found them interesting, liked to lean back in her chair, with wrists folded one across the other in her lap, and listen comfortably. "Mr. Kunz tells me he's sold the Carlton place. The Hirsteins bought it," Roy might observe. "Oh, golly, those kikes!" "Frank, you mustn't speak that way. Mrs. Hirschenstein's a nice woman, and Abe Hirstein's very public-spirited." "They may be Jews, all right, but I wouldn't consider them kikes. There's a lot of difference." Ralph's drawl often had that irritating quality his aunt disliked. "Well, she's certainly a dumbbell, if there ever was one." Jeanette would infer this was of the daughter. "That's because Buddy Eccles is after her." Etta, with curling lip, would dismiss this without comment. "He likes to drive her Marmon. That's what he's after. She spoke about taking us all over to Long Beach Saturday, and Buddy's going to drive." "Hot dog! You can't go, Smarty." "Why? Why can't I go?" "'Cause you've got to go to the dentist's." "Ah, cusses." "Do you think I'd better have the storm windows put up tomorrow, Roy, when that man comes to fix the radiators?" "I wouldn't hurry about it. It isn't November 1st yet." "I know, but it keeps the house so much warmer, and I was thinking about Nettie." "Ralph and I can do it when you need them." "We get Barthelme's at the plaza Friday and Saturday." "Oh, can I go, Muth?" "We'll see. Perhaps your father will take you." "Do you let the children go to the movies much, Alice?" "Depends on the picture. Barthelme's is always clean and good." "Friday I'll be late coming home, and Saturday night I'm afraid I'll have to go to the civic improvement meeting." "Bet I'm gypped." "Don't worry, baby Roy. I'll let you go by yourself Saturday afternoon, if you're a good boy." "Pulitzer's closing out his meat market, going to handle nothing but groceries from now on." "Well, I guess he's made money. He's a good citizen, all right. He's subscribed $250 for the district nurse." "Did you get on to my classy hair part, Aunt Jan? All the women getters at school do their hair this way now." "Really, Frank, your language! I don't know where or how you pick up such phrases." "Don't be too critical, Alice. He attaches no significance to them. You know what boys are." There was an endless stream of such talk, Roy and his wife frequently maintaining one conversation between ends of the table, while their children carried on another across it. Kate crammed the soiled dishes on the oval black tin tray, piled them high, and, grasping the tray with strong arms, bore it to the kitchen, kicking the swing door violently open as she passed through. Dessert made its appearance, usually a deep apple pie, a chocolate pudding, or a mound of flavored jelly in which slices of banana careened at various angles. Kate refused flatly to bother with ice cream. Once in a while she condescended to make a layer cake. During the meal it was customary for the telephone to ring several times. Instantly, at each summons, Etta would be upon her feet and make a quick dash for the instrument. Long conversations would ensue in which Etta's voice would drift down to the dining room. "Well, I didn't." "Well, you tell him I didn't." "Well, you tell him I didn't say anything of the kind." "I never did." "He's just crazy." "I never said anything of the kind." "Well, you tell him I didn't." "Etta," her father would call presently. The voice would continue unfalteringly, and Roy, at intervals, would repeat her name until finally the long-winded parley would be brought to an end. By 2 o'clock on this particular day the meal was over, and there was a general breaking up of the group. Alice went out into the kitchen to prepare Nettie's tray. Frank vanished in pursuit of his own affairs, which usually took him to the house of Chinny Langland, whose parents were wealthy and had lavished everything they could think of on their one son, including an elaborate wireless outfit. Buddy Eccles arrived a few minutes past the hour, planting himself on the front steps, and waited ostensibly for Etta to go walking with him. Jeanette had her own ideas as to where they actually went. She suspected they made their way without delay to the home of some girlfriend, whose parents were absent or had lax ideas about the Sabbath, and there, having carefully pulled down the window shades out of deference to the possible prejudices of passers-by, they rolled back the rugs, turned on the Victrola, and with other couples as frivolous as themselves, danced until within a minute or two of the time when it was necessary to return to their respective families. Ralph disappeared up into his den, a wretched, ill-lighted, cramped chamber he had built himself in the attic. He kept the door of this apartment carefully locked at all times, and when within by the light of a kerosene lamp, read what his aunt earnestly hoped were entirely edifying literature, and where she was thoroughly persuaded he indulged secretly in cigarettes. Baby Roy wandered amiably and uncomplainingly about, listening to his elders' conversation, or took himself off into the scraggy garden where he hid in strange nooks and told himself stories in a droning voice which always ended in frightening him. Jeanette regarded him the strangest of her sister's children. She frankly declared she did not understand him, and thought Alice outrageously lenient where he was concerned. Today's visit was an unusually happy one for Jeanette. Nettie drifted off to sleep while her mother and aunt established themselves in shabby grass rockers on the side porch and had a long, comfortable talk. The day had turned unexpectedly warm, and there was a reviving touch of dead summer in the air. In a neighbor's garden chrysanthemums and cosmos were still in bloom, and the brilliant colors made the Beardsleys' own unkempt little yard appear gay and luxuriant. A mechanical piano tinkled pleasantly somewhere, and every now and then there came the vibrant hum of a passing motor car. Kate marched past her mistress and her mistress's sister presently, clad in sober town clothes and wearing one of Jeanette's discarded hats, which the giver thought at the moment became her nicely. Kate was off for the rest of the day, and Alice, with Etta's help, would manage the cold supper for the family at 6:30. A stillness on this mid-afternoon settled about the house, usually teeming exuberantly with life. Through an open window near at hand the women on the porch could hear an occasional rustle of papers, as Roy, prone upon the leather-covered couch in the living-room, read the Sunday news. Alice drew deep sighs of weary comfort. I ought to get at my sewing, I suppose, but I don't like bringing it out on the porch Sunday. People can see you from the street. It's so pleasant out here. I hate to go in. Sit a while, encouraged Jeanette. You're always worrying yourself about something, Alice. I have to. Frank's stockings have got to be darned or he can't go to school tomorrow. Baby Roy's cap is torn, and I noticed his school suit needs cleaning. You ought to make Etta do these things. Etta does enough, her mother defended her. She's only young once, you know, and Sunday ought to be as much of a holiday for her as it is for other young folks. And there's some letters I must write, one to Nettie's teacher for Frank to take to school with him in the morning. Mercy, there's never any let-up to it. I've got to go over this month's bills with Roy sometime today and decide what we're going to do about them. You know, I just won't bother him about money matters when he comes home all tired out at night, and I have to wait until Sunday. How are you off this month? Any worse than usual? Roy's premiums fall due. I've got the money all right, but some of the monthly bills will have to wait. You know, Jan, I'm sick to death of this ever-constant worry about money. I've had it all my life, ever since I was a little girl. I wish to goodness I could earn something on the side. When the children were little, I couldn't spare the time, but that isn't a consideration now. Etta could perfectly well take care of the house, and I could devote several hours a day to some kind of work that would bring in money. I thought I'd knit a few sweaters and see if I could induce some shop in the city to handle them. It would only cost me the wool. If I'd learned typing, I think I could get some copying to do. You know, it makes me ashamed to realize how little I could earn if I was obliged to get out and seek my living. I'd be worth about $10 a week. That would be what they'd call my economic value." "Economic value!" cried Jeanette. "What do you mean? The mother of 5 children has an economic value of $10 a week? Why, Alice, you talk like a crazy woman.
I may be worth a great deal more than that to the nation, but that's all I'd be worth to a businessman."
"The government ought to give you an annual income the rest of your life for every child you bring into the world. That would represent your economic value."
"Well, there's no likelihood of their doing it," laughed Alice. "I wish I had a definite way of earning money. I mean, a profession like a stenographer or a nurse. I've always claimed, Janny, that every woman, married or single, ought to learn a trade or profession. You have no idea how I envy you sometimes. You're independent. You're beholden to no one. You're utterly free of all these cares and responsibilities that harass me from morning to night." Jeanette shook her head emphatically. "You don't know, Alice," she said. "If you envy me my life, I envy you 100 times more. I envy you these very cares and responsibilities of which you complain. I envy you your husband and your children and all those things that go to make a home. Oh, I think sometimes I was a blithering fool to have left Martin." His name had not crossed her lips for months, and for a little time there was silence on the porch. "Do you ever hear from him?" asked Alice in a lower key. "No. I understand he's in Philadelphia in the automobile business. You know as much about him as I do." "And he's never married?" "We've never been divorced." Again there was an interval of silence. "Would you go back to him, Jan?" Jeanette stared out into the warm sunshine, and her rocker ceased its slow movement. "I've thought about it," she admitted. "I'd like a home. I'm so tired of the office. There's nothing to work for in the business any more. I've got as far as they'll let me go. There's no future for me." "Why don't you write him?" Alice suggested, watching her sister's serious face. "He may be as lonely as you are." "It's 14 years," mused Jeanette. "We've both changed. He may be very different. He may still be thinking of you and blaming himself for having treated you so unkindly. Why don't you write him and just say you'd be glad to know how he's getting on?" "I don't know his address." "Well, that could be found out easily enough." There was a sound within, and Roy came stumbling out on the porch to stretch himself luxuriously. "Whew," he said, enjoying a great yawn. "I nearly went to sleep in there." "Why didn't you? A nap would have done you good." "I don't like to miss a single minute of my one day at home. It's too pleasant out here." Alice began to fidget, clearing her throat nervously. "Do you feel like going over some bills with me, Roy?" she ventured with obvious reluctance. "Sure," he agreed good-naturedly. He sat down on the steps while his wife went indoors and presently returned with a sheaf of bills, a pad and pencil. She established herself next to him. "Now, you see, Roy," she began, "in the first place, there's the 240 that's due on the 5th. I've got 150 saved up, and that means I must take 90 out of next week's salary. It's going to leave me precious little. And there's your commutation for next month that's got to come out right away. I figure we owe about, well, it's not over 600, and I'm not counting Frank's teeth nor Gimbel's. They can wait. But here's the first of the month coming, and Pulitzer, you know, won't let you charge unless you pay up by the 10th. Now I was thinking." The voices went on murmuring, and Jeanette mused. Here it was again, the eternal war against want, the fight for existence, the battle for bread. There was never any end to it. It was perpetual, incessant, unending. In all the houses within the range of her vision, in all the trim, orderly little dwellings that made up Cohasset Beach, in all the thousands and thousands of homes that dotted Long Island, in the millions that were scattered over the United States and over the world, this struggle was going on. It was easy in some, it was bitter hard in others. Alice, who was among the most readily satisfied and uncomplaining of women, had protested against the everlasting drudgery a moment ago. Well, she, Jeanette, had solved that particular problem for herself pretty much to her satisfaction. It was many years since she had had to worry about a bill. Her income more than covered her expenses. She had saved, and was going on saving. She had nearly enough money in the bank to buy another bond.
In a few years she would have $10,000 securely invested. Then she would resign from the Corey Publishing Company. They would pay her something, part salary, as long as she lived, the way they did Miss Holland. And perhaps she would travel, or perhaps make her home with Roy and Alice. They would not want her particularly, but theirs might be the only place to which she could go. She knew their loyalty and affection would make them urge her to come to them. And there was Frank. She would like to do something for that boy, pay his way through college, or make him some kind of a handsome present that would render him eternally grateful to her. But she supposed he would be getting married as soon as he was grown up, and would have no eyes nor time for anybody except the fluffy-haired doll he would select for a wife. Love was a funny thing. Her mind drifted to Martin. Martin with his youth, his charm, his good looks, his winning personality. Ah, he was a man of whom any woman might be proud. Well, she had been proud of him. She had always admired him. He had always had a particular appeal for her. It was the self-same thing that was agitating Roy and Alice today that had caused her disagreement with Martin. This struggle for money, for the means to pay bills, for the wherewithal to buy bread. Ah, and they had had enough, more than enough, if Martin only had been reasonable. Undoubtedly he was very successful now. An agency for a motor car in Philadelphia indicated success. He was, in all likelihood, a rich man. She wondered what would have happened to him and to her if she had stuck to him. Her mind wandered into strange speculations. She had once viewed the streets of Philadelphia from a car window on her way to Washington. She thought of the city as blocks and blocks of small brick houses with pointed roofs, standing close together, row after row, each with a little square bit of lawn beside brown stone front steps. She imagined herself and Martin in one of these. She was keeping house again, and she had a cook and perhaps a maid, and of course she would have an automobile, since Martin had the agency for one. Her life was full of friendships. She was able to dress beautifully. Martin's associates admired her, thought her handsome, regal. She took a keen interest in her children's schooling. For, of course, there would be children. A 12-year-old Frank, and perhaps a younger Frank, as well. And one daughter, a girl different from either Etta or Nettie, a tall girl with a fine carriage, gracious, dignified, beautiful. How she would enjoy dressing her, and how proud Martin would be of his children and of herself. Her poise and beauty, her fine clothes and the way she wore them, her graciousness to his friends, and her capable management of his home. No man ever had a better wife than I have. No man was ever prouder of his wife and children. No man was ever more grateful. You're a wonder, dear. Have always been a wonder. Other men envy me, your beauty and your goodness and your devotion. Everything I've amounted to in this life I owe to you. You've made me what I am. You've made our home what it is. My friends look at you and think how lucky I've been. I look back on all the hard years we've been together, on all the tough times we've had and somehow pulled through, and I know it's to you and not to me the credit belongs. Oh, yes, it does. You've made my home for me. You've given me my children. You've taken the burden of everything on your shoulders. You've carried us both along and made our venture as man and wife, as father and mother, successful. I owe everything in the world to you. And to me, you're the loveliest and dearest woman in the world. It was Roy's voice that she heard in the hush of the warm Sunday afternoon, and it blended with the queer thoughts of the woman who sat so still in her rocker as to be thought asleep. No, no, Roy, Alice interrupted him. We've done it together. Money doesn't count with me. Really, it doesn't. Sometimes I protest a bit when I think of what the children have to do without, but there is nothing that can take the place of the love we all share. We're a little group, a little clan that's always clung together, and I'd rather be cold and hungry and see the children shabby and needy than have one less of them or have discord among us. You and I have had our trials and our disagreements, but we've always loved each other and loved the children. Alice was crying now, softly crying with her head against her husband's shoulder and his arm about her, and the hot prick of tears came to Jeanette's eyes, and a burning trickle ran down the side of her nose. She dropped her forehead into her hand.
and shielded her face with her palm.
"We'll weather this difficulty as we've weathered many another," Roy said consolingly. "I'll go into the insurance company's office tomorrow and fix it up with them. We'll pay them half on the 5th, and I'm sure they'll give me 30 days on the balance. Then you can settle what's most pressing and give the others a little on account. Why, say, we've faced worse times than this. Do you remember that Christmas when Ralph was only 3 and we'd been out trying to find the kids some cheap presents and I lost that $10 bill out of my pocket? And do you remember when I was so rotten sick with pneumonia and the doctor thought I was going to get TB? And do you remember the time when baby Roy was coming and you fell downstairs and broke your collarbone? I tell you, Alice, we've lived, you and I. We haven't had very much to do it on, but we've lived."
"You're such a comfort, Roy. You're always so sweet about everything, and you always put heart into me. You're wonderful."
"It's you that are the wonder, Alice. The most wonderful wife a man ever had."
Their heads turned toward one another in mutual inclination, and their lips met lovingly. They sat on for a while in silence, Alice's head once more against her husband's shoulder, their hands linked, the man's arm about his wife. There came a faint sound from somewhere in the house. "That's Nettie," Alice said, immediately arousing herself and getting to her feet. "I'll go up. The child slept quite a while. It's almost 4 o'clock." She crossed the porch with careful tread, not to disturb her sister, and in another minute her voice and her daughter's alternately floated down from an upstairs window. Roy produced a pipe from his coat pocket, and proceeded to empty, fill, and light it with attentive deliberation. When he had it briskly going, he rose and leisurely crossed the strip of lawn to his neighbor's yard, vaulted the low wire fence, and was lost in a moment beyond the cosmos and chrysanthemums. Jeanette remained as she was, head in hand, thinking. The tears had dried upon her face, her eyes were staring, and there was an empty hunger in her heart that she recognized at last had been there for a long, long time. End of Book 3, Chapter 2, Sections 3 through 4.
Book 3, Chapter 3, Sections 1 through 3 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 3, Chapter 3, Sections 1 through 3.
"Etta, is that you?" "Yes, it's me, Aunt Jan."
"Say, it's I, dear. What brings you to the city Sunday?"
"I stayed in town last night. There was a dance at Marjorie Bowen's cousin's house, and Muth said I could go. We had a perfectly divine time. Her aunt chaperoned us, and I slept with Marge. I thought maybe you'd be going down to Cohasset Beach this morning, and we'd go together. So I got up, left the girls in bed, had my breakfast, and took a bus to come down to see you. I want to talk to you about something."
"But, dear, I wasn't going to the country today. I promised an old friend of mine who lives at the Navy Yard in Brooklyn I'd go to see her this afternoon." Etta's face fell, and she frowned disconsolately at the carpet. Her aunt suspected something was troubling her. "Couldn't you tell me what's on your mind now?"
"Oh, it wasn't anything particular. I wanted to ask your advice, and I thought we'd have a talk as we went down in the train."
A bright light suddenly came into the girl's face.
"Is it Miss Holland you're going to see, Aunt Janny? Won't you let me go with you? Remember I met her that day she was here to lunch? She's perfectly sweet. I'd just love to visit the Navy Yard."
"Well, I don't think you'll find many ensigns or lieutenants hanging about on Sunday."
"Oh, but it would be lots of fun just the same. I'll phone Muth I'm with you and take a late train this aft. Please say yes, Aunt Janny. Please say yes."
The girl was jumping up and down in eagerness. "Well," her aunt said with an amused but doubtful smile, "I don't see what you'd get out of it, particularly."
"I just love the trip, and I'd like being with you, Aunt Janny, really I would."
Jeanette narrowed her lids and eyed her skeptically. She was pleased, nevertheless. Her niece's excessive ebullition and high spirits never failed to divert her. She liked the child's company. The girl had a great respect for her worldly judgment, much more than she had for her mother's or father's.
and the older woman found it an engaging business to expound her theories of life and her views of affairs to the younger one. "I'm not going until after lunch," she said, still with a vague hesitancy in her manner. "I don't mind waiting a bit. Can you amuse yourself until noon? I have some office work to do that will take me about an hour. Miss Alexander's gone to church, but she'll be back directly." "Could I make some egg muffins? We could have 'em for lunch, and they're awfully nice, and I'm really good at them." Jeanette noted the child's palpitant eagerness again with mild amusement. "I think that would be lovely," she consented, her fine eyes twinkling. "But don't get things out there in a mess. Miss Alexander won't like it if she comes home and finds everything upset." "I'll be ever and ever so careful," agreed Etta, already skipping toward the kitchen. Jeanette took herself back to the cold front room, seldom used by either herself or Beatrice, and brought her thoughts once more to the construction of the half-finished circular letter, which must be ready for the composing room early Monday morning. She heard Beatrice come in presently, and an hour later, as she was completing the last revision of her work, Etta appeared breathlessly to announce lunch. The egg muffins were excellent, and received enthusiastic praise. Jeanette ate them with the heated canned tamales, and sipped her tea, one eye on the clock, for she was anxious to make an early start if Etta was to catch, at any seemingly hour, a train back to Cohasset Beach. It was after 2 before she and her niece found themselves seated in the thundering subway. "Well, now, tell me your troubles, my dear," Jeanette began. "I want to hear all about them." But Etta had to be coaxed before she would become communicative. "Oh, it's this," she finally burst out, striking her skirt with disdainful fingers. "It's my clothes, Aunt Jan. I was horribly ashamed last night. There wasn't a girl there at Marjorie's cousin's party who wasn't a lot better dressed than I. I felt awful, and was so embarrassed. One of the girl's older sister was there, and I saw her taking an inventory of everything I had on. I just wanted to sink through the floor. Muth does everything she possibly can to see that I look decent, and I know better than anyone else what she does without so that I can have things. But I don't want that. I don't want Muth and Dad denying themselves on my account. I want to be able to take care of myself and buy my own clothes, earn my own living, and be independent. Aunt Jan, won't you get me a job at your office? Won't you back me up with Muth and Dad and urge them to let me go to work? I don't want to stay at home and just help Muth here and there with the housework and do nothing else but go to the movies and dance jazz. They call me a flapper. And I suppose I am one. But what else is there for me to be? I hate it, Aunt Jan. I hate being a flapper. I want to be something different and better. I want to make my own way in the world and not be obliged to stick round home until a man with enough money comes along and asks me to marry." It was the old familiar cry, the cry of youth calling for self-expression, the cry of budding life eager for experience, the cry of young womanhood demanding independence, emancipation. The words rang familiarly in the old woman's ears, and she smiled sadly with a sorry headshake. "Why, what's the matter, Aunt Jan?" asked the girl after a troubled scrutiny of her companion's face. "Don't you think I have a right to earn my own living if I want to?" She renewed her arguments with characteristic vehemence. There was nothing new in them for Jeanette. She had voiced them all herself 25 years ago. A memory of her patient, hard-working little mother came to her, and she saw her once again with the comforter over her knees, the knitted red shawl pinned across her shoulders, thin of hair, with trembling pendant cheeks, bending over the canvas-covered ledger, figuring. And she saw herself, the impatient 18-year-old, striking her faded velvet dress with angry fingers, protesting against the humiliation her shabby attire occasioned her, asking to be allowed to work, to earn the money that would permit her to dress as other girls dressed, and be her own mistress, self-supporting. How well she, Jeanette, could now sympathize with that earnest, tearful little mother. She looked at Etta, and in her mind saw her anxiously taking dictation from some frowning businessman, saw her white flying fingers busy at some switchboard disentangling telephone cords, pictured her perched on a tall stool, bending over a great tome, making careful entries, saw her folding circulars, writing cards, filing letters, giving her youth, her eagerness and beauty to the grim treadmill of business life, and her heart filled with pain. "And there's no reason on earth," Etta was saying, "why I shouldn't help out at home. Dad and Mud have given all their lives to us children. They've denied themselves and denied themselves just so we can have clothes for our backs, enough to eat and go to school. It isn't fair. It's time I helped. I could go to business college, take a course, and in 3 months I could learn to be a stenographer and earn $15 or $20 a week." "Hush, child, hush. You don't know what you're talking about," Jeanette broke in, suddenly stirred to speech. "I threw away my life, talking just that kind of nonsense. To learn to earn her own living is a dangerous thing for a young girl." "Why, how do you mean, Aunt Jan?" "Its effect is poison. It's like a drug, a disease. I've paid bitterly for my financial independence. I sacrificed everything that was precious to me because I wanted to be self-supporting. Etta, dear, life is a hard game for women at best, but waiting within the shelter of her own home for the man she'll someday come to love and who will love her is the best and wisest course for a girl to follow." "But I hate the kind of life I'm living. There's nothing ahead of me but marriage unless I go to work. You wouldn't want me to marry just because I was bored at home, and I've known lots of girls to do that, and never meet any attractive men, only high school kids and rah-rah boys out of college. Wouldn't I have a much better chance to meet a finer class of young men around business offices? I mean serious-minded, ambitious young men? It seems to me I'd have much more opportunity to meet a man I'd admire, and who might want me to marry him if I went to work than I ever will waiting stupidly at home." "It doesn't make any difference where you meet him, whether it is in business or at a high school dance," Jeanette answered. "He's bound to find you, and you him. I hate to see you go to work. You pay a fearful penalty in doing so. It makes you regard marriage lightly, and prejudices you against having children." "Oh, I shall want children!" exclaimed Etta promptly. She proceeded to outline just what were her requirements in a husband, and to give her views on the subject of having children. Her aunt was somewhat disconcerted to discover that she had these matters, as far as they concerned herself, entirely settled in her own mind. "Oh, yes, indeed," Etta repeated. "I shall want children, perhaps not such a lot of them as Muth and Dad have. They would have had a much easier time of it if they'd had only 1 or 2. Instead of always being poor and having to struggle, they could have lived in considerable comfort, and now there would be no question about their being able to send me to Bryn Mawr or Vassar. I think 2 children are enough for any couple. Now, my idea, Aunt Janny—" "Oh, for heaven's sakes, Etta!" Jeanette interrupted with impatience. "You don't know what you're talking about. What does your education, or Ralph's education, amount to in comparison with the lives of Frank, Nettie, and baby Roy? You'll have a great deal more worthwhile education pounded into you by having brothers and sisters, and by having to help your mother take care of them, than you would ever get at Bryn Mawr. More than that, just living in the same house with them, being brought up with them, and learning to deny yourself, now and then, for their sake, has taught you unselfishness, forbearance that will make you a far better wife and mother than 10 years of college education. Your father and mother, with you children about them, with the hard problems you present, with the ever-pressing question of ways and means before them, with the solving of these problems, for there is always a solution, are among the most enviable people in the world. There was a time when I used to feel sorry for your mother, but now I look at her with only admiration and jealousy. You think of her as poor. Well, I think of her as rich, and I attribute much of the happiness she has had out of life to the fact that she never went into business. Stay out of it, Etta, my dear, whatever you do. It's an unnatural environment for a girl, and in it her mind and soul as surely become contaminated as if she deliberately went to live in a smallpox camp. Look at me, my dear. I've given 20 years of my life to business, and what have I to show for it? Nothing but a very lonely and selfish old age." "Oh, Aunt Jan!" cried the girl, shocked into protesting. "How can you say such things? Why, I think you're one of the handsomest, happiest, most enviable, smart-dressed women in the world." Jeanette laughed. "Well, I didn't mean to deliver a curtain lecture. I just hated the thought of your following in my footsteps. It makes me actually shudder even to think of it, but I didn't mean to get started the way I did. Here," she suddenly cried, gathering her things together and hurriedly getting to her feet, "this is the bridge. We have to get off here and change cars."
The house just inside the high iron fence of the Navy Yard in which Commander Jerome Sedgwick lived was a 3-story square, dirty cream-painted cement affair, which bore his name in a small, neat sign on the 3rd step of the front stairs. Across the street from it, children racketed upon a city playground, and in its rear some green-painted hothouses leaned haphazardly against one another, their backs turned upon a quadrangle where several orderly tennis courts were located. Jeanette had visited Miss Holland here many times, and one summer a few years ago had spent her 2 weeks' vacation keeping her old friend company, while the nephew, Jerry, was enjoying a month's leave with his family, fishing among the Maine lakes. A little girl of 5, just tall enough to reach the knob, opened the door a few inches and stared up unsmiling at the visitors. "How do you do, Sarah?" said Jeanette, recognizing the child. "Is your mamma at home?" Sarah continued to stare stolidly a moment, then turned and disappeared, leaving the door hardly more than ajar. Jeanette and Etta could hear the sound of her shrill piping voice and her small running feet within. Mrs. Sedgwick came rustling to greet the callers promptly, and in her wake limped Miss Holland. "Oh, you dear!" exclaimed the latter, catching sight of Jeanette. "I'm so glad you came. I've been hungering for a sight of you for weeks." She kissed her friend warmly on both cheeks. Etta was presented. "The child begged to be allowed to come," explained her aunt. "She wanted a glimpse of the yard." "Why, certainly," exclaimed Mrs. Sedgwick cordially. "I'm delighted you brought her. Jerry unfortunately isn't home, but I have to take Sarah and Junior out shortly, and I'll be charmed to show your niece about and leave you two to gossip by yourselves." Miss Holland, her thin, knuckly, white hand on Jeanette's forearm, drew her into the sitting room. "Take off your things down here, my dear. I can't climb stairs very well on account of my knees, and no one's coming in." "How is your rheumatism?" inquired Jeanette. "'Bout the same. It keeps me rather helpless, and the doctor is actually starving me to death. What with the things he says I can't eat and the things I don't like, my menus are rather limited." The 2 women settled themselves before the small, glowing coal fire in an old-fashioned grate and began talking in low tones. Mrs. Sedgwick excused herself to make the children ready to go out, while Etta stood at the window, gazing with absorbed interest at any evidence of Navy life that came within the range of her vision. "Excuse me, Miss Holland," she interrupted presently with her usual breathlessness. "Do you happen to know, or did you ever hear Commander Sedgwick mention a young ensign named White?" Miss Holland looked doubtful. "My friend Marjorie Bowen knew him, or knew his sister, I think, while he was at Annapolis." "Well, I'm afraid—" began Miss Holland. Etta proceeded hastily to another observation. "There was a destroyer in Cohasset Bay last summer, anchored right off the yacht club, and I saw 2 of the officers on shore one day. I don't know what their names were, of course, but during the war I knew several of the boys in the reserves. Asa Pulitzer was a boatswain's mate. I think that's what he was." Jeanette turned an indulgent smile upon Miss Holland. "Asa Pulitzer is the local grocer's son." "Well, I don't care if he is," protested Etta. "He made good—" Miss Sedgwick rustled downstairs at this moment, making a timely entrance. She carried Etta off with assurance of returning in time for tea. "Well," said Jeanette comfortably, as the pleasant hour of companionship and confidences began, "you don't look as if you've been ill." "Not ill, exactly. It's this wretched rheumatism that will not get better." Miss Holland's tone was not complaining. Indeed, she always spoke with remarkable placidity. Jeanette regarded her with all her old admiration. There was an unusual aristocratic quality about Miss Holland that never failed to stir her. She was white-haired now, fragile and thin-looking, and there was an uncertainty about her movements, but she still bore herself with distinction, a gentlewoman to her fingertips. Even more than the air of gentility that surrounded her, Jeanette esteemed the shrewd brain, nimble wit, and judgment of this woman. It seemed a sad and sorry thing to her that so splendid a personality, so fine an intellect, should have had so little opportunity for self-expression in the world, and that at 60 Miss Holland should be no more than what she seemed, an old maid, growing yearly more and more crippled, passing what days remained to her with her nephew and her nephew's family,
somewhat of a problem, somewhat in the way. Of course they loved her. Jeanette knew that Commander Sedgwick was devoted to his aunt and treated her with as much respect and affection as her son did his mother, but, after all, on the brink of old age Miss Holland's course was run, and how little she had to show for all her years of toil and faithfulness. She had spent her life at an underling's desk, and given her wisdom and her strength to a business that had paid her barely enough to support herself and make it possible for her to give her nephew his profession. "Miss Holland," Jeanette asked impulsively, "what did the Corey Company pay you towards the end of your employment there?" $50 a week for the last 5 years I was with them. "And altogether you were there 25 years. Why do you ask?" "I was thinking how little they appreciated you." "Mr. Kipps told me," Miss Holland said with a reminiscent smile, "that it would never do to pay women employees more than $50 a week. They wouldn't know what to do with the money." "He didn't!" "Oh, yes. He claimed it would demoralize them. He used to say they would be sure to throw it away on fripperies. Fripperies, you remember, was a great word of his." "It still is. Mr. Kipps's attitude is typical, I think, of the average employer of women. This is a man-made world, as perhaps you've noticed, my dear. Did you ever stop to consider the injustice to which working women are subjected? Do you realize there are about 12 million working women on payrolls in the United States? That $20 a week is a very high wage for any one of them to receive, and 6 million of them, or half of the entire number, earn between 10 and 12 a week? I happen to have the statistics issued by the Women's Bureau of the Department of Labor." Miss Holland pushed herself up erect from her chair, and her face showed the pain the effort cost her. "Can't I get it for you?" offered Jeanette hastily. "No, no, thanks very much, it's right here. I can put my hand on it in just a minute." From a desk near at hand she produced a government report. "I came across this the other day, and I saved it because it proves what I have always felt about the unfairness with which women are treated in business. They may perform equal work with men, but very few of them are paid as well. The average annual earning power of the male industrial worker now is at the rate of $1,000 a year. That of the woman industrial worker $500 to $600. Among office workers the disparity is much greater. When I was getting $50 a week as Mr. Kipp's chief assistant, there was a youth helping me who was being paid $60. "I know," agreed Jeanette. "When Tommy Livingston followed me as Mr. Corey's secretary, he did not do the work half as competently as I had done. Mr. Corey often told me so, and yet he was paid more at the very start, and asked for and received one raise after another until Mr. Corey was paying him nearly twice what he formerly had paid me. But when I went back to work after I left Martin, Mr. Corey started me in again at the old salary of $35 and never suggested a higher rate. Walt Chase was getting $85 weekly as head of the mail order department, and when I took charge I received only $40. Although I have doubled the amount of business the Corey Publishing Company does by mail, I am today being paid but $50 a week. Mr. Allister told me when I asked for my last raise that it was the last he would ever give me." "Almost all employers underpay their women workers," affirmed Miss Holland. "In general, women are receiving today from a half to 2/3 what men are who do identically the same kind of work. I was discussing this question once with Mr. Kipps, and he defended himself by stating that the majority of girls who fill office positions only work for pin money." "Pin money? What is pin money?" "Dollars and cents, I take it, with which to buy clothes and some amusement. Don't men need pin money too? Doesn't everyone? When the Corey Publishing Company employs a young man, a high school or college graduate, what he is paid per week is never spoken of as pin money, yet he spends it for exactly the same things as girls do. I've often wondered if Mr. Kipps considers the salaries he paid you and me, Mrs. O'Brien and Miss Travers, Miss Whaley, Miss Foster, Miss Bixby, Miss Kate Smith,
old Mrs. Jewett, Mrs. Martle, and Mrs. Stenicky as pin money. Most of those women not only supported themselves, but their old mothers and fathers, their younger brothers and sisters, or some helpless relative. Mrs. O'Brien had 2 daughters she kept at Ladycliff for 9 years. Miss Travers has a bedridden sister, Miss Whaley her mother, Miss Jewett a tubercular husband, and Kate Smith is putting her young brother through dental college. Yes, interrupted Jeanette, Mrs. Martle has 2 children of her own she is taking care of, and one of her sisters, and she's getting only $40 a week. How does she do it? Exclaimed Miss Holland. I'm sure I don't know. Beatrice Alexander has been sending $30 a month to her helpless old aunt in Albany for the past 15 years. That's where the pin money goes, declared Miss Holland with a note of scorn in her voice. These silent, uncomplaining, hard-working women who give their lives to the grind of business. I feel keenly the rank injustice that is being done them. There was a moment's silence, and Miss Holland continued. Mr. Kipps's great argument was always that girls who came seeking employment did so with the intention of working only a year or 2 and then getting married. He argued that a concern could not regard these women as permanent employees to be trained to fill important positions. They could not be depended upon to remain with a business and grow up with it. I must say, broke in Jeanette with fine sarcasm, that great inducements are offered them to do so. At the end of 20 and 25 years' faithful and efficient work in such positions as you filled and as I fill today, they are paid $50 a week. I answered him, Miss Holland went on, after an appreciative nod, that neither could the men he employed he considered as fixtures. I reminded him of Van Alstyne, Max Oppenheim, Humphrey Stubbs, Walt Chase, Tommy Livingston, and Francis Home. There are 100 others. How many boys starting into business do you suppose stick for the balance of their lives with the concern for which they first began to work? Not many. Few indeed. It's to keep and hold these same boys and young men that the large corporations today are offering to sell them stock at advantageous rates. Of course, it is the girls living at home, observed Jeanette, partially supported by their fathers and mothers or some relative, willing to work for small salaries to buy themselves a few extra clothes and a measure of amusement, that are keeping down the salaries paid to women entirely dependent on their earnings. During the war, observed Miss Holland, 100,000 women were employed by the railroads to perform the work which the men formerly did before they went into the army. Women cleaned locomotives, tended stockrooms of repair shops, sold tickets, took charge of signal stations, worked as carpenters, machinists, and electricians. Women took the places of men in the steel mills, in the munition plants, in the foundries, and even in coal mines. The National War Labor Board, headed by William H. Taft, undertook to protect the women workers and laid down the principle that women doing the work formerly performed by men should receive the same pay. In other words, the pay was to be fixed by the job and not by the sex of the employee. Employers throughout the nation followed the ruling of the Labor Board. But that was a wartime measure, said Jeanette, and we all did things then that were altruistic and patriotic. If women had the physical strength of men, Miss Holland asserted, and could defend their principles by force, there would be a speedy end of injustices. Why do male waiters in our restaurants get higher wages than waitresses? Certainly they don't work any harder or give better service. Suppose all the women workers in New York City formed unions and struck for what they decided adequate pay, a uniform scale of salaries, and could use the same methods that men would use in preventing women who had not joined the ranks from taking their places. Think what would happen. The work in every office, every bank, every corporation in this city would come promptly to a standstill. The strike would last 72 hours, and then the demands of the women would be conceded. You want to remember one thing, my dear. Women never banded together since history began and asked anything that was unfair or unjust. I was having a very interesting talk with my niece as we were coming here, broke in Jeanette. Etta wants to go to work, wants a position as stenographer in some office. Not only to earn extra money with which to help out at home, but to acquire an interest in life that will fill her days.
There are 100,000 young girls like her in this city today. Consider what effect a job would have on an immature character like Etta's. I've been all through the bitter mill, and I speak from experience. Financial independence is a dangerous thing for such young girls. It makes them regard marriage with indifference. There is many a girl who has declined to marry a young man to whom she undoubtedly would have made a good wife, merely because his income, which would have to do for both of them, was no more, or perhaps only a little more, than what she was earning herself. Jeanette's lips closed firmly a moment, and she stared out of the window at the bleak prospect of the yard's quadrangle bordered by closed and silent brick warehouses. "But suppose the girl office worker decides to give matrimony a trial," she continued, "as I did. Her mind has been distorted by having known what it means to be financially her own mistress. Instead of bringing to her job of wifehood the resolute determination to make a success of it, from the first she is critical, and on the constant lookout for hardships in her new life, comparing them with the freedom of her old. I should have made Martin a much better wife, Miss Holland, if I had brought to my problem of being his partner the passionate determination that was mine in wanting to make good as Mr. Corey's secretary. I always hugged to myself the thought that if the time came when I wouldn't like Martin any more, or like being a wife, I could go back to my job. And that is exactly what this thought led me to do. Making any marriage a success is the hardest work I know about, both for men and women, and there should be no avenue of easy escape from it for either of them. I'd never have left Martin. I'd have endured his unkindness and lack of consideration, or at least what seemed his unkindness and lack of consideration to me then, if there hadn't been any easy way out for me, and we'd have gone on together and made a home for ourselves and our children. All I had to do was to walk out of Martin's house and go back to my job. That's what every wife who has once been a self-supporting wage earner says to herself from the day she marries. She doesn't even have the trouble of getting a divorce to deter her. It's wrong, I tell you, Miss Holland. It's all wrong. The more I live, the more I am convinced that women have no place in business. No, please let me finish, she said earnestly as her friend started to interrupt. There's one other angle to this question. The girl who has once tasted independence, but who decides to give matrimony a trial, may go so far as to consent to be a wife, but she stops at becoming a mother. She dreads children. And why? Because she realizes that once a baby is at her breast, she's bound hand and foot to her husband and her home. She can't leave her child with the nonchalance she can her husband. In the homes of women who have achieved economic independence before they marry, you will find few children, and in the majority of cases, none at all. I know a score of girls at one time in office jobs who quit them to be married, but have drawn the line at babies. It seems to me this is of national significance. The country is being deprived of homes and children because of this great invasion of women into business during the last 20 or 30 years. When I went to work 24 years ago, it was the exception for nice girls to go into offices. I remember how my mother fretted over my wanting to do it, and how bitterly she opposed me. Now every girl, rich or poor, desires a year or two of business life. Women are devised by nature to be home builders and mothers. Anything tending to deflect them from fulfilling their destiny is contrary to nature and is doomed to failure or to have bound up in it its own punishment. When women compete with men in fields in which they do not belong, they are acting against nature, and as surely as one gets hurt by leaning too far out of a window, so surely do such women pay a penalty for their deeds. Man was condemned in Genesis to work by the sweat of his brow. There is nothing said about women having to work. She was given her own punishment. And here is an obvious fact, Miss Holland. No man likes to work under a woman boss. When I took charge of the mail order department, 3 men who had been with Walt Chase resigned rather than work under me. I didn't blame them. It was as repugnant to me to give them orders as it was for them to take them. Now that is a biological obstruction in the way of women's progress in business that you cannot get away from, and which you cannot lay to man's door. Men don't like to work for women, and women don't like to have men assistants. And since man is intended by God and nature to be the worker, and woman is ordained to bear children,
I say again that women have no place in business."
"But Miss Sturgis," cried Miss Holland, "do you mean to tell me that women have not the right to earn their own living? Do you mean to tell me that you and I and all the women in the world must always look to some man to support us? Do you mean to tell me that widows with children to take care of, and women whose husbands are incapacitated, or who desert them, or turn out to be drunkards or brutes, and women who are adrift in the world, and perhaps have never married because they've never been wooed, haven't a right to turn their brains to account and earn their livelihoods?"
"Well, it might be a good plan to limit the women workers to just the classes you mention," Jeanette answered. "Certainly I won't concede to you that every 18-year-old flapper like my niece or your sweet young college graduate has the right to plunge into business and unfit herself for wifehood and motherhood, driving at the same time some needy soul of her own sex out of employment. Comeliness, a fair complexion, have much to do with securing a job for a woman and with helping her to retain it. The plain girl, or more particularly the middle-aged woman with 2 children to support, whose beauty has long since deserted her, has small chance against the pink-skinned 18-year-old with the bobbed hair and the roguish eye who may only have 1/10 of her ability. No employer ever hires a good-looking young man in preference to a homely one whose years of experience and ability are known. The more faded a woman becomes, the less she is wanted about an office. Looks play an important part in the role of the business woman. She should be judged, I think, not by her appeal to the eye, but by her industry. This is one more reason why I believe women under 30 should be debarred from going to work. If women workers were limited, confined to thousands, let us say, instead of millions, then those privileged to work could earn a proper living wage, and dictate the terms under which they should be employed. There are certain professions and callings to which women are recognizably better suited than men. Nursing and dressmaking are but 2 of them. If the supply of women for these vocations were limited, the demand would soon fix an adequate wage. "It has occurred to me many times," persevered Jeanette, "that it would perhaps solve the problem, or help solve it, if certain professions and certain kinds of work were restricted by law to women. I've been told that in Japan only those who are blind may be embalmers of the dead. It restricts this vocation to a class of unfortunates which otherwise would have great difficulty in earning its living. And as a consequence there are no blind mendicants in Japan. I would advocate legislation in this country that would restrict certain occupations solely to women, and then I would limit the women who were eligible to fill them to widows or to those who could prove they must support themselves."
"There is little doubt that becoming wage earners tends to keep women out of matrimony," Miss Holland said thoughtfully. "I know it did with me. There was a young professor of archaeology from Wesleyan who wanted me very earnestly to marry him, and I should have liked to have done so, but I was working then, and had taken Jerry to live with me. He was only 8, and the professor's salary was not large enough for the 3 of us."
"And think what a wonderful wife you would have made."
"I don't know about that," smiled Miss Holland. "But I was interested in his work, and I should have enjoyed helping him."
"Exactly," cried Jeanette. "I have no doubt you would have helped him very materially, whereas you gave your wits and your life in helping Mr. Kipps over the rough parts of his business days for a consideration of $50 a week.
He could have found somebody else who would have helped him just as well."
"But that doesn't make it any fairer," insisted Jeanette. "What have you got to show for your 25 years of helping Mr. Kipps?"
"This." She spread out her hands significantly. "Well, I have my old age provided for," said Miss Holland with an indulgent smile. "I get my check for half salary from the office regularly the 1st of every month. I suppose I'll continue to get that until my rheumatism or my heart carries me off."
"But is that any reward for 25 years of slavery and drudgery? How many thousand and tens of thousands of dollars have your brains saved the Corey Publishing Company?"
"That isn't all of it. You must remember I have Jerry."
"Yes, she had Jerry," said Jeanette to herself, lying awake that night for long aching hours of whirling thoughts after she was in bed. Miss Holland's old age was rich in the love this nephew, his wife, and children bore her. And it came to the sleepless woman in the bed that it was not the love Miss Holland received that mattered. It was what she gave and had given that made her life, in spite of old age, rheumatism, and growing helplessness, glorious with complete and satisfying happiness. End of Book 3, Chapter 3, Sections 1 through 3. Book 3, Chapter 4, Sections 1 through 4, of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 3, Chapter 4, Sections 1 through 4. Dent, Department, Derrick, Desmond, Deutsch, Devereaux, Deverley, Devine, Devlin. There it was. Martin Devlin, Motor Cars, North Broad Street. Jeanette's polished fingernail rested beneath the name, and her lips formed the words without a sound. She closed the Philadelphia directory, turned from the telephone desk in the big New York hotel, and walked slowly out into the bright autumn glare of the street. Thanksgiving was next week. There would be no difficulty in securing leave at the office to be absent from Wednesday night until Monday morning. "I'd just like to see," she kept repeating to herself. "There'd be no harm in seeing what kind of a place he has. I could learn so much just walking by." An odd excitement took possession of her. She saw herself in the train. She saw herself in a large, comfortable room at the Bellevue Stratford. Saw herself in her smartest costume, sauntering up Broad Street. "I've a good mind to do it," she whispered. "It could do no possible harm. I'd just like to see." She was unable to reach any definite conclusion, but she inspected her wardrobe carefully, deciding exactly what she would wear if she went to Philadelphia, and then did a very reckless thing. She bought herself a sumptuous garment, a short outer jacket of broadtail and Kolinsky, a regal mantle fit for a millionaire's wife. A giddy madness seemed to settle upon her after this. Her savings in the bank, the savings which were to buy another bond, were almost wiped out, and she deliberately drew a check for what remained. Some power outside of herself seemed to take charge of her actions. She moved from one step to another as if hypnotized. She spoke to Mr. Allister about 2 extra days at Thanksgiving. She bought her ticket and chair car reservation at the Pennsylvania station. She wrote the Bellevue Stratford to hold one of their best outside rooms for her. She explained with simulated carelessness to Beatrice Alexander that there was a book dealers' convention in Philadelphia which the firm had requested her to attend, and the 4 o'clock train on the afternoon of the holiday found her bound for the Quaker City. As she sat stiffly upright in her luxurious armchair, staring out upon the dreary New Jersey marshes, panic suddenly came upon her. What was she doing? Was she crazy? Was Miss Sturgis of the mail-order department, this woman, so elegantly clad, speeding toward Philadelphia? And on what mad errand? After years of careful living, after years of prudent saving, was it actually she, Jeanette Sturgis, who had recklessly flung to the 4 winds the bank account of which she had been so proud? Oh, she must be mad indeed. She grasped the arms of her chair and instinctively glanced from one end to the other end of the palatial car. She was seized with a violent impulse to get off. There was Manhattan Transfer. She could take a train back to the city from there. Determinedly she gazed out upon the empty, cold-looking platform when the train reached the station. But she made no move, and as the wheels commenced to rumble beneath her once more, she sank back resignedly into her seat, and a measure of calmness returned. She was not committing herself merely by going to Philadelphia and walking past Martin's place of business. Suppose she did meet him? Suppose they actually encountered one another face to face? What then? There was nothing compromising in that. She could explain her presence in Philadelphia in 1,000 ways, should he be interested. She blessed the judgment that had prompted her to confide in no one. Beatrice believed she was attending a book dealers' convention. Alice that she was having her Thanksgiving dinner with Miss Holland. As she left the overheated parlor car at Broad Street Station, her composure was thoroughly restored. There was a tingling nimbleness in the air. The clear November day was bright with metallic sunshine. Jeanette tipped the red cap for carrying her bags,
climbed into a taxicab, and with a casual air that seemed to spring from familiarity with such proceedings, directed to be driven to her hotel. The cold, bare streets, deserted on account of the holiday, the brilliant foyer of the Bellevue, the urbane room clerk, the gilded elevator cage, the large high-ceilinged bedroom with its trim, orderly furniture, its double bed glistening with white linen, its discreet engravings of Watteau ladies and the gardens of Versailles, followed in quick succession. Then she was standing at the window looking down into the wide, dismal grey street far below, and the departing bellboy softly closed the door behind him. She was here. She was in Philadelphia. She would have that to remember always. If nothing else happened, she could never forget she had come this far. Somewhere in the city was Martin. He was preparing to eat his Thanksgiving dinner. It was 6:15. He was probably dressing. Suppose he elected to eat the meal with friends in the main dining room of her hotel? Her throat tightened convulsively and her fingers twitched. Well, she would be equal to facing him if he saw her. She would not be frightened into abandoning the course that was natural for her to follow. If it had been actually the case that she was here in Philadelphia to attend a book dealers' convention, she would put on her black satin dinner frock and go down to dinner with her book. She did not propose to allow herself to do differently. It would be ridiculous to eat her Thanksgiving dinner upstairs in her rooms. She bathed, she did her hair with unusual success, she powdered her neck and arms, she donned the black satin with the square neck and jet trimming, and with her book beneath her arm, mesh bag in her hand, descended to the dining room at 7:30. There was an instant's terror as she stood in the curtained doorway of the brilliantly lit dining room. There rushed upon her impressions of flowers, music, the odor of food, a wave of heat, the flash of napery, the gleam of cutlery, faces everywhere, heads turning, eyes following, whispers, a hush as she made her way in the wake of the obsequious head waiter. Steeling her nerves, measuring every movement, she seated herself with deliberation, deliberately set her bag and book at her right hand, deliberately turned her attention to the menu, deliberately raised her eyes and gazed about the room as she deliberately ordered. But there was nothing. There was nobody. No one was looking at her. No one had noticed her entrance. The music was wailing in waltz measure. The diners were talking and laughing. Attendants hurrying to and fro. He was not there. There was no one faintly resembling him in the room. She cleared her throat and raised a tumbler of water to her lips, but as she did so, her teeth chattered an instant against the thin glass. Philadelphia awoke the next day with the bustle of business. Feet clipped on the pavements. Taxis chugged and honked, trucks bumped and rattled, streetcars rumbled and clanged their bells. Life, teeming, bustling, rushing, burst from every corner and doorway. Mechanically, Jeanette moved through her early morning routine. She dressed, breakfasted, read her newspapers. She drew upon her shoulders the handsome fur jacket, as gloved, hatted, and gaitered. She stepped out on the street.
"Taxi, lady?"
No, she preferred to walk. Her number was only a few squares away. An intent and hurrying tide of pedestrians set against her. Congested traffic choked the street. She was an interested observer and made but a leisurely progress, stopping at the shop windows, studying their displays. Nothing unusual in any of them attracted her. New York was more up to the minute in fads and fancies. The merchants there were more enterprising. They knew what was what. These Philadelphia shopkeepers merely aped their ways and followed their leads. There was no city in the world, she thought with pride, where merchandising was such a fine art and where novelties so quickly caught on as in New York. She wondered why people lived in Philadelphia when they could just as well live in New York. She passed a theater and read the announcement on the billboard. The play had been in New York 6 months ago. She captured her wandering thoughts and looked about her, wondering how far she had walked. Vine Garden?
"The next cross street, madam."
Her pulses stirred, and unconsciously she quickened her pace. She was presently in the neighborhood of the number she sought. It ought to be right here. She edged her way toward the curb and gazed up at the facades of stores and buildings. Strange, there was nothing here that resembled an automobile agency. That building was a piano store, and in the next sewing machines were sold. Suddenly the name leaped at her in a window's reflection. It was across the street. She wheeled about, and there it was. Martin Devlin, Motor Cars. The name was in following script, the letters rounded and bright with gold, and the sign tilted out slightly over the sidewalk. Her heart plunged and stood still. That was her husband's place of business. There it was, Martin Devlin, Motor Cars. The appearance of the agency impressed her. Across its front were 4 large plate-glass windows, 2 on each side of the entrance. On these also appeared Martin's name in the same style of following script, and beneath in Roman type the name of the automobile he handled. The showroom was spacious and softly illuminated with reflected light from alabaster bowls hung from the ceiling by brass chains. There were a half-dozen models of the motor car, ranged within, 3 on a side, their noses pointing toward one another obliquely. The high polish of nickel and varnish here and there reflected the bright electric radiance above. The place had the air of elegance. Curious but with galloping pulses, Jeanette picked her way across the street and slowly strolled past. Through the plate-glass windows she could see 2 young men standing, their arms folded, talking. Neither was Martin. She turned and retraced her steps, swiftly inspecting. Every moment her confidence increased. She noted the walls of the showroom were of cream-tinted terracotta brick, the floor of smooth cement with rich rugs defining the aisles. In the rear was a balcony where she could see yellow electric lights burning over desks, and make out the faces and figures of 2 or 3 girls. That was where the offices were located, no doubt, where Martin would have his desk. Was he in? Would she risk a meeting? Did she have nerve enough to go inside and say, "Miss Sturgis would like to see Mr. Devlin"? It was extraordinary, amazing. How utterly overcome he would be, to have his wife, whom he hadn't seen for 14 years, walk in upon him that way. It wasn't fair to him, after all. She had better go back to the hotel and write him. Or perhaps it would be better to telephone. Emotions, impulses, strange and contradictory, pulled her one way and another. The apprehension, the misgivings of yesterday were absent now. There was no longer any question in her mind as to whether or not she wanted to see Martin. She knew she wanted to see him very much. In fact, her mind was made up. She must see him. It would be a thrilling experience after so many years. When they parted, it had not been because they had ceased to be fond of one another. They had liked, yes, even loved each other at the very moment of their separation. How was it to be managed? How could she arrange to meet him with propriety? Her appearance, she was aware, would make an impression upon him. That effect would be lost in writing or telephoning. Perhaps she had better go to the hotel and think it over. But then she might never again find the courage which was hers at that moment. She must do something. She could not stand there indefinitely gazing through the window at the motor cars inside. The young men within, she observed, had noticed her. With heart that hammered at her throat, she stepped to the heavy door. It swung back at her touch. There was a pleasant warmth within. One of the young men came hurrying forward, rubbing his hands one over the other, bowing politely, a beaming smile upon his face.
"Good morning, madam. Interested in the parrot?"
Jeanette swept the showroom with a quick look before answering. There was no one there remotely like Martin. "I was thinking about one," she admitted.
"Most happy to arrange a demonstration at any time. What model did you fancy?"
Jeanette moved about the cars, peering into the interiors of their tonneaus, commenting upon the upholstery and finish, pretending an attention to the young salesman's glib explanations.
"Shift here is automatic. Cylinders, compression, 118-inch wheelbase. Equipment just as you see it. Rear tire extra, of course. Lovely car for a lady to drive. Rides like a gazelle, just like a gazelle. You wouldn't know you were moving. Lovely engine, isn't it, madam? A child could easily take it apart."
Jeanette nodded and appeared interested. All the time she was thinking, "I wonder if he's up there." "Mr. Devlin?" she hazarded.
"Oh, you know Mr. Devlin?"
The possibility seemed to fill the salesman with rare pleasure. It was a discovery, unexpected, delightful. I used to know him years ago," Jeanette faltered.
"He's a splendid man, isn't he?" glowed the youth. "Wonderful personality, a regular good fellow. He's made quite a record with the parrot, you know. Unfortunately, he's out just now, but he's expected.
I'm sure he'll be glad to know you called, and I'll be very pleased to tell him. You didn't mention, may I ask the name?" Jeanette hesitated. This was not the way she would have him hear of her. "No, I'll call again. I'll come in later. I'm stopping at the Bellevue. It isn't far." "Couldn't I arrange a demonstration for you this afternoon? At any hour you say. I'd like to show you the way the parrot rides, just like a gazelle. I'll have our driver come with the limousine, or perhaps you'd prefer the landaulette model. You might like to pay some calls this afternoon. It would give you a chance to test the parrot and see how you like it. Ah, there's Mr. Devlin." The heavy glass front door opened. Jeanette felt the cold air from the street. She gave a quick glance as she turned her back, her heart plunging. It was Martin, all right, but what a changed and a different Martin! So much older, so much larger than she remembered him. He wore a derby hat and had a cigar. The salesman had left her side and was communicating her presence to his employer. Jeanette stood with both hands pressed tightly against her heart and fought for self-possession. She heard Martin speak. That voice! It suffocated her. An avalanche of memories and forgotten emotions swept down upon her. He was coming. She even recognized his step. "Mornin', madam." There was the old briskness and alertness in his tone. "What can I—" She straightened herself and turned regally. "Good morning, Martin," she said, smiling. Her color was high. She was trembling, her pulses racing. There was a quick jerk of his head, a well-remembered mannerism, and a lightning survey of her features. "Good God! Jan!" Emotions played in his face, his eyes darted about her, his color faded and flamed darkly. His confusion gave her composure. He was handsome still, smooth-shaven and clean. His cheeks were fuller, a trifle florid. He had a well-defined double chin. His black, thick hair was streaked with wiry white threads. He had grown stouter, had acquired a girth, but his fatness was robust and healthy. He had gained in presence, in firmness of feature, in polish. A man of business and affairs, energetic, a leader. "Are you surprised to see me, Martin?" "Well, of course. Well, I should say." She was conscious that her beauty and stateliness, her costume, her fashionableness overwhelmed him. I'll be damned. Excuse me, Jan, but I'll be damned." An amused sound escaped Jeanette. She was smiling broadly. She felt she had the situation well in hand. "I'm sorry I startled you, Martin. I happened to be passing, and I saw your name and thought I'd drop in. How have you been after all these years?" "Oh, all right, I guess. Sure, I've been fine. And you? I guess there's no need of asking." "I've been quite well. I'm never sick. I came down to Philadelphia to attend a book dealers' convention. I'm stopping at the Bellevue." "Well, are you going to be in town long?" "Oh, 2 or 3 days. I'm going back to New York Sunday, I guess. I think I can get away by that time. This is a fine car you handle. Its lines are really very beautiful." "It's a good car, all right. I had a big year this year and last year, too." "Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear it. I never heard of the parrot before." "You didn't? Well, we think we advertise a good deal. It ranks up among the best. Are you married or anything like that?" Jeanette laughed richly. "Not since an experience I had some 14 years ago that didn't take." Martin echoed her amusement. He was regaining his ease. She could see he was beginning to enjoy himself. "You know, I took my maiden name when I went back to work. Everybody knew me there as Miss Sturgis. It seemed easier." "Yes, I see," Martin agreed. "I'm still with the old company." "What, that same old publishing outfit?" "Yes, I'm in charge of the mail order department now. We do quite a business." "Is that so? And how do you like it?" "Oh, I like it all right. They think a lot of me there, and I do about as I please. I'm thinking of resigning, though. One of these days pretty soon I'll quit. It gets on your nerves after a while, you know." "Yes, I guess it does." A momentary embarrassment came upon them.
Well, it was pleasant to catch a glimpse of you again, Martin. If you're ever in New York, ring me up. You know the office.
Well, say, I don't like to have you go away like this. I'd like to see something of you while you're in town and talk over old times. There's a lot of things I'll bet we'd find interesting to tell one another.
I shouldn't wonder, she said lightly.
I got a business engagement for lunch, unfortunately. He scowled in troubled fashion. I can't very well get out of it. You're at the Bellevue? Well, how about dinner? Couldn't we get together for dinner?
Why, I guess so. Yes, that would be lovely, said Jeanette with an air of careful consideration.
I'll bring my wife. Ruthie will be glad to meet you. You knew I married again, didn't you?
Jeanette's expression did not alter by the quiver of an eyelash. She continued to regard Martin with smiling eyes. No, I hadn't heard. I didn't suppose... So you married again?
Yes, I married a widow with 2 kids, girl and a boy, splendid youngsters. Say, you got to see those kids. They're Jim dandies.
That's fine.
And I think you'll like Ruthie, too, Jan. She isn't your style exactly, but she's all right. There's no side to Ruthie. I think you'll like her. She's a fine little woman and a great little mother. You'll like her. I'll bet a hat.
I'm sure I shall.
Then it's all right for tonight. Ruthie'll join me downtown and we'll come over to the hotel, and the 3 of us will have a great little dinner together and chew the rag about old times. Say, do you ever see that old ragamuffin, Zeb Klein?
Oh, yes, indeed. I saw him 2 or 3 weeks ago. He's quite successful now, you know. He's made a great deal of money. Married Nick Birdsell's daughter.
Is that so? Well, is that so? He was a card all right, a great old scout. And you ever see any of the rest of the old gang? Adolph Kuntz, and Fritz Wiggins, and Steve Teschenmacher, and old Gibbsy?
Oh, yes, occasionally.
Say, what's old Gibbsy doing? He was a wormy little rat, all right, wasn't he?
He's got a very fine place now, down on the Point, quite an estate.
Well, wouldn't you know it? He'd be just the kind of a little tightwad that would build himself a swell house. And what happened to old Doc French?
Jeanette's countenance changed, and she shook her head.
Don't bother to tell me now. Save it for tonight. We'll have a great talk fest. Ruthie and I will show up at the hotel, what time? Let's make it early so we can have all evening. 6:30? How's that?
Jeanette smiled assent.
We'll be there at 6:30, and say, Jan, you know this is going to be my party, all right? All right.
He accompanied her to the door, knocking the derby hat nervously against his knee, his cigar gone out.
Then we'll see you tonight, Jan. 6:30, eh? Gee, I'm glad you dropped in. We'll have a great little old talk fest.
Tonight, then.
Sure, at the Bellevue. We'll be there, 6:30.
Married. Married. It couldn't be possible. Why, they had never been divorced. How could he be married again? A great weariness came over Jeanette. It was disgusting. What had he wanted to get married again for? Pugh! It was most disappointing. Another woman! She had never imagined anything like this. Was he living with her without a ceremony? Probably. She must be a cheap sort of creature. But it didn't make any difference whether she was legally his wife or not. It was the same thing. The fact remained he had taken up with someone else. No doubt she was known as Mrs. Devlin. Jeanette went back to the hotel and upstairs to her room, laid aside her beautiful fur jacket, her hat, took off her dress, put on her kimono. Her mind, like a squirrel in a cage, went around and around over the same ground. How could he be married? Why, they had never been divorced. The prospect of the evening suddenly palled upon her. Even though he had married, a dinner and a chat alone with Martin would have had some piquancy. It would have been quite exciting and amusing to have recalled old friends, old memories. But there would be no spontaneity in their talk with another woman beside them, a bored and critical listener. It would be dreadful, an intolerable situation. She thought of a hurried return to New York, a telephone to Martin that she had been unexpectedly called home, yet that seemed undignified. He would be sure to guess her reason,
or if he did not, Ruthie could be depended upon to enlighten him. She shook her head in distaste. She was committed to this unpalatable program now. She would be obliged to see it through, but oh, how she was going to hate it! Oh, she was going to despise every moment of it! She considered the other woman, trying to imagine what she would be like. Well, Ruthie might be comfortably established in her place, but she should have no ground for believing she was envied. A reflection of herself at this moment in the mirror forced a smile from Jeanette's lips as she detected upon her face a look of haughty condescension. She had been fancying the encounter with Ruthie, and had unconsciously assumed the expression that would suit that moment. Well, Ruthie would have the benefit of that withering, imperious glance. She would realize the minute she saw Jeanette Sturgis that here was a woman that would brook no patronizing airs from her, and in the course of the evening she would have it pointed out to her in a manner which would leave no room for misunderstanding. And it was she, Jeanette, who had left Martin. Hers had never been the role of the deserted wife. As far as leavings were concerned, Ruthie had them, and welcome. Ah, she hated her. The telephone trilled. Jeanette's heart plunged as she heard Martin's voice. "Hello, Jan. Say, I phoned Ruthie, and she says for me to bring you out to our house tonight. She says it will be much pleasanter there, and we can talk a whole lot better. I rang her up and explained about our having dinner with you at the Bellevue, and she insists that you come on out to our house. She said by all manner of means to bring you. She said she'd phone you herself, but I said I didn't think that was necessary. Why, I'm afraid... You know, we live out at Jennington. It's an awful pretty suburb. I'd like you to see it, and I'm crazy to have you see the kids. They'll still be up by the time we get there. I'll call for you a little after 6 and drive you out." Jeanette's mind worked rapidly. There was nothing for her to do but to accept, and to accept graciously. "That will be lovely, Mart. As you say, it will be much nicer in the country. I shall really like to see your home and to meet," she cleared her throat, "Mrs. Devlin." "Well, that'll be fine, Jan. That will be great. Say, you couldn't make that 5:30 just as well, could you? You see, the office closes at 5, and I'll just have to bum round here doing nothing until it's time to call for you. And then besides, you'll have a little light left so you can see something of the country. And I want to tell you, Jan, Jennington's a swell little suburb." "Why, yes, Martin, 5:30 will be perfectly all right for me." "That's fine, then. I call for you at 5:30. She hung up the receiver and bent forward so that her brow rested lightly against the mouthpiece of the instrument, her eyes closed. And after a moment she squeezed them tight shut. Ah, what pain! What heart stabs! The prick of tears stung her eyeballs like needle points. End of Book 3, Chapter 4, Sections 1 through 4. Book 3, Chapter 4, Sections 5 through 6 of Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by WildShimmeringPath. Bread by Charles G. Norris. Book 3, Chapter 4, Sections 5 through 6. She powdered her shoulders and did her hair. She red-lipped her mouth. She hooked the black satin dress about her. She hung her generous string of artificial pearls around her neck and screwed the large artificial pearl earrings upon her ears. At 5 o'clock she was ready, and for the ensuing 30 minutes she studied her reflection in the glass, turning first to one side, then to the other, noting various effects. She wore no hat, but tonight her hair, with its distinguished touch of white, was dressed high, and thrust into its thick coil at the back of her head were 3 large, brilliant rhinestone combs. Promptly at the half-hour Martin was announced, and slipping on the marvelous jacket, rolling the fur luxuriously against her neck, Jeanette descended in the elevator and met him in the foyer. The glance he gave her satisfied her. She knew Martin. He had not changed. There remained only Ruthie, and in that instant it came to Jeanette a cold, disdainful manner would put herself, bound and helpless, at Ruthie's mercy. They were 2 shrewd and clever women. She assumed Ruthie would be shrewd and clever, meeting one another under strange and difficult circumstances. Any hint of condescension, any suggestion of a patronizing air, and Ruthie would be laughing at her. No, the part for her to play was one of all sweetness and amiability. Graciousness was her only salvation. Martin guided her out of the hotel, his fingers at her elbow. A limousine swept up to the door. It was a Parrot, and there was a liveried chauffeur at the wheel. "Get right in, Jan." He stooped through the doorway and sank heavily against the upholstered cushions beside her. The starter touched his cap and banged the door. Memories swept back upon Jeanette, memories of another motor car, a taxicab, and another starter, who had banged shut an automobile door upon the two of them, and of a night pulsing with high emotions, hopes, and young love. Her little excited mother, with her pendant, trembling cheeks, dressed in her lavender velvet, had been with them on that other night, and she had sat beside her daughter where Martin now was sitting, and Martin had occupied the small collapsible seat opposite, and had balanced himself there with his knees uncomfortably hunched up, to keep his feet out of the way. "What we call the Parrot convertible. It's just out this year," Martin was explaining. "You see, with a little manipulation of the glass windows and seats, you can turn it from a limousine into a sedan and drive it yourself." "How clever," she said. "You know, Martin, it delights me to think of your being so successful. It was coming to you. You were born to be a good salesman, and I'm glad you've gotten into a line of business where your talents count for something. You were entirely out of your element with that engraving company. They didn't begin to appreciate you." "They didn't, did they? That younger Gibbs, Herbert Gibbs, he was certainly a little rat if there ever was one. You know, I had a terrible row with him after... "And I'm glad, too," proceeded Jeanette hastily, "that you've married again, and have got your son and daughter. You were always crazy about children. Remember how you used to rave about Alice's Etta and Ralph when they were babies?" "You betcha. How are... And then you were much too fine and too good for that Cohasset Beach crowd." "They were a bunch of good scouts, all right." "Weren't they?" Jeanette said, veering quickly. "Every one of them has made good. Steve Teschenmacher's quite wealthy." "Tell me about him. Tell me about 'em all. Say, do you ever go down to Cohasset Beach any more?" "Oh, yes, frequently. Alice and Roy bought there, you know." "The deuce they did! You don't mean to say so? Well, say, Jan, who's living in the bungalow?" "Say, Janny, I often think—" They were busy in reminiscences, interrupting one another, laughing, ejaculating, now and then arrested by a memory that was not altogether mirth-provoking, and unexpectedly stirred them. At times Martin swayed in his seat and pounded his knee. "By God!" he would shout gleefully. "By God! I've forgotten that. By God, that was a hot one, all right. Say, that had gone completely out of my mind. You're a wonder for remembering little things, Jan. By golly!" The car rolled smoothly out over the paved highway that circled through the hills. Large, handsome houses, with lights shining here and there from windows, and surrounded by tall, gaunt, leafless trees, alternated on either side of the road and fled past. Their own vehicle was but one link in a long chain of nimble bugs with glowing antennae, which crawled hard upon one another along the winding course. There came an abrupt turn. The motor car swung up a steep driveway, slid on to crunching gravel, and stopped. "Here we are!" exclaimed Martin. The chauffeur leaped from his seat and attentively opened the car door. A large frame house of gracious lines, with exterior stone chimneys, many windows, and a precipitous lawn that swept down to the roadway 100 feet or more below. "We get a splendid view of the valley here," said Martin, coming to stand beside Jeanette as she looked out across the country. The landscape was shrouded in dusk, pricked with a myriad of lights. There was a jagged silhouette of distant treetops, and beyond a pale mother-of-pearl sky touched faintly with dying pink. They turned to the house, and as Martin stooped to insert his latchkey, there was the quick run of small feet within. The door was flung open, and a little girl hurled herself upon him with a violent, silent hug. "Well, well," said Martin. "How's my darling?" He kissed her with equal vigor, his hat knocked at an angle upon his head. "This is Tinker," he said, smiling at Jeanette. "Everybody calls her Tinker, but her real name's Elizabeth." "Where's your brother, Tinker?" An answering clatter and rush came from an interior region, and a small boy flung himself upon the man. "And this is Joe, Johnny. He has a nickname, too. Sometimes we call him Josephus. Don't we, old blunderbuss?" There was another vigorous embrace. The two children regarded Jeanette with shy but friendly glances. The little girl was about 9, the boy 2 or 3 years younger. Tinker was brown of skin and brown of eye. Her hair was short and tawny and swept off her face in an old-fashioned way, held back by an encircling comb that reached from one temple to the other. She was freckled and had an alert, engaging expression, while her brown eyes were sharp as shoe-buttons and twinkled between long tawny eyelashes. Simply she approached Jeanette and held up her brown arms as she offered her lips. The boy was diminutive and wiry, with furtive glance and grinning mouth that displayed a gaping hole left by 2 missing front teeth. He hung his head as he held out his small hand, but as Jeanette took it he darted a quick upward look into her face and gave her a friendly elfish grin. Jeanette was moved, captivated at once by the charm of both. "They're darlings!" came involuntarily from her, and then there was the sound of descending feet upon the stairs, and Jeanette straightened herself from the crouching position in which she had greeted the children to face their mother. "A pretty woman, and sweet, younger than I expected," went Jeanette's thoughts. "Nothing to fear here." Ruthie was in truth a pretty woman, pretty without being either beautiful or handsome. Her expression was bright, alert, eager, her manner friendly and effusive. She resembled her small son. "This is Ruthie, Jeanette," began Martin. "How do you do?" said Ruthie, hurrying forward, leaving no doubt of her cordiality. "It was very nice of you to come to us tonight." "Not at all," Jeanette responded with her best smile. "It was nice of you to want me." "I was anxious to know you," said Ruthie. She could afford to be gracious, thought Jeanette. She had everything: the home, the children, money, position. She had Martin. Was it possible they were really married? Or did Ruthie merely think she was his wife? Jeanette was piloted upstairs to a large, pleasant bedroom. The chairs, the tables, the bureau, and the chiffonier. The twin beds were all of bright bird's-eye maple. Rose hangings were at the windows. Rose silk comforters were neatly folded at the foot of each bed. Rose shades on the wall lights diffused a soft rosy radiance. The dressing-table glittered with silver toilette articles, and Jeanette noticed they were all monogrammed R.T.D. Flanking them were large silver-framed photographs, one of Martin, a handsome, fierce-looking Martin in evening dress, the other of the 2 children, Tinker with her arm about her brother. Domesticity radiated everywhere. "I never looked better," Jeanette thought consolingly as she caught a full-length reflection of herself in the long mirror empaneled in the bathroom door. Her hair pleased her, her high collar was most becoming. She knew herself to be beautiful. She went downstairs, serene and confident, sure of being able to carry off the evening with lightness and ease. "I thought it would be quieter and perhaps a little pleasanter without the children at table," said Ruthie brightly as Jeanette joined her. "So I arranged to give them an early supper, and now Martin's been scolding me. He thinks you'll be disappointed." "Oh, it doesn't matter," Jeanette murmured. "Martin's almost unreasonable about them. He wants them all the time," continued Ruthie. "I tell him if he had them on his hands all day, perhaps he wouldn't be quite so enthusiastic." She laughed an amused little laugh like the twittering of a bird. "He couldn't be fonder of them if they were his own," she added. There was a moment's pause. "You see, I'd lost my first husband before I met Martin," Ruthie continued thoughtfully. "My first marriage wasn't very successful." She did think she was married then. "You were divorced?" asked Jeanette. If there was a barb to the question, it failed in effect. "No, Mr. Mason was killed. He was rather intemperate, and there was an accident. I met Martin some time afterwards, and he was wonderful to me." "You've known him long?" "Let me see, about 7 years. Joe was only a baby, and we were living in Scranton.
Martin and I married about a year after my husband's death. I was having a very hard time of it. Mr. Mason carried but very little life insurance, and I took up manicuring. I had to. There was no other way for us to get along." She smiled at the last. He was sorry for her, thought Jeanette. That was the way of it. "That had been your profession formerly?" Jeanette asked with an innocent air. "No, I had to learn it," Ruthie said, unruffled. "I had to do something. I only did private work, you know." She cast a quick glance at Jeanette's face. "Martin and I didn't meet in a barber's shop," she added with a bright laugh. Jeanette could think of nothing to say to this, so she nodded and gazed into the red coals of the grate fire before which the two women were standing. "Here he is," Ruthie said suddenly. Martin's step could be heard approaching, and in a moment he entered the living room. Jeanette noticed he had changed into dinner clothes. "Well, Jan, it's mighty darned nice to see you here," he said, advancing, rubbing his hands. He appeared well-groomed, was freshly shaved. His clothes fitted him to perfection. His thick neck and swarthy skin seemed clean and wholesome. "Have a little cocktail?" he suggested. "I've got a crackerjack bootlegger that brings me the stuff direct from New York. Real old Gordon. If this damned governor of ours has his way, we're not likely to get any more of it. This prohibition stuff makes me sick, doesn't it you?" "It doesn't bother me, Martin," Jeanette answered lightly. "I never drink anything." "Well, how about having a little cocktail tonight, just by way of celebration, huh? What do you say?" "No, thank you, Martin, not tonight. I really never touch it, but don't let me stop you two." "Ruthie doesn't drink either. She's a plumb teetotaler. Believes in it. What do you know about that?" Martin laughed good-naturedly. His mirth had the old-time extraordinary infectious quality. "Don't bother about mixing a cocktail tonight, Martin dear," Ruthie said in a persuasive voice. "It takes you so long with the ice and everything, and dinner's late now." "I'll have a little of the straight stuff, then," he said, still rubbing his hands in high good humor. They went together into the dining-room through the double-glass doors, curtained in shired folds of pink silk. The table was glittering with polished silverware and sparkling glass. In the center was a low fern in a metal fern dish. Martin unlocked a door in the sideboard, took out a whiskey bottle, held it up a moment to the light to inspect the measure of its contents, and poured himself an inch into a tumbler. "Do you remember that guy who used to always say, 'Saloon,' when he was taking a drink?" asked Martin, grinning at Jeanette. "He was a card, all right. Well, saloon." He drained the drink in 2 gulps, followed it with a draught of water, and sat down smacking his lips. A maid appeared, bearing a tureen of soup, and presently passed cheese straws. Jeanette observed her spotless white bibbed apron and black dress, and she took note of the fine sprays of celery and olives in side dishes on the table, twinkling with ice. The dinner proceeded comfortably, well served, well cooked, stereotyped. A roast of beef, with potatoes browned in the pan, canned French peas, a salad of chopped apples and nuts, a dessert of cake and ice cream. She recalled with a sharp twinge the company dinners she had struggled so hard to prepare for Martin and his friends, and the effort she had made to serve him things he liked so as to make him want to stay at home. Ah, she had tried, she reminded herself. She had really tried hard to be a good wife to him. It was all so much easier for Ruthie. She had her cook, her waitress, and there was even the chauffeur. So easy to sit still and merely tell them what to do. And Martin? Well, he had matured. He had settled down, was more seasoned, more reasonable, more disciplined. She noticed for the first time a jagged white scar on his right temple. It had not been there when she had known him. Throughout dinner he was in the gayest of spirits. Ruthie turned bright alert eyes from one face to the other. Jeanette felt the last vestige of constraint slip from her. The talk was all of Tinker and Josephus, of the good schools of Jenkintown, of motor cars and the future of the automobile industry, of traffic laws and Philadelphia and things in general. Every once in a while a chance remark would sound a personal note.
but the three with one accord would veer away from it and pursue another topic. There was no telling where rocks of disaster might be hidden. But after dinner, when Martin stood before the sucking coal fire in the living room, stirring his coffee, a fresh cigar tilted up in the corner of his mouth, his head twisted to one side to avoid the smoke, it was evident the moment had arrived when he wanted to hear news of his old friends and start recalling old times. Tinker and her brother presented themselves to say good night, and their mother made them an excuse for leaving her husband and her guest together. "She's far smarter than one would ever suspect from that affected bright expression," thought Jeanette, smiling at the children as they tumbled themselves out of the room. Ruthie did not reappear until nearly 10 o'clock, and then came in with many apologies for having been detained. Martin by that time had heard all the news, had heard of Roy and Alice, of poor unfortunate Doc French, of Dolph Kuntz, and Fritz and Steve, and even of some of the changes in the publishing company which interested him. He was far from satisfied, however, and wanted to go over it all once more.
"Say, do you remember that night, Jan, you and I and that Scotch friend of yours, and that awful fright he took along with him had dinner up on the Astor roof? What became of that guy? And, do you remember that time we got stuck out in the Sound aboard the Webster's yacht? Say, do they have any more racing down there? What became of all the little A-boats?"
But Jeanette knew the time for leaving had come. She rose, smiling. "I'm sorry, Martin. I shall have to say good night. I really must be going. My day's very full tomorrow." He was loud in protest, a little unnecessarily loud, Jeanette thought. She tried to dissuade him from accompanying her back to the hotel, but he insisted.
"I wouldn't think of you riding back all by yourself, Jan. That wouldn't do at all. The car's right here, the man's waiting. He'll run me in and run me out again in less than an hour. I'll be home again in no time."
Ruthie urged, too. "Oh, yes," she insisted brightly. "You must let Martin take you back to town. It won't hurt him a bit, and you two have such a lot to talk over together about old times and everything." The little woman's face was wreathed with smiles. She was confident, solicitous. She was sure of herself, sure of Martin. Her concern had every semblance of sincerity. Jeanette felt baffled, vaguely irritated. The two women said good night to one another with appropriate phrases and amiability. Ruthie stood in the shining arch of the doorway as the motor car swept up to the steps, crunching on the fine gravel of the drive, and Jeanette and Martin got in. She even managed a little wave of the hand as its doors slammed and the car started. Jeanette hated her. It was impossible to guess what thoughts were behind that alert expression of innocent pleasure. "You've come on in the world, Martin," she observed.
"Yes, I've made a little money, but I'm going to make more, a good deal more. You know, I often think of the old man and the old woman up there in Watertown settling down 40, or I guess it's 50 years ago to running that little grocery business of theirs, and I can't help wishing sometimes they were around to see how good I've made. They'd get an eyeful, all right. But I've worked for my success, Jan. That is, I've worked hard the last 5 years. You know, I was down and out for a while."
"Were you? I didn't know that. How did that happen?" Martin cleared his throat and twisted a little in his seat so as to talk more directly at her.
"I was pretty badly cut up, Jan, when you ran out on me."
"Were you?"
"You bet I was, and I began hitting her up there for a while. I let things go to the devil, and I was boozing a good deal. There were 2 or 3 years there when I wasn't much better than a bum."
"Martin!"
"Well, I was sore at the world, and sore, I guess, at you. Yes, pretty damn sore. You know, Jan, I didn't think you treated me quite right, and then I blamed myself an awful lot for the way I treated you."
"It was too bad," Jeanette said slowly. "I think maybe we were both wrong. We were very young and inexperienced, Mart."
"Yes, that's right. We pulled the wrong way."
"I'm sorry you took it so badly. I didn't feel extra good about it myself. I've often wished since—"
"Oh, there's no use going over the old ground now. It's all over and done with. But I was mighty fond of you, Jenny.
Don't, Martin.
You bet I was. I took it pretty hard when you left me. I didn't care what happened to me.
I'm sorry. It wasn't easy for me either. If you'd only come back, or sent word.
You don't understand, Jan. I was down and out then. I had nothing to offer you. I'd punched Gibbsy's face and I'd lost my job and I was driving a truck. That is, when I was working at all.
Martin!
Oh, what's the use of going back over old times? He said with sudden harshness. You've changed and I've changed. I'm married now, got a home and family, and I'm happy, Jan. Ruthie's a good little woman.
When did you marry, Mart?
Let's see, in 1917, just before we got into the war. I got a job as a salesman in an automobile agency in Scranton. Tinker and her mother were living next door to my boarding house. It was Tinker that caught my eye first. She and I used to have great times together. I was crazy about that kid, and then I met Ruthie.
And after that you were married?
Well, not right away. I had to get free first. You were awfully decent about not contesting the suit, Jan, but then I was pretty sure you wouldn't.
And was there a suit?
Why, sure. I got a decree in New York. They gave it to me. You never showed up.
I don't remember, said Jeanette vaguely.
You were served with a summons. We had the testimony of the process server. You let the case go by default.
Did I? I don't seem to remember. What were the grounds? I thought in New York State you had to prove... Martin leaned forward in his seat and stared at her through the dimness in the car, trying to see her face.
Say, what is this? He asked. Are you trying to kid me? Rub it in or something like that?
No, Martin, she answered earnestly. I don't know what you're talking about. I never supposed we'd been divorced.
Good God! Did you think we were still married?
Why, certainly. The man dropped back against the upholstery with a short explosion of breath. Tell me about it, Martin.
You make it damned hard, Jan. If you're trying to rub it in, you're certainly doing a nifty job.
No, Martin, truly, I'm quite honest. He was silent, and Jeanette had to plead again for enlightenment.
I don't understand this, he said, troubled.
But tell me, I want to know.
Well, you know I was damned sore at you, he began at length. I wanted to get married. Ruthie, Tinker, and the baby needed me. She was up against it and was having a tough time trying to make ends meet. I wanted to help out, but she wouldn't let me, and the only thing for it was to get married. So I went to a lawyer there in Scranton and asked him if he'd fix it so I could get a divorce from you. He got in touch with a firm in New York, and they dug up all that rot about you and Corey.
Oh, my God! Gasped Jeanette in a whisper.
Oh, I knew it was the bunk. You'd told me the story, and I knew you'd given me the straight dope. But there was the evidence in the sworn affidavits of the hotel employees that Corey's wife had secured. It made enough of a case. I'm damned ashamed of it now, Jan. I wish to God I'd never done it, but I was sore, remember, and I wanted to get married to Ruthie.
There was painful silence in the swaying car. Jeanette sat very still, 2 fingers of each hand pressed against her cheek.
I was pretty certain you'd let it go by default,
Martin went on after a while in a distressed voice.
It was no case you'd want to contest. And I thought you probably wanted your freedom as much as I did. I thought surely you'd married long ago.
Silence reigned again. Jeanette struggled with herself, Martin concerned at her voicelessness. By God, Jan, I thought you knew all about it. I swear to God I did. The process server stated in court he'd handed you the summons, and saw you pick it up. I heard him say it with my own ears. The referee warned him about perjury, thought he smelled collusion or something of that sort. He ragged me something fierce. It was rotten the way it turned out, for the case came up right after your friend Corey died, and I felt pretty mean blackening a man's character when he wasn't more'n cold in his grave, specially as I knew it was a frame-up.
A pent-up breath escaped Jeanette like a moan. A scene flashed before her mind. A dark street. The street just in front of the office. It was late, and the crowd of clerks and workers was pouring out of the doorway, hurrying homeward with gravity in their hearts and the news on their lips that Chandler B. Corey, the president of the company, had that day dropped dead at his desk. And among these sobered men and women walked herself, shocked and shaken, trying to realize that the best friend she had in the world was gone, and would never be at hand again to advise her nor be interested in what befell her. As she stepped into the street, a man in a slouch hat confronted her, demanding to know if she was Mrs. Martin Devlin, thrust a folded paper at her, and disappeared. She remembered drawing back, frightened and affronted, and after the man had made off, rescuing the paper from the sidewalk at her feet where it had fallen. It was dark in the street, too dark to read. She recalled holding the paper up to decipher what was printed on the first page, and then, indifferent, her heart and mind heavy with the tragedy of the day, had thrust it into her muff and sorrowfully made her way homeward. Days later, when she remembered the incident and searched her muff, the paper had disappeared. It had fallen out, it was gone, and she dismissed the matter from her mind. Now she realized the folded paper had been the summons bidding her come to court to defend herself against calumny, and to show reason why Martin Devlin should not be free to take unto himself another wife. Suddenly something very precious died within her, dismally. The excitement of the night dwindled and departed. The piquancy of her adventure drooped and faded. Her interest in a situation that had up to that minute stirred pulse and imagination shriveled and evaporated. She was weary and bored. She felt disgusted and sick. She wanted to be quit of the whole affair, of smiling, alert, complacent Ruthie, of the homely, clumsy children, of this sleek, fat, selfish man beside her. Ah, she had been a fool ever to think, ever to imagine. A woman of her position, sensible, capable, independent, stout, settled, middle-aged, and gray. Oh, it was detestable. It was humiliating. Insufferable. They were at the hotel. "You don't want to let what I've told you bother you, Jan. I never stopped to think how you'd feel about it. And you want to remember that those things never get out, and they're all kept strictly QT. It happened 6 or 7 years ago, and there isn't a soul. Here, I'm coming in with you." "You needn't bother, Martin." "That's all right. I'll see you inside." They moved through the revolving glass doors and mounted the steps into the brilliant lobby. "Well, it's been great to see you. I surely have enjoyed talking over old times. By God, it's been a great evening." "Yes, indeed. It's been very amusing." "I'm awfully glad you looked me up. And say, Jan, you like Ruthie, don't you?" "Don't you think she's a nice little woman? Not your style exactly, no side or anything like that, but she's a damned agreeable little person, eh? You're not sore at me now, are you, for that rotten trick I played on you? I'd never have done it if it had been up to me. It was the lawyers, you know. They dug up the story and put it over. I'd never have done it. I swear to God, Jan, I wouldn't. I'm sorry as the devil now. By God, I am." "Let's not talk about it, Martin. It's all past and forgotten." "Well, that's damned white of you, Jan, damned white. I always said you were a sensible woman." Jeanette turned and held out her hand. "Aw, say," Martin protested. "Aren't you going into the cafe with me and have some ginger ale or something? I hate to say good night so soon. There's a lot of things I want to ask you. I'd like to keep this evening going forever." But Jeanette's one desire was to end it. She wanted her room, to have the door shut and locked behind her, to be alone. "I'm sorry, Martin." "Just a small glass of ginger ale?" he pleaded. "Thank you. No, Martin. I think I'd better go up." "Well, am I not to see you again? You're not going until Sunday, are you?" "I shall be busy tomorrow. I'm engaged all day." "How about tomorrow night?" "I'm not free then either." A frown settled on the man's face. "Damn it," he began disgustedly. She continued to smile pleasantly, but offered no suggestion. Well, I'll see you in New York sometime soon, he asserted finally. I have to go up there once in a while.
Yes, do that, Jeanette said without enthusiasm.
I'll phone you? I'll give you a ring at the office.
Yes, do that, she repeated.
Well, then I guess I'd better say good night.
Good night, Martin. She turned toward the elevators, giving him a nod and a brief smile over her shoulder. As the gate of the cage slid shut, she caught another glimpse of him, standing where she had left him, perplexed, frowning, disconsolate, staring after her. The train was crowded. Jeanette had chosen one at midday, thinking to have her lunch in the dining car and so beguile away part of the tedium of the trip. It was Saturday. She had decided to return home at once rather than wait until Sunday. There was nothing to hold her in Philadelphia, and she was anxious to get back to the little apartment in Waverly Place. Many other travelers had apparently conceived the same idea of having the noon meal on the way, and Jeanette discovered there were no seats left in the chair car, so she was obliged to share one in a day coach with a short, plump lady with a prominent bust and short, fat arms, who sat up very straight beside her and wheezed audibly at every breath. Jeanette's heavy suitcase was stowed in front of her and pressed uncomfortably against her knees, while there was no place for her hat box except in the aisle, where it was stumbled over and cursed by every passing passenger. There were cinders embedded in the plush covering of the seat. The car was badly ventilated and smelled of warm, crowded humanity. At Trenton, feeling dirty and disheveled, she made a swaying progress toward the dining car, only to find 20 people ahead of her. Disheartened, she returned to her seat, concluding to wait until she reached the city before she lunched. Perhaps she would go directly home and persuade Beatrice to make her some tea and toast. The day was leaden, the country forlorn and dreary. The trees stood bare and black upon bare and blackened ground. The houses seemed cold, desolate, and grimy. It began to rain as the train slowed down through smoky Newark, and long diagonal streaks of water slashed the dirty window panes. Waiting travelers on platforms huddled under station sheds or bent their heads and umbrellas against the sharp wind and driving drops as they struggled toward the cars. The train grew steadily more crowded. People stood in the aisles, swayed, and were pitched against those in the seats. Jeanette's head began to ache dully, and every knock or kick her offending hat-box received, she winced as though struck. In the tube beneath the Hudson River, the train came to a standstill, and there was a long wait. Women grew nervous, and a man said in a loud, laughing voice to a neighbor, "Say, Bill, it'd be some pickings, all right, if the river came in on us while we were stuck here." "Oh, Jesus Mary!" gasped the woman next to Jeanette, and for some minutes the wheeze of her breathing rose to a higher key. Finally, with much whirring, jerking, and dancing of lights, the train rolled into the Pennsylvania station. "I'll go home and get into bed, and Beatrice will bring me some tea and toast," Jeanette whispered to herself, cramped and weary, fighting the pain in her head that grew steadily worse. She stumbled into a taxicab and went bumping and racketing down 7th Avenue. The rain was now coming down in a forest of lances and was driven in through the 3-inch opening at the top of one of the windows. Jeanette tried to close it. Her attempt was pitiful. The taxi skidded violently into 8th Street, and she was thrown to her knees, her hat jammed against the opposite side of the car.
"That's all right, lady. Nothing happened," yelled the driver.
"In 5 minutes," breathed Jeanette, one hand pressed hard against her breast. Ah, here she was at last. Her fingers shook as she fumbled with the key to the street door. "Thank you so much," she said to the taxi driver, who brought her bags up to the landing. She handed him his fare. "Keep the change. I can manage the rest." Inside, she grasped her luggage with either hand and resolutely mounted the 2 long flights of stairs, forcing herself to go to the top without pausing. She was panting, then, her head splitting. She tried the apartment door. It was locked. "Beatrice! Beatrice!" she called, rapping impatiently upon the panels. A faint mewing came to her ears. There was no other answer. "Oh, God, she's out!"
Her cry was almost a sob. Of course, it was still the Thanksgiving vacation. Beatrice would be with her cousins in Plainfield. She wouldn't be home until Sunday night. Jeanette fumbled for her door key. There was little light, and she was obliged to kneel before she could find the hole in the lock. With a gasp, she finally threw open the door and stumbled into the flat. It was cold, unaired, deserted. Mitzi, tail on end, welcomed her with shrill, complaining cries. "Oh, you baby, you!" Jeanette said aloud, blinking through her own distress and eyeing the cat. "You've been shut up in here since the day before yesterday, and you're just about starving." Mitzi confirmed this with a wail. Jeanette scooped the animal up with a long arm and carried her into the kitchen. It was cold and bleak in here, too, smelling foully of Mitzi's incarceration. A groan was wrung from Jeanette's lips. In the icebox she found only a bowl half full of pickled beets, a plate of butter, 2 rather shriveled bananas, and a few pieces of dried toast. She clapped the kettle on the stove, lighted the gas, and stood caressing the cat until the water had warmed. Then she moistened the toast and set it in a soup plate on the floor. "Here, you poor critter, eat that until I get you something decent." Mitzi leaped at the meal, jerking the food into her mouth, growling gluttonously. Jeanette put her fingers to her head and watched the performance, breathing hard. "I must," she said aloud. "It won't kill me." She went into her own room, laid aside her fur coat, put on an old mackintosh and felt hat, once more went out into the rain, and presently dragged herself up the stairs again with a bottle of milk and a bag of provisions. Her temples throbbing and little streaks of pain darting through her eyeballs, she moved resolutely through the next few minutes. While the kettle was heating, she got herself into her kimono and braided her hair. Then she returned to the kitchen, mixed a large bowl of bread and milk for the cat, and dutifully made herself tea, which she drank, munching between sips some saltine crackers warmed in the oven. Peace gradually descended upon her. Mitzi, replete and satisfied, licked milk-stained whiskers, and eyed her comfortably from the floor. The pain in Jeanette's head was less violent, but she was very cold. "I'll get a hot water bottle and go to bed," she said. "I think I'll go crazy if I keep on this way." She proceeded to her room, made her bed, then commenced to unpack her bags and put away her things. When she was about finished, she came upon the fur coat where she had left it on a chair. She picked it up and stared at it, observing its brilliant silk lining, its smooth, plushy surface, the soft texture of its fur collar. Suddenly she flung it from her into a far corner on the floor, and for a moment stood a tragic figure with clenched hands, flashing eyes, and heaving breast. There was a diversion, a sound close at hand that startled her. Mitzi had jumped on the bed, and was gazing up at her with head twisted to one side, glassy eyes fixed inquiringly upon her face, long tail alert, the tip waving gently. The cat opened her mouth and mewed plaintively. Jeanette relaxed, gathered the animal into her arms, and slowly sank down upon the bed. Mitzi, nestling comfortably against her, began to purr rhythmically. A slow trembling came to the woman, and her fingers shook as they stroked Mitzi's back. She fought desperately to check the gathering tempest within her, and for a moment struggled with firm pressed lips and shut teeth as the tears welled up in her eyes, rolled down her cheeks, and splashed upon her hand. Then suddenly the floodgates of her heart burst. Grief overwhelmed her, and she sank sideways on the bed, carrying the cat to her neck, cuddling and stroking it, while burying her face against the soft fur and passionately sobbing, "Oh, Mitzi, Mitzi, I love you so! I love you so!" End of Book 3, Chapter 4, Sections 5 through 6. Read by WildShimmeringPath, Los Angeles, December 23, 2021. End of Bread by Charles G. Norris.